Urana, good morning. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Today's August 29th, day 10 of the waiting period. I'm Joe Turpel, and sitting right next to me, Sean Doherty. Sean, we're coming off one of the most epic days of competition that I can remember. Well, so many 10s yesterday. Jeremy Flores, obviously the standout, getting a perfect heat.
Yeah, mate, we had a bucket load of 10s yesterday. One of the great days of pro surfing yesterday. We'll be bringing you some highlights throughout the day of yesterday. But, mate, we've had everything here in the last week, you know, from 30-foot toe sessions to the epic days. We're only missing one thing. A winner.
That's right. And thinking today could be the final day. We're going to look for the official call because we knew that swell was gradually decreasing. Right now, Adam Rapogel is standing by with Luke Egan for that official call. Adam, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Sean. Yeah, down here with Luke Egan. A little smaller than yesterday, but Luke, I've seen maybe a dozen waves just barf out there. Still looks to be in the 6-foot range. Don't know what that equates to meters, but really I think it's going to be a great day.
Yeah, fantastic to wake up and see similar size to yesterday. It's dropped maybe a couple of feet, but I really think we'll see glimpses of those amazing sets that most of the guys got 10s on yesterday. And, yeah, we couldn't ask for any more for the swell to hang in there. Winds are going to be light. It should get sunny. And great call for Chris O'Callaghan, the contest director, to get started really early here, local time. I think 6:15 he's going to try and get the event off and running. We're just not sure how long the swell's going to hang around, and it's pumping out there right now, just a touch smaller than yesterday.
You know, yesterday was so impressive, Luke. All those 10s like the boys were talking about. And the day prior to that, humongous, big toe-in surf. What do you expect today?
I expect it still to be a tube riding contest. I don't think turns are really going to come into it. If we see the swell drop away by, you know, the 8th heat of the day, which will be the final of the contest, turns, I hope they don't come into play. This should be a tube riding contest all the way to the end, and I'm pretty confident it will. We're going to go into the high tide as we get to the end of the contest for 2011. But let's just hope it's still a barrel riding contest because it's been like that from the start in this phenomenal forecast we've had for the 2011 Billabong Pro.
Yeah, that's great news right there. As I can feel the offshore wind blowing right now, boys. You guys at home, there's a nice little hissing offshore, 2 to 3 meters out there right now. And Joe, Sean, I can't wait to see this event.
Oh, we're right there with you, Adam. Thank you so much. And Luke Egan, thanks for making that decision with Chris O'Callaghan. Chris making that call. And, you know, Luke always says, hey, you're only good as your forecast when you're contest director. And Chris O'Callaghan is feeling pretty good about himself right now. I think, you know, they mentioned it did decrease a little bit. Let's throw up the maps from Surfline to really take a look at what's happening here. You're looking at the Surfline wave height chart of the South Pacific showing that XXL swell that hit Tahiti a couple of days ago, and then the gradual fade that we saw into yesterday, going into the paddle size, and then coming into today, which will be the final day. Now we're going to bring up the 7-day forecast.
Yeah, you can see we're just getting the tail of the peak of that big abomination that went across the South Pacific 2 or 3 days ago. And it's hanging in there. You can see it. It's not, you know, it's not a steep drop off. It's just a gradual little decline. But you can see why we really want to get going this morning.
Exactly. Looking at Monday, you see the very light winds that they were talking about. It's sheet glass out there as we bring up the Surfline's nearshore swell model, displaying that very strong but gradually fading trend in surf over the next few days. The solid surf prevailing into today, and before the smaller leftovers would be going into tomorrow and the next day. And so they're taking advantage of the swell that's happening right now. We're you know, before the end of the waiting period, but you see that little decrease there. There's still barrels out there, and they want to make sure that it's still a tube riding contest.
Yeah, for sure, mate. We want something like we got yesterday afternoon, and from what we're seeing first thing this morning, it's I think we're going to get a taste of it, definitely.
At the end of the day, we did have a restart at the end. It started to kind of drift off, but today, Sean, when you were walking up, you came sprinting up to the booth because you saw a pretty solid one.
Yeah, we walked straight up with a cup of coffee at daylight, and the first thing we saw was a 6-foot set just turn itself inside out. So they're still there, mate. And that's, we just, want to get this thing going. We want to get a winner and have this thing done, and we'll know that by lunchtime who it's going to be.
Oh, pretty exciting day today. The final day of the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Those quarterfinals are really stacked up. We're going to review those matchups a little bit later on in the morning show, bring you some more of that phantom footage that we've been enjoying through the last week and a half or so. We are going to take a short break. Well, a lot more to come on today's morning show, the final day of the Billabong Pro Tahiti.
1, 2, 3, 4.
When you're surfing with mates and there's some barrels, I get more excited than anyone. looking into a barrel, like when one of your mates eats shit, it's just the best thing. Are you kidding me? It's almost more fun looking into it than being in there, because you're just like, oh yeah, and then if they eat it, you're just like, yes. That's just one of my favourite things. I love it. I surf because there's nothing better than getting crazy barrels with your mates.
I surf because there's always one wave in a session that makes a session, you know.
Good morning and welcome to Tahiti. We're on the final day of the Billabong Pro. We will have a champion here in 2011 in one of the most historic events in surfing history. Sean Doherty, we had a pretty amazing swell a couple of days ago that kind of just added to the whole package here the last couple of weeks. That toe-in swell was phenomenal. A lot of people calling it the biggest ever.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we've had two worlds collide. You know, we've had the world's best competitive surfers here, and right in the middle of the waiting period, just been bombed by this, 30-foot toe swell, and you've had all the world's best big wave riders here at the same time.
Some of the tour competitors were tempted to get a couple of bombs in the toe session. A lot of them hung out in the channel. A lot of the helmen flew in the night before to check it out. We do have the toe session captured with the Phantom camera. Check it out. Oh, wow, that phantom camera capturing the tow session in super slow motion, and you can tell you had nowhere to go. The survival rate on those takeoffs, you could not make those things. Even on the inside, they were mutating. Everybody was going down that huge dark cavern that Bruce Irons pulled in. How was Rasta's wave just eating him alive? There's no safe zone out there. There were so many big wipeouts, and to watch it in super slow-mo just makes you shake.
Yeah, mate, some of those guys have just gone to strange new places in their wave and in their souls, I think. And it's like, my hat's off to those guys that were soldiers. That's frightening next level stuff.
Even just watching it, everyone in the channel talks about the energy out there. Some people even came in feeling sick because there was so much adrenaline feeding into that channel, and pretty amazing to check it out in that super slow motion, that phantom camera that we're going to have through the final day. And also they'll be taking a look at the best rides in competition. We had some amazing waves throughout the week, as we have so many perfect 10s. I think Jeremy talked about, hey, maybe I had a 10 like 5 years ago. All of a sudden he gets a couple in one heat. Let's check out the 10s of the event so far. We're going to start off with Kai Otten. He had a beautiful one.
Yeah, he got the first one of the event. Dropped in late. We had no idea that, it was just going to keep coming. Look at this thing. Back doors, pops out. And again, it's chicken skin. You just know the second he's out that's a 10.
Oh, right there. He checks it just a bit. He got super deep. Right here, he's on the foam ball and then gets blown out. Perfect 10. Came in quickly from the judging panel as Montero. He lifted this thing up on his back, and look at him set his line here.
Yeah, just committed totally. Got into the right position. Had to make a couple of little adjustments here, but this thing just flared. Look at it.
One stayed wide open. I love that little pump that he does when he grabbed his rail. Let's look at it from the tower angle. Watch him grab the rail. Here comes that little pump right here to get out of this section. Boom, right there. Sets it. Huge cave. Perfect 10 for Montero.
Yeah, right. Best wave hay on his life. He'll say it gladly. Look, he's taking that to the grave with him. Look how happy he is.
Matt Wilkinson took the lineup yesterday morning and all of a sudden dropped into this.
Wow, just got enough bite in the rail to get under that thing. And once he still had a bit of work to do. That foam ball was trying to grab him by the throat. And Wilco popped out, and that got him on a roll, and that's got him into finals day. Look at it.
He clapped his way out. That huge drop stopped it, pulls right into the cave, gets blown out. Perfect 10. He had that huge drop with Jadson Andre in the morning, and he's still going. He's got Kelly a little bit later. Let's take a look at this back from the channel. Beautiful vision there. The celebrations from all the crew on the boats. When anyone gets a 10 like that, they erupt. And Matt Wilkinson, he's going to be with his hands full with Kelly Slater. Let's see what he can do. Look at that, the excitement right there. And now Owen Wright, he had a 19.77 combined total.
Yeah, he went close to a perfect heat himself. This was his 10. See him kind of wound the windows up, got a little behind it, but it kind of helped him. It got him deep. And then once Owen got going, this guy can ride a tube.
Oh, looking from the water cam here, heading right for the channel. He knew how good that was. Throws the claim up as we go to our tube cam.
Yeah, so, Owen, of course, will be here in the quarters this morning, and this is how he got here. A lot of debate. That could have been a perfect heat, too, for Owen. We saw Jeremy get one. Owen was, 0.23 away from one himself.
Oh, exactly. One of the super heats of the season. 19.77 is a super heat. Jeremy Flores, though, topping that. Here he goes. First perfect 10 for Jeremy. Got that first pump in. Gets blown out, throws his hands to the sky, and then he gets a nice view here from the channel.
Yeah, mate, he is just riding the biggest wave of momentum at the moment. Jeremy Flores has been from round one. With some of the stuff we've seen him do, it's career-defining stuff for Jeremy Flores here.
Beautiful tube style. There he goes, throwing the hands to the sky. The thing was, he got this 10 early, and then his second 10, arguably better, and so they kind of put the judges in the position, hey, you better throw him another 10. Here it is.
Oh, he gave him no choice. Look at this thing. Just buried himself in here. And this one ran as well. We've seen some 10s given on the thickness of the wave. We've seen some given on the length. This was kind of a bit of both. Look how long this thing was. And like we said, he gave the judges no choice. And he looked at him. He said, well, if you gave me a 10 for the last one, do something with that.
Yeah, throw me all the numbers that you have on your paper here. Look at this water cam shot. You see him pull straight into it. He didn't even take the drop, just slid and fell right into the money zone. Perfect 10, a perfect heat for Jeremy Flores.
Yeah, for sure, mate. And he goes into this final day with this incredible momentum. He's got himself a tough draw. He's got Josh Kerr, of course. But, mate, a guy like that in the form he's in, you wouldn't be surprised to see a final. You wouldn't be surprised to see a win.
Oh, exactly. I think.
Do you think he's happy? Look.
Oh, he's really, really happy coming in from that heat. I think. It'd been like 5 years since he had a 10. Then he gets 2 in a heat, and that doesn't happen very often. We've been referring to Kelly Slater's final back in 2005, and then also Joel Parkinson's performance at the Pipe Masters when he got 2 10s against Dusty Payne. But it's one of those things that who knows when you're going to see the next perfect heat,
Yeah,
Sean.
mate. A historic day yesterday, and with a bit of luck, we're going to see some history today as well, mate.
Oh, exactly. We have a lot more to come on the morning show today. We'll bring you some more Phantom Cam stuff and review the heats that will be coming up today. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this. Urana, welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Joe Turpel with Sean Doherty. The call has been made. It's on. We're in the final day of competition. We will have a champion here in 2011 in great waves. The Swell is still lingering out there. There's still some solid ones coming into the lineup as the Swell slowly decreases throughout the rest of the week. Thanks for being with us on Fuel TV all around the world on BillabongPro.com, YouTube Live. You could watch it anywhere on your mobile phones. Today's not going to be one you want to miss. What we haven't been missing is all the competition getting captured with this Phantom Cam and kind of the specs on the Phantom Cam. It's capturing it in 400 frames per second. And when you run that on the normal feed, the 30 frames per second, it brings this high-resolution, super slow-mo.
Yeah, as a tool to kind of break down pro surfing and break down what's been going on out there, there's nothing better. You can see every drop of water. You can see every little subtle bit of rail in the water. And it's kind of just stuff that hypnotizes you. You can get lost in the stuff for hours.
It makes it like a work of art. Enjoy this piece from the Phantom camera of the competition. Welcome right back. That phantom footage is incredible. They've been hanging out this past couple of weeks and capturing the beautiful and dangerous images of Chopu.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's frightening enough in real time to see some of that stuff kind of slowed up to that, and it really kind of puts it all into perspective. That whole interaction between man and reef and wave and surfboard. It's cool.
Oh, it's pretty impressive. Let's go out the back and see what's in store today. This is live action for the morning free surf session. Look at that, a beautiful training tube. Wow, it's still going.
Yep, that's TB there, I think. Just getting a quick little morning free surf in. Of course, TB won't be here on finals day. Unfortunately, he's trying to get his little piece of it early.
I think he just wanted to show us, Sean, that the stage is set for those quarterfinals. There are huge matchups there. Of course, on this final day, there's a lot going on. The competition, but also the Bruce Irons free surf session in loving memory of Andy. There'll be a 30-minute session for Bruce. He can invite anybody he wants, and Sean, if you're lucky, maybe you'll get out there, but he might even just take the whole lineup to himself.
Yeah, he could do that. He could turn it into a party out there. We're yet to see. We'll find out, of course, between Semi 2 and the final a bit later on this morning.
Also part of this day, we're probably going to be thinking about the Andy Irons Award, going to the heaviest charger, who... popular vote so far, Jeremy Flores. Let's go through this first quarterfinal. Jeremy Flores and Josh Kerr matched up. Jeremy's been absolutely on fire, like we've been saying. He's had a couple of 10s in this one. He's been taken off on the biggest bombs, on the biggest parts of the swell. Josh Kerr, though, also a huge standout.
Oh, I'd be happy with either of these guys winning this contest. They both deserve it. They've both been going nuts from round one. They're two guys who've carried form momentum all the way through.
So Jeremy Flores, look at this. He can pack this tube better than anybody, getting blown out into the channel. One of his 10s in this magic moment that he had yesterday out here at Chopu, and he's feeling it. He feels so good. No matter how big it is out here, he's taking it on with style and grace.
Yeah, he has manned up big time in this event. And there's been the feedback online is that people have just been losing it at how hard Jeremy's been going in this event.
So he's the favorite right now for that Andy Irons Award. If tell us what you guys think. Hashtag us on tweet and let us know. Josh Kerr, though, another guy who's been going for broke.
Oh, for sure, mate. Since the first free surf, since his first surf out here, Kersey's been one of the standouts, one of the top 5 easily. And of course we know Kersey. We love Kersey for what he does in smaller stuff. But you forget that this is also a big part of who Josh Kerr is.
He's been riding smaller boards, 6.2s yesterday, and he's looking very, very dangerous on them. He's had those huge matchups with Julian, and he's going to be nuts. Quarter 2, though. Kelly Slater, 10-time world champ against Matt Wilkinson.
Yeah, guess who's here on finals day, Joe? What a surprise. We can kind of look at this field of quarterfinalists and break them into 2 groups. There's the guys who've had form all event. Kersey, Jeremy definitely fall into that category. And there's the guys who found form yesterday. Kelly's one of them.
Oh, Kelly Slater is just remarkable. Always seems to be in the right spot at the right time. He has that magic connection with the ocean. And look at him right there, finding what works. And some heats weren't pumping for him, but he's been coming up with some cool claims. There's the Quasimodo right there.
Yeah, well, the thing with Kelly, of course, he knows that the top 5 guys above him in the ratings are all out. It's a huge opportunity for him. But Wilco, as he proved yesterday, He's got some game out here.
Oh, he sure does. I think Matt Wilkinson is a guy that is going to be really tough to beat, especially the waves are getting a little bit smaller, and he is feeling so confident after sitting in some of the biggest caverns of his career. So he is going to be a pretty fun to watch against Kelly. He's going to probably have that feeling where I've got nothing to lose. No one's supposed to beat Kelly Slater, and I'm going to do my best to give him a run for his money.
Yeah, I think the best day of Matty Wilco's life yesterday for sure, and looking to keep it rolling. There's an interesting one here, Joey. Trav, Logie, Brett Simpson, a very unlikely quarterfinal. If you would have got good money on it at the start of the event. But here they are, mate, and you can't deny either of these guys their place. They've really stepped up yesterday. They're 2 guys that owned yesterday.
Exactly. Travis Logie getting blown out into the channel. He's been riding Elan Ryu's boards because he didn't even have time to bring his own quiver here. He had an interesting day yesterday having to do the resurf against Jordy Smith, but it looks like he's maintaining, finding the right waves in the right time. And Martin Potter in his court is always going to help you. Brett Simpson, though, also impressive, taking down world number 1 Joel Parkinson, taking down mentor Damian Hobgood. Who else is he going to take down?
He's had such a gnarly draw, and probably no one apart from Brett himself gave himself much of a chance at 8 to 10 foot choke. And look at him. Yeah, he's just completely transformed. And it's like, we wondered how some of these young guys were going to go who've never seen chopes big, never surfed Tahiti out here big. Simpo has just manned up big time.
Look for big things from him as we look at a big quarterfinal number 4. Australia's Owen Wright versus Brazil's Rione Montero. Goofy versus regular again. As you see that their matchups there, their size and weight a lot different. There's going to be 2 different approaches from these guys. Owen Wright, though, he's looked like he's coming to his own. Look how good he's feeling. He's having a blast, and it's paying off big time.
Yeah, mate. He's a guy who's born to ride left-hand barrels. You know, he grew up in the south coast of New South Wales riding at Aussie Pipe. Then he went 14 years old. He went to actual pipeline, started doing it there. And he is so comfortable out here. I would not be surprised if Owen can jag a win.
Oh, look how deep he can ride this tube. Look how deep he is on this one. Sets it up kind of almost off balance, but he's so comfortable in the barrel, he can make anything happen here out at Chopu. There's a big score there. He got a 10 and a 9.77 yesterday. Glances out at the lineup, but he knows he's going to have a huge draw with Rione Montero.
Yeah, for sure. Well, he only got that 10, one of the first 10s of the event, a couple of days ago. And now he's a lone Brazilian left in the field. But he's just done what he's done here on passion. He's wanted to get through these heats more than anyone. And as a result, here he is on finals day.
Oh, he's been picking off really good waves. He was in that last heat last night. They did have a restart because it started off a little bit slow, and he picked off the 2 best waves. I think he only caught 2 waves in that heat, Sean.
Yeah, and he only needed 2.
Exactly. So it only takes 2.
Yeah.
But it's impressive when these guys know how to pick off the right waves. Some of the guys you don't usually have at the top of the list as possible Chopu champs. We're going to have a champion by the end of the day, Sean. Quarters are stacked. We're going to take a short break. That first heat is right around the corner. Stay with us. We'll be right back after this. Your Honor, welcome back to Tahiti. You're watching the Billabong Pro. Quarterfinal number 1 is in the lineup. I'm Joe Turpel. Sitting next to me, one of the great storytellers of surfing, Nick Carroll. Good morning. Look at this matchup. Josh Kerr, Jeremy Flores. What are your thoughts? Break this one down for us.
Okay, well, look, first I think only a madman could run this draw because we're seeing the 2 most informed regular foots coming up against each other in the quarterfinals. One of these guys should be facing Kelly right now.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to have to take, one of them's going to take the other one out.
Oh, exactly. Josh Kerr, the super standout. We just kind of reviewed some of his heats before, but I think the highlights for Josh has been the draw of Julian Wilson. Julian's been pushing Josh to take off on some bombs. They've been battling. Julian got him in the first round. Josh Kerr had to surf an extra heat, and then he's been battling ever since, getting some big 9-point rides where Jeremy Flores, he's been the popular vote for that Andy Irons Award, the heaviest charger, because he's had to deal with some of the biggest days of competition.
Yeah, look, Jeremy's been on fire here. And what's, most interesting, I think, about his performance here is that Jeremy's gained respect of his peers here in a very short time. He's gone from one of those guys that a lot of the crew on tour look at as a threat, but he's not like the top 5 guy, But I think after this event, people are going to have a completely different picture of Jeremy Flores. They're going to walk away thinking this guy's got the real goods.
Oh, impressing everybody. Here we go. First wave of the morning, pulling into it. It is Jeremy Flores deep in this pit. Is he going to make it out? We've lost him, and he goes down on his first attempt. And he doesn't fall too often. That one takes him down. And now Josh Kerr will sit out the back with priority. We have 35-minute heats on this final day. And they'll probably talk to the finalists and decide what they want for that final heat, since it will be the last heat. Sometimes they try to give him as much time as possible, Nick.
Sure, that's right. Well, today maybe that's going to be necessary. The swell's changed a little bit, edged a bit further south. It's still there, just not quite as heavy as yesterday. In this heat, I suspect that may actually work in Josh Kerr's favour. You know, people don't often get 20 out of 20. I mean, in fact, there's been only 4 guys in professional surfing history who've managed that. 2 of them have been at this event, by the way, which is just a nice little Chopu stat for you.
Yeah.
But, you know, a lot of the time you get 20 out of 20 and it represents a peak for you. And how do you come back from that peak? Really difficult to know.
Very true. People do talk about peaking too early in an event and trying to save it for the final day, but it seems like a fairly hard concept, especially in perfect waves, holding back and saving something for this final day. At the moment, we do have GT. He's been looking forward to this day all week. He's out in the channel right now. Good morning, GT.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Good morning, Nick. Good morning, everybody watching. You know, you're just talking about peaking too early. I peaked like 3 days ago, so oh my gosh. And, you know, this morning we were eating breakfast and my house looks straight into the lineup here, and there is still some cooking waves. We'd probably put it in the maybe 4 to 6 foot wave range with an odd maybe 8-footer, which seems like on, you know, from what we've seen is a bit of a come down. But it is so flawless out here. You know, I'm sitting out here in Jeremy Flores' boat. He's the Quicksilver boat. Jeremy jumped off. Travis Logie sitting over there all taped up. Right behind us, you might see Ace Bucking right there. Wilco's getting ready for his heat. There's this kind of electric tension going on out here. And, wow, these matchups are going to be unbelievable.
Well, GT, I think Josh Kerr, he's been riding a lot of small boards throughout this event, even in some bigger size. He had the 6'2" before, and I know he's been riding 5'9s out here on some of the lay days, so interested to see what Josh Kerr has under his feet. Trimmed down Swell, still some good ones out there. Now with 31 minutes to go, Jeremy with just a 1.5, but there's another wave around the corner here, Nick. Looks like it's going to be Josh Kerr.
Oh, Kersey's way up the line here, but he gets a really nice little barrel just opening his account. Kersey, I bet he's gone down to his 6.0. He loves that board. The size of the waves today just seemed like they'd suit him. And look at this, a really nice sort of comforting opening ride, I guess. You know, he knows he's judged this wave right. Just cruises through the barrel. Viewers, just notice the slightly different sort of type of wave that's going on out here today. It looks a lot more like a kind of a really thick point break rather than the crazy wedging reef nightmare that it's been over the last couple of days.
It sure does. As you see him trim that, he makes it look so easy and friendly today on this final day. Josh Kerr exiting the tube. He will take the lead with that one with now 30 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Little grower there that he paddles over. Still spitting though, Nick. So, you know, it's trimmed down a little bit. But and Luke was saying earlier, he predicts it'll still be a tube contest. You know, oftentimes Chopu in the past, when it gets a little bit smaller, they resort to turns.
Oh, yeah, they do, but not today. I'm sure you're right about that, Joe. It is going to be a barrel contest, just slightly different type of barrel, maybe more technical in a way, less just kind of crazy and balls out, but more just judgment lines. Guys just starting to arrive out there in the channel, realising the finals day's on. It's only the hardcore's been out there before 7 a.m. so far during this event, and today's no exception, but I bet you that crowd grows quite quickly this morning.
Well, Nick, earlier in the week with the promising Swell, you're talking about heat strategy and keeping it simple out there and kind of not trying to overthink anything. A day like today where it's trimmed down, can you still keep it simple?
You've got no choice but to keep it simple on finals day, mate. It just gets more and more like that. Look at Travis Logie. He suffered an injury too yesterday, just like his heat mate Geordie Smith did, but a slightly different injury to the back of his shoulder blade. And he's just tweaked a tendon in his shoulder there. It's going to make it really difficult for Trav to cruise this lineup easily. There's one man who I'm sure will be not finding it too hard to cruise this lineup today.
Not at all. He's coming up in the very next heat. Kelly Slater on the ski with his girl Kalani, and he looks happy. He looks relaxed as he's just getting out to the lineup, and he'll be getting out in the water fairly shortly with Matt Wilkinson, who's going to probably try to surprise everybody and take down the world champion.
Well, look, I'm sure Wilco can do that, but there's something about the way Kelly's approached this event that reminds you of a really great long-distance runner who's put himself in the middle of the pack, and he's just been cruising, and here we are coming into the final straight, and he's got so much ammunition up his sleeve right now, Kelly. You know you haven't seen the best of him at this contest yet, and that must be kind of spooky if you're going to have to surf against him the next couple of rounds.
Oh, yeah. You think about his perfect final that he had, and the conditions almost are eerily similar to that day of that final back in 2005. And he's a big one that talks about peaking too early, and I'm sure he's been saving it all for this day. He's coming up right after this. Still 27 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the first heat of the day. Thanks for being with us on Fuel TV in the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and Australia. We are going to have a champion at the end of the day. The scores are coming in for the first wave of Josh Kerr, and the judges have an interesting situation here. The final day, it's a little bit smaller, and now they're forced to set their scale. They don't know what's to come. This first heat is going to be pretty tough to set.
Yeah, no kidding, man. You can see that with the first scores coming in here. Josh Kerr getting his right. It's going to end up being just over a 6.17. That is a classic opening score when the judges aren't exactly sure what's going to happen.
Oh, exactly. As we look back to our mountain range right behind us, there's a lot going on back there, Nick.
Oh, man, there's so much going on up those valleys. I've tried to walk up there and gave up after about 2 hours. Came back again.
Rick, maybe not today.
No, maybe not today, that's right. Stick to the water, I say.
It goes straight up, probably a few thousand feet high on the peaks.
Yeah, there's been days during this event where you sort of almost expect to see snow on those peaks.
Oh, yeah. Big, heavy rain clouds. There's been a lot of water back there, and this place was built off, it's a volcanic creation that we have here in Tahiti, and it's pretty awesome to see the history of the land, and it's still really simple out here at Chopu. There's not a whole lot of busyness going on. Everyone's relaxed. It's pretty simple. They live around the ocean and enjoy it, and now it's all focused around this pretty amazing wave.
Yeah, no doubt. The people of Chopu are just so wonderful to us, and we've all really got to say thanks to them for welcoming us to their special little part of the world. At the same time, though, I reckon they really dig it when guys like Kelly and the rest of the crew come here to enjoy this wave and enjoy it in that really clean spirit of surfing, which is unlike any other kind of travelling, really. I think.
Exactly. And guys like Kelly and Matt Wilkinson, no matter how long they've been coming here, they stay with the same family year after year. It becomes their second home, and the family takes you in like a member of their own. And anytime you come to Tahiti, they'll do anything for you. They feed you all day. They make sure that you have everything you need, and they'll even cheer you on if you have a big heat coming up. We've got 25 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Josh Kerr, 6.17, has the lead over Jeremy Flores, who's been the major standout at this event. Paddling, we do have live action. Josh Kerr pulling into the tube.
A subtle little bit of wave choice here from Kerr. He hung on to priority there while Jeremy was getting towed back out to the channel after his earlier wipeout. But Kersey couldn't clamber his way through that. I thought, wow, he's going to get a little bit of a lead up now, but he didn't quite manage it.
So he'll paddle back out and see what he'll get for his second score. Let's take a look at the replay from the tower.
Seems a simple ride, this one. It's really hard to tell what tied him up. I think he might have just tried to hang back a little bit too deep, and then that little shockwave from the lip came up and got him. We'll see it better from this angle, Joe.
This is our tube cam. You see him get that tube stance. He's got his left hand in the wall trying to judge his timing and his speed. Right there, we lose him, Nick, and it might have just been that little foam ball. Even when it's a little smaller, the subtleties of that foam ball can just ditch your fins out and you end up going down. So Josh Kerr not making that one, and he'll hand over priority to Jeremy Flores, who's been on a dream run. But focusing on Josh Kerr, we talked about how he has never made it past a quarterfinal in his history on the World Tour. He's made a couple recently this year. He was just in a quarterfinal at Jeffreys Bay where he had some incredible aerial maneuvers. He did his crazy flip in that one. He had that underwater grab rail reverse that he became famous for. Here we go. We've got live action. Jeremy Flores.
Oh, into a nice little bowly one here. Jeremy holds himself. The line's really nice. If he can get through this, he does. That is a really good scoring ride. I think it's probably going to top Kersey's opening ride.
I'm with you there. Jeremy Flores, a beautiful read on his backhand, and he was very selective, got in the right spot. Here's the replay from the tower.
You can see how this one bowls around and hollows out at the start, and it lets Jeremy set a line. This is the technical tube riding we've been talking about this morning. Just getting a little bit of speed out of that first section allows him to penetrate whatever whitewater comes up at him in the tube in the second section. It comes out Really nice score here.
Replay from the tube cam as he has just got that form down perfectly. That's exactly how you dream of riding the tube backhand. Jeremy Flores, he's able to deal with a little bit of a chandelier in his face on the way out, and he's out of there. Let's take another view deep looking into the tube.
We can see this one. Look how hollow it is there, and you can see him now just like release a little bit and set the line for this second section. And as we know, he came through that real clean. Real easy stuff from Jeremy. He's not claiming that wave. He knows what a 10 looks like. Kersey outside goes a slightly weirder way, but it bowls hard on the inside. Can he draw his line up high? Can't do it. So Kersey just getting nudged down a little bit here.
So let's look at a replay of what happened to Josh Kerr here. You see him take off and set this thing up. Wasn't able to get tubed off the takeoff, and now he's trying to pull in right here. Grabs his rail, pulls up and under, but unable to come out. You almost would have seen Josh Kerr coming out of that tube normally, but his last couple of attempts, Nick, he's been going down.
Yeah, I think actually he's been trying to ride up a little too high in those sections and maybe catching a rail slightly and just getting pitched. That seems to be what's happened in the last couple of waves. And he's been charging all event. Maybe he's feeling like he wants to charge now, but it's not a day for charging. It's a day for subtle corrections of line, And that's probably the big difference after you come off this, a huge swell, big pits from yesterday. And we talked about the judges having a hard time setting the scale in the first heat, but also for the competition, that first heat of the day, they're trying to figure out what's going to score today. They're trying to figure out how they're going to get the big scores as this day transition. Yeah, well, the surfers are too. You can see Wilco there in the channel with Ace. There's a pair for you. Two classic goofy foots. The goofies want this contest. They probably feel like they deserve it. There's a bit of like, well, come on, it's our time. It's our contest. We've got to win this. Wilco's got a shot at it, but he's going to have to figure out what's going to score for him. It's going to be probably slightly different to what's working for the backside surfers out here.
Oh, good call there. Especially, I think, being with Ace, Wilco really looks up to Ace Buchan, and he admires how he surfs, how he takes on heats, his whole act. I even heard rumors that Wilco might have had a tattoo dedicated to Ace.
Isn't that touching? Hey? What a lovely relationship.
We'll catch up with Wilco later and get him to tell that story. Pretty funny one. Make sure you're tuning into Out to Brunch, Wilco's blog that he's going to be releasing soon, and follow his adventures around the world. Huge matchup with Kelly Slater coming up next. 20 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Judges taking their time with that score from Jeremy Flores. They're comparing it to the first ride from Josh Kerr. There we go, Josh Kerr on your screen, paddling over. Oh, that looked like a beauty right there, Nick.
Wow, what a wicked little wave. Crept under both their guards there, just swung a little bit wide. That's another thing we're going to see today, Joe, I think, is like waves are going to be broken up across the lineup. Some waves are going to hit up high, but they won't have much of a west bowl. The west bowl ones aren't going to have much of a wall from back in there. That's a really significant difference today compared to yesterday when waves are peeling from right up the top all the way through.
So you're adjusting even where you're sitting for position. Josh Kerr floating just underneath Jeremy Flores. Jeremy's score is now in at a 7.0. You see the 8.5 total on your screen. He has taken the lead from Josh Kerr. Josh has that 6.17 he started with, and he needs a 2.34 just to switch it right back. And he's obviously not surfing for a 2.34, Nick.
No, this is not a heat that's done by any means. There's still 20 minutes to go. And, well, Jeremy's got, like, that slender points lead right now. In real terms, he's just got the better top wave, a 7 compared to a 6.17. Almost level pegging, but not quite right now, especially as I think Jeremy might have priority right now.
He sure does. 19 minutes and 24 seconds to go. Thinking about Kersey's quarterfinals. Well, let's look at this right here. Taking off into the barrel. Late takeoff there for Josh Kerr, and he ends up going down. He's been loving those smaller boards. Even out of 5.9 the other day, and he's working with the computer shapes, and he'll put like a 7.0 bottom or 7.0 tail on a shorter board and try to make just something he can maneuver in the tube a little bit. Let's take a look at the replay, see what happened here.
Yeah, well, he was goner from the start on this one. You know what? Kersey is not keeping it simple in this heat. He's behind right now, just a tiny little bit, but he is behind. And he's just going waves that aren't going to amount to anything. That's not a simple competitive strategy. That's someone who's feeling a need to get going and maybe is even a little tiny bit rattled.
A little antsy probably to make that semifinal stage, because there's a lot of nerves going into the final day of competition here after a pretty historic week that we've had so far. It's going to be a classic one to try to win. 18 minutes, 24 seconds. Josh Kerr only needs a 2.34, so this one is far from over. But I think his first quarterfinal appearance is one we'll never forget, when he came onto the Gold Coast and he did that crazy underwater reverse against Mick Fanning and then didn't get the score.
Yeah, well, you can see now Kersey is the kind of guy, he's a little bit more grown up than that guy back then. He's still a cocky little devil, but he's starting to string heats together now.
And now he's looking to try to answer back in this heat. 8.5 to 7.94 in the very first heat of the morning. And Josh Kerr is not going to be laying down anytime soon. Jeremy Flores, he's been our favorite for possibly getting that Andy Irons Heaviest Wave Award. And we want to hear your opinions on that, too. You think Jeremy Flores has been the hardest charger? I mean, I do. Don't you, Nick?
I totally do, man.
Much more to come in quarter one. We are going to take a short break. We'll be right back after this.
When you're surfing with mates and there's some barrels, I get more excited than anyone. Looking into a barrel, like when one of your mates eats shit, it's just the best thing. Oh! Are you kidding me? It's almost more fun looking into it than being in there, because you're just like going, yeah, and then if they eat it, you're just like, yes. This is one of my favourite things. I love it. I surf because there's nothing better than getting crazy barrels with your mates.
I surf because there's always one wave in a session that makes a session, you know.
Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We're in quarterfinal number one, the first heat of the final day. Jeremy Flores is leading over Josh Kerr, had a 7 over Josh Kerr's best wave, a 6.17, very evenly matched quarterfinal. Two of the major standouts through the last week and a half or so here, arriving on day 10 of the waiting period, August 29th. We still had a couple of days left to choose from, but with this swell gradually dying out, Nick, it was an easy call to run today.
I'm not kidding. It's a go. All the surfers are feeling it. Everybody's feeling it. The vibe has quietened a little bit here today in terms of the surf. The intensity of that is gone, but the intensity of competition has just lifted today.
As we see Matt Wilkinson, he's going to be ready to compete. He is going to come up against Kelly Slater, as you see Ace Buchan right next to him, Tiago Perez, and 89 world champion Martin Potter.
Did you see Potts give him like the death stare then? He just turned around and looked at him.
Giving him that glare as a pretty classic. 15 minutes and 20 seconds to go. We've been loving our phantom footage throughout this event, and we've been getting a lot of people asking for more. We have a great phantom clip of Josh Kerr from earlier on in this event. Check this thing out. Watch him drop into this thing. Super slow motion. You can see every little detail of this bomb.
Well, it's almost like the phantom camera thing. The 1,000 frames a second thing is almost too detailed, because I can imagine Kersey watching this and going, is that what I did? Is that what I did? And he won't even be able to remember it because it's so finely detailed. Look at the nose of his board, showing the trim line there. The board's rocker basically keeping him in the face of the wave and keeping that line steady. The curve of the board matching the curve of the wave, and Kersey just staying a little bit above the shock wave from the lip there, just cruising out. And he knows that's a bit of a classic, and all the surfers know that it is important when you come out of a sick barrel here at Chalpu in competition is to just do a little bit of a casual claim, you know. And he does that there. He just sort of blows off a little bit of the spit and just says, see, I've got what it takes.
I think a lot of these guys save their claims for an event like this. Josh Kerr on your screen, 2011 rating number 12, 13,900 points. He's got his career earnings up to 300,000, 350, 50 heat surfed. He's won 20 of them. making for a 40% winning percentage coming into this event number 5 on the ASP World Tour. Josh Kerr, when you look at him on the One World rankings, he's not worried about any sort of, he's 28th on the One World rankings. I guess at that he's safe-ish, but we haven't added in what's happened here. So he's definitely going to be safe with this result coming in Tahiti. Still in the making, a quarterfinal here. You're adding 5,200 points on that One World rankings. And when you take a look at Josh Kerr sitting 28th, that's matching his best result. Those quarters from J-Bay and Rio de Janeiro, he's still counting as his top 2. Paddling live action, here goes Jeremy Flores.
I wonder if I thought Kersey might have sold him that one, but he went, and that was a short, clean little barrel, that one. He got a bit of spray in the eye there in the barrel. I don't think he liked that too much, but I wonder if Kersey sold him that way a little bit. It wasn't a long barrel. It'll be a backup right for sure, but you can see he just tucks up high, maybe a second or so in the tube, and he's getting sprayed by his own arm spray in the face, not enjoying that one little bit. And you see Kersey just sort of going, well, if you don't want it, mate, I'll go it. And Jeremy just goes, I've got priority, I've got to do it to him.
Yeah.
And he goes, taking a look at the tube cam. He got a little vision there, but you see on the way out, got a little sprayed in the face, and he kicks out. That's not going to be close to his 7.0 that he's already had in this event, or in this heat. He's looking to get rid of a 1.5 there, though. Here's his bio on your screen, 2011 rating, number 11, 10,500 points. Our surfer from France has some money, 534,000 career earnings in competition. Total heat surfed 128. 67 of those were wins, making for a 52% winning percentage for Jeremy Flores. When you go to him on the One World rankings, he's actually number 4, higher than the world title race, because he's still counting 10,000 points for the Billabong Pro Pipe Master win. Exactly, and he's going to be further up the World Championship ratings after this event too. Here we go. Kersey will cashing in on his cell there. Cashing in on his cell to Jeremy Flores with a really nice wave. That one looked like a thick one.
Nice execution for Josh Kerr as he kicks out. Another little bump behind him. Let's see if Josh Kerr is really playing this heat well, trying to coax Jeremy into some waves. Taking a view of the replay from the tower.
Well, look at this one. It wickedly bowled around on the outside, and he got covered and just comes through real clean and high that time. A nicely judged line there from Josh Kerr. That's going to be a good score, I suspect, especially in the context of this heat. Look at that, really nicely pulled line there. He goes up high, but it's hollow enough to handle that one.
It's so amazing to watch them drop straight into the tube. They're sliding straight into the pit because they know they don't have time to go straight and bottom turn around. He's maximizing his tube time. He's able to slide out, just goes drop straight to the bottom, and then get his rail back in the wave when he needs to come out. Scores coming for Jeremy and Josh Kerr now as they have a bit of a seesaw battle going on in this first quarterfinal. Jeremy Flores, when you look at him, I mean, he's been in the semis before out here. He made the semifinals last year, and that was his best result. He just lost to CJ Hobgood. 10.5 to go. It looks like we could have a couple of waves coming out the back. Jeremy does have priority. They still don't know what they need or who's winning because the judges are taking their time with this first heat to put in the scores. He's holding that pole position as we look out the back to see if there is a little bump coming through. We always talk about this deep water that's just off the reef, and so a lot of times you don't really have more than, about 20 seconds before you know waves coming, maybe less?
Maybe even less. I mean, sometimes you'll see bumps coming and you'll think it's coming towards you, but it's actually drifting out into the channel. Other times, waves just seem to pop out of nowhere onto the reef, and you've only got a few seconds to respond to them. Well, Joe, I do not envy the judges today. They're going to be spending a lot of time pondering every ride because, you saw with that exchange, it was just fractions of differences there, really, just small differences. And that's just going to go on all day today, just minor choices, and we'll just see who came out on top out of that exchange. Jeremy getting a 4.83. That seems pretty fair for what he did, I think, Joe. That was a pretty good call there from the judging panel. Josh Kerr, they're having a little bit more of a think about his ride.
Yeah, but the 4.83, it does increase Jeremy Flores' lead. If Josh Kerr can get a 5.67, he'll get it back. It comes in at a 5.77, so they do give it to Josh Kerr. Look at that total. It can't get any closer than that. First heat of the morning, and they're just splitting hairs up there. So close at the moment, and Jeremy Flores needs a 4.94 to get it right back. So they're just going tube for tube, trying to figure out what works on this final day. The swell has obviously been decreasing. There's still some fun waves out there, but Josh and Jeremy are on the line now, trying to ensure their way into the semis. The semis, Josh Kerr's never been there before. Jeremy trying to match his result from last year here at the Billabong Pro. A little bump coming. Jeremy's going to go right over it along with Josh. They're being selective out there, Nick.
Yeah, they're waiting for the big swinger now. And this heat is literally sitting on a knife edge. Jeremy has a very slight advantage at the moment. He's coming second, but he has that 7-point ride, higher than anything Josh Kerr's got so far. Look at these guys in the channel. They're pondering this. They're thinking about what's going to happen next.
Oh, definitely. There's Martin Potter hanging out there and with a couple of the best guys that were ripping throughout this event. Ace Buck, and geez, he had a gem in the early rounds, and a 9.93 near perfect ride there. Now with 7 minutes and 50 seconds, Josh would love that to happen for him. He's in the lead, but not by much. We did get a chance to catch up to Josh Kerr, and here he talks about the culture here in Chopu.
Yeah, the culture and the people here are awesome. It's beautiful. We're all taken in by families right here in people's houses. There's no hotels anywhere nearby, anything like that. We're all just shacking up in people's homes, getting looked after, fed by the families, and yeah, it's so uncommercialised here still, There's nothing going on. It's very chill. It's just so very raw here still. It's just a way of life. Everyone's still hunters, and they're, finding their own food and everything like that. It's just still so raw. They've got their own chickens. The roosters going off every morning. But it's just so raw, and it's just so good to see just how it's all everyone living off the ocean and the land right here.
Josh Kerr talking about how comfortable it is to hang out on this amazing island, and it's so different from any of the other events. There's no big city. You're just on this little stretch of land, and all the people are so friendly. They really have this real cool slow pace about their lifestyle, and Josh Kerr is fitting right in and taking it in. If you guys want to get here, we invite you to come on, check it out. Take a flight on Air Tahiti Nui, the international flag carrier of Tahiti and her islands, and linking 4 continents to the South Pacific. Josh, loving it. The families here, I think it's such a big story because they take care of you like they're your own, and Josh Kerr is feeling that love. We've got Brett Simpson, looks like, paddling on your screen. He's got that matchup coming up a little bit later today with Travis Logie. How does your read on that one, Nick?
Oh, man, well, there's a contrast for you. Brett Simpson just seemed at this event to have discovered his inner Chopu grommet. Just suddenly realised that it is kind of Huntington, just in the tropics and really thick and barrely. And he's just gone mental, just charged through yesterday brilliantly. Travis Logie, on the other hand, has just put in a fighter's round here. He's just been battling every heat. He's had to come from behind and really find something special. Out here today, it's very, very hard to pick that one. Meantime, out there right now, Kersey might be comfortable and all around this very chill area, but right now, this is a difficult comfort zone, this one.
Oh, it sure is. Not comfortable with a 5.77 and a 6.17. You look over the heat draw from yesterday, and every heat's littered with 8s and 9s, and obviously the 10s that we reviewed earlier this morning in the morning show. So now a little bit of a change up. These guys are going to have to adapt and figure out what's going to be scoring on this final day so they can end up on top. Josh Kerr in the lead and trying to do what he hasn't done before, making this semifinal series. He has priority out there right now, Nick, I believe.
I'm not sure about that. I think Jeremy might have priority right now. It's a very, very tough one, this one. Josh, to seal this victory, has to basically stop Jeremy from catching another ride. But he's got to do it from a position of, he's kind of the beta surfer out there right now. He's got to wait and try to swivel Jeremy and make him catch a bad wave, or just sit out there and hope to goodness that nothing will happen.
Oh, exactly. There we go. There's the priority disc you see from the tower in favor of Jeremy Flores. So Jeremy does have priority out there. There's a guy up there switching it back and forth, awarding priority. So Jeremy and Josh look over their shoulder to see who's got it. Right now, Jeremy does have the pick of the very next wave that comes through. And oftentimes when you see this situation, the guy without priority usually sits a little bit deeper, Nick.
Yeah, because he wants to tempt the other guy out of position, and that's exactly what Kersey's been up to just the last couple of minutes. He's nudged Jeremy a little wide, but Jeremy's spotted this, and he's gone scampering across, and he's going to go this little bowl, pulls up. Can he pull through this? This could be the heat right here, and he can't do it. That is a big moment there in this heat.
Wow, Jeremy Flores using his priority to go, and now he's going to scramble out the back with just 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. He still needs a 4.94. Let's go to the replay and see what happened.
Well, this isn't even a 3. He's just gone down pretty quickly there. The wave just swinging and softly peeling across. Looks like your typical beach break, not the gnarly chopper we've come to know and secretly fear. And now Kersey has his chance. Okay, he's got priority. He's got 3 and a bit minutes remaining. If a good wave comes, he can get it and up his backup score of 5.77, or he can just choose to block. You know, that's the sort of situation that this guy here on screen finds himself in all the time, with priority in the last 3 to 4 minutes. And, you know, I'm sure if we had a stat read on that, you'd find that the guy with priority at the start of that last 5 minutes invariably wins the heat.
Wow, so a huge opportunity here for Josh Kerr as he is going to attempt to control the outcome of this heat. He has the lead. He has the choice in the sets. And Jeremy Flores just needing a 4.94, which you look at the numbers he's putting up in this event, it's a pretty scary one because he doesn't need much. But now he's kind of relying on the ocean. He needs a set to come to deliver a couple of waves to tempt Josh Kerr to go, to make Josh Kerr use that priority on something. He's probably going to have to hope Josh Kerr makes a mistake here. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, getting that much closer to Kelly Slater and Matt Wilkinson, who are on deck. We'll have our first semifinalists in just a moment, but this one is a stressor. They're sitting out there, and there's not a lot coming on the horizon.
I ain't talking either. Look at the way Kersey has nudged himself over and away from Jeremy. He's just moved a little bit down the line from Jeremy, and that sort of ensures pretty much that Jeremy can't catch a wave. If Jeremy goes a wave and Kersey judges it to be worthwhile, Kersey can get him on interference right now, and Jeremy knows that, and they're just nudging each other around the lineup a little bit from a distance, and sure as hell they're not saying to each other, "Oh, hi, mate, how you going?" No. Yeah, how's everything going? You worried about this heat?
Not at all. Yeah, we did have an example of that, Nick, what you're talking about, Freddie P. and Mick Fanning during that heat where Freddie P. sat a little wide, Mick got barreled, would have gotten the score, and Freddie, using that priority well, ended up taking off. He had to, took off. Mick ended up getting the interference, which ended up with Freddie making that heat. Here we go. Jeremy is looking. He doesn't have a whole lot of time, so he might even have to go on a smaller one than he'd actually like. 1 minute, 15 seconds. He does not have priority, and Josh Kerr sitting a little bit wide, looking a little bit better for Josh Kerr now at this stage in the game, Nick.
Well, he's just not being rattled. I said Kersey was pretty cocky, and I bet he's needing every little ounce of his cockiness at this very moment just to keep his lid on it and just not lose the plot and go a wave that doesn't matter. And also just to let Jeremy know, look, I'm not giving up. I'm made of stone, buddy.
Oh, yeah, 45 seconds. Jeremy Flores is trying to keep his dream run alive, like we've been saying, the major standout of this event, and now at the point where he could be eliminated. Josh is going to let him go. This is live action. He needs a 4.94 down to the bottom. He's going to jam it into the tube. Great approach there, but he can't slow down. Look at that slide. He gets a little bit in the face, and then it clamps on him now with 22 seconds to go. And impressive showing, having him right out of that thing. But where was the scoring potential there, Nick?
Dude, that was not a 4.94. It's the gate is now shut. This heat is pretty much over. Jeremy's on the bare reef. He knows it. He's feeling the end of this heat, and he's feeling it hard because he's had a great event. But them's the breaks. Jeremy Flores just exits the event right there.
Josh Kerr did an amazing job to figure out what was going to work in the first heat of the morning. 6.17 and a 5.77 as the clock winds down. That last score will come in, but it is looking like we're going to see Josh Kerr into the semifinals. We see a little drainer come by. This is Josh Kerr early in the heat, setting his line and getting that 6.17. Jeremy Flores had the best wave of the heat, a 7.0 here as he was trimming this one amazingly, putting himself deep in the pocket and getting out of this one. It was just back and forth throughout, and then it came down to Josh Kerr getting a 5.77. He's able to drive through that tube, slide perfectly in the pocket. He held priority at the end, and he is our first semifinalist. Jeremy trying to answer back a couple times. He got clamped on that one. He had to go on this one, and look at him just try to pull off some heroics here, just getting right in the pocket, sliding it out. No room in the tube for Jeremy as he is eliminated. Josh Kerr into the semis. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
He just had this aggression, like he was just going to destroy the waves. So in Tahiti, when the waves are big, and he was a big enough, powerful enough guy to just go out there and manhandle those waves. And there's not many guys that can do that. There might be a handful. And he was on the top of the list of guys that could go out to Tahiti on any day and just destroy the waves.
We can sleep on the streets, the kids are coming.
Urana, welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We're already into quarterfinal number 2 with 10-time world champ Kelly Slater surfing against Matt Wilkinson from Australia. Nick Carroll stepping out of the booth and inviting in Luke Egan. Good morning, Luke.
Good morning, Joe. Interesting first heat there. One of the informed guys, well, 2 of the informed guys, unfortunately, meeting in the quarterfinals. Could have easily been the final later on today.
Oh, a huge one there. Exactly what we were thinking when we saw that matchup on paper, meeting so early in that quarterfinal heat. And you can see how well Jeremy was surfing. He looked sharp, but just the ocean kind of let him down towards the end.
Yeah, and just in this heat in the water, I thought I saw Kelly Slater with half a board then.
And it looks like this is what just happened. Matt Wilkinson, as we look at the replay, pulling into this one and getting stuck, and he ends up going down. That was the opening exchange, as you do see Kelly Slater's board in half, so he did have a quick ride out there, Luke.
Yeah, I thought I saw Kelly swimming then. I saw his swimming style then. I was like, oh, he only had half a board, and that is the confirmation. A beautiful new Al Merrick sitting there missing its tail end, and that's not a good start for the 10-time world champion, but if anyone can regain their composure, it is Kelly Slater. Very difficult conditions out there for these guys. Even though it's perfect from home, you'll go, yeah, sure. Difficult conditions. Look at it, it's pumping. But these guys are so used to such open, bigger waves throughout the event. They really need to change their tactics up. Nick Carroll had some very good points in that first heat. Just slight changes need to be done. But Kelly Slater's the master of changing his approach, and I think you'll see Kelly come out of what's going to be the difference in Kelly's approach today is he'll get the barrel, but he's going to slow down for that for that last little, say, 6 foot of the barrel, and he's going to be in there longer. And I thought Josh and Jeremy were going to make that change really well in that first heat, and they didn't. So that's going to be the difference today, just subtle changes, as Nick mentioned. But Kelly's the master of it, and Andy was the master of it. You could see himself coming out, he'd park the backside again, and he'd get tubed through that last fluffy part of the wave and add a lot of points, and that's going to be the difference today to win the contest.
A big part of how Andy won last year in 2010. We do have the Andy Irons Award, and even though Jeremy's out, he's probably still the heaviest charger. He could be still getting that honor. Here goes Kelly Slater deep up the point. He's taking a real deep stance out there.
Yeah, he's looking for these long ones. See how long that wave went? It went so he could be deep in the barrel. That wave just a foot bigger would have been an amazing wave for Kelly, and he decides not to go, which was probably a wise move. In the beginning, it was really fluffy and a bit weird, but 31, just under 32 minutes remaining in this quarterfinal number 2. There's plenty of time for both guys.
And at the moment, we are going to catch up with Josh Kerr, making the semifinals for the first time in his career. He is with GT right now.
A first-time semifinalist? Is this true?
Yeah, this is true. I'm stoked. No more 5s. I'm sick of the 5s. I want more.
Okay, Josh, tell us about the conditions out there. This morning in the free surf, there seemed to be a lot of waves, but it was a little slow for you guys.
Yeah, it was. And you know what? The best set came in. I went the first wave of the set, and there was like 3 behind it that were really good. And I was trying to be smart and get a good one before he got back out from being on the inside, and I could have done both if I just waited one more wave. But I did a lot of mistakes that heat and just didn't surf the heat as smart as I should have. So hopefully I snuck past that one. Hopefully I can just keep that ball rolling and try and surf smarter in the next couple.
Yeah, maybe that second wave you caught when you did have priority might not have been the best choice there. You regrouped, though. Let's talk about the end of that heat when he had priority it was kind of nervous time.
Yeah, totally. He had the priority, and he kind of went on. I saw he hesitated for a second and then just went, and I go, oh, I think he was a bit too far under it, So I got really fortunate. He made the mistakes as well, the same that I did. So, yeah, first heat in the morning, I guess we'll still in the changing rooms, as they say in tennis.
Little cobwebs, little Tahitian cobwebs. Okay, well, taking down Jeremy Flores, he had that perfect 20 yesterday. What were your thoughts leading up to that matchup? You've been super informed, all the free serves. You've been on a roll as well. Tell us about that matchup just coming into it.
Yeah, he dominated yesterday. He had a couple good hits. I beat him in the 3-manner, but he still had some really good waves in that one too. And then watching the heat he surfed and got that perfect 20, that was amazing. And I was just hoping he peaked too early.
Well, maybe he did, because you're still standing. Okay, so congratulations on that heat win. Let's do a say what question. Okay, Robbie Adams from Orange, California. Now, we know you're a married man, okay, but would you rather make out with a fairy or a mermaid?
Oh, a mermaid, of course. I basically live in the ocean, so goodness, I don't know. They're hot. Yeah, but I don't know, because you can't do much more than feel their tits, because I don't know what's underneath.
Well, there you go. Anyways, Robbie, you won yourself a pair of on zipper sunglasses. Josh Kerr, semifinals.
Yeah, mate. Cheers.
All right, boys. Wow, exciting stuff going on. Kelly snapped aboard. Catch us up.
Thank you very much, CT, and good to hear from Josh Kerr. You can see how happy he is to be in the semifinal. 6.17 and a 5.77 as the scale changes on this final day. Jeremy Flores had the best wave of the heat, but was unable to answer back. He didn't have priority in the last few minutes, but he didn't really have too much come through the lineup, and he ended up getting eliminated here. Let's take a look at a replay here of what just happened with Kelly Slater.
Yeah, Kelly coming around this one. It's a little bit fluffy, and he falls off again. Uncharacteristic there for Kelly. Just picking up a pretty average wave there, and he is on the inside as we see our water patrol that have just been doing a flawless job time and time again. Gets Kelly on the sled there, pulls him around. They get him just over the dry reef and then get re-established. You'll see the second guy drop off, and the second impact driver will come pick him up. Kelly gets on so he can go around as fast as we possibly can across that reef on the Billabong jet ski. And that reef it's really low tide this morning, so Kelly's eyes would just be looking at reef going past like the road, and just hoping that Terry Dominic has got his eyes on this morning.
Yeah.
I tell you, it's a scary route around. It's pretty hefty, but there we go. Kelly's back out the back. He needs to regain his composure, as he's had a couple of quick in and outs.
Oh, he sure has. It's interesting when you watch Kelly Slater go down, because it never seems like he's ever taken off on the wrong wave. He doesn't ever seem like he takes big spills out here. He took a couple yesterday too, as he's looking to set up his game plan. He's got so much experience out here, but pretty rare for him to break a board so quickly and then to take off on one that ends up hitting him on the head.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate for him, but he can bounce back. And, if lucky for Kelly Slater, Matt Wilkinson's only got a 1.77 on his scoreline. There's still 27 minutes remaining. There's plenty of time for these guys. But yet to see a guy change his technique this morning, Joe, and really kind of get the right positioning on the wave and come out of the barrel correctly, as no one's really taken charge of that this morning. And I tell you what, the person that gets this sorted will be there in the final later today.
So, Luke, as a coach, what would you be telling Joel Parkinson right now? If he was into this final day, what would be the couple of sentences that you'd be putting in his head?
Be patient. He's not a very patient man, so that's one word I usually throw into the repertoire when I'm talking to Joel when he gets out in the water. But the other thing is just pick your line in the barrel and really focus on trying to travel at the same speed of the wave just behind the curtain. There's a lot of adjustments that we don't see here from the commentary booth, or people don't even see from the tower, that can change your technique in the barrel to stay at the speed of the wave and be out of the view of the judges for as long as possible. The waves are smaller today, so they're a lot different than yesterday. Dragging the body, dragging the arm for the goofy footer is definitely coming into play, and I haven't seen a guy being able to make that transition from the tubes, from the technique they needed yesterday for what they need today. And Kelly Slater usually does it pretty quick, But, let's see. We've got time.
25 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We do have a pretty amazing clip of Kelly Slater captured with the Phantom camera, and here it is in super slow motion. Look at Kelly. You can barely see him right there as he's coming out of this thing. Look at that perfect backside tube style.
See him put his backside back in the wave because he realised he was coming out, and puts that left knee down again and gets the backside in the wave because he sees it so open. He wants to stay in there as long as he can, away from the judges, and that's a perfect backhand tube ride technique to stay in there as long as possible. And that is a perfect wave to show right now of the early rounds, because that's what I'm thinking Kelly is trying to do. Just as he's coming out of the hole, he wants to put that body in and just stay in for that last section as long as he possibly can. And he liked that one as he splashes the water up. He's famous for these little forward splashes, and he'll do that when he's getting a little bit nervous out the back. He'll splash water all the time. It must be a rhythm when he's thinking. It's pretty different. If you notice that going on, it's pretty cool. Here we go. Kelly needs to get a good wave up and going, and he's running down the line, that board looking really fast, trying to put the body in the wave. He's deep in the tube. If he comes out of this one, he's looking pretty good. And there we go. That's what he's been looking for. And the forefin looks really, really slippery in the barrel. Maybe he's going a little bit fast at times. Maybe it's his backup board. He's just not used to it, and it might take the day to do it. But dragging the body, making sure he's deep in the barrel, see the backside come out of the wave there, and then he'll put it back in if he thinks he's coming out. But that one he just had to deal with the spit, and he turns around, and thanks Chopu for letting him out of that one.
And I love the little judo kick out here. Watch him set it up from the tower angle. The judge is looking down on Kelly. You see him get that big pump, got that high line, and then now he's just going to set up, parks it right here. This is where he starts stalling like Luke's been breaking down for. He's slowing down. He's able to get really, really deep right there, and then just gets rocketed out, blown out by the spit, does the look back, and now he's going to kick out. Here comes this little judo kick right there. Loving it. He's had a couple classic claims, but the best tube of the morning by far from Kelly Slater.
Yeah, definitely managing to hold on that foam ball then, and talking to probably Belly at the moment on the way back through, going, gee, I'm glad that one, it's actually Potts. I'm glad that one didn't get hold of me again. He don't think he wanted to go around, but he's had 2 wipeouts already, and if he had gone around for a third one at the beginning of the day there, it would have taken a lot of energy out of Kelly, even though he's extremely fit. Those wipeouts, they take him out of you, and if you take too many, no matter how fit you are, it does challenge you for the rest of the day.
We have seen Matt Wilkinson kind of take some big falls, and he's had to regroup to get a big barrel to make his heats to get to this point in the quarterfinals. He's still sitting out the back, and he's just finding out what Kelly did in 8.5. Look at this thing, a solid one dropping down to the bottom. Kelly, no hands in the tube, doesn't even look at his rail, and gets blown out into the channel, switches his stance, and he is taking over, Luke. He already has an 8.5, and there's a bomb out the back.
Yeah, and that one not in the right spot for Matt Wilco's positioning in the lineup, and it wasn't a long barrel, beautiful looking wave though. Kelly Slater starting to get his act together in the tube. Look at that drop, perfect. Realised how hollow this thing is. He had to drive forward, and he just focused on staying high, away from the foam ball there. Just no hands. To me, that's as technical as it can get for a barrel, is no hands, and that's probably the most technical flick out too, switching feet.
Right there, that's our live camera in the water, that live link, bringing it to you live for the first time. As we look at the replay from the tube cam here, he gets completely shacked, blown out. He doesn't think about grabbing his rail, and he is loving it. Little subtle nose blow claim, switches his stance. Kelly is starting to have a lot of fun. Let's take a look from the tower, Luke.
Yeah, really good, just perfect timing. Realised that he's just got to get out of this one and get a second wave up. 8.5 coming through for his third scoring wave. That was his fourth scoring wave, so we'll see what he gets. So Kelly Slater off and running.
Not looking too good for Matt Wilkinson. It looked like there's a couple of waves behind that as well, but I guess Wilco not in position. He hasn't budged out the back. We've got Travis Logie and Brett Simpson coming up next. Travis, the big story for him, flying from France as he got the call up. Brett Simpson, he's telling himself he's been stepping his own game up here at Chopu, and that's going to be a really fun heat to watch, Luke.
Yeah, I'm calling that heat the dark horse heat of the round, because neither of these guys are really experienced out here at Chopes, and both of them make the quarterfinals, and definitely one of them making the semi-finals. So it's going to be a career best out of here at Chopes for either competitors in the next heat.
20.5 to go. Let's take a look at the replay from last wave from Matt Wilkinson. Deep on this one, Luke, and looks like he is getting blown out with the spit. We saw him there for a second, but there was so much turbulence, he ends up getting blown down. So he did get an attempt on that last exchange, but ended up incomplete. Started with a 1.77, and now he's going to get another score, maybe in the 2-3 range for that attempt there. But more scores to come for Kelly Slater. The panel taking a look at the replays. He had the 8.5 to start, and then he just dropped into one, didn't touch his rail, showing a lot of commitment. It's pretty risky when you don't have that safe grab on your rail, Luke.
Definitely with a wave that spits as hard as Kelly's did. And I'm liking the scores that are getting dropped right now for Kelly's 4th scoring wave. I'm really happy that the judges are taking the technique of not holding the rail into their scoreline. I really think it's a much more difficult way to ride the wave than drag your backside, and the judges are seeing it as well. So really, really good scores coming through. It's around the 9-point range for Kelly Slater. He's really going to extend his lead on Matt Wilco. So Kelly's starting to fire up.
It does come in at a 9.0, 8.5 before that, a 17.5 total for Kelly Slater. This is how the panel saw it. There was a 9.5 that got dropped and the low score of an 8.8. They average out 3 9s, so a pretty evenly matched score there from the panel. 3 guys in agreement that it was a 9.0. Let's check out the replay once again. Had a beautiful pump. He knew he didn't need to touch his rail, and does that casual look back into the channel. You know, guys save their claims for a wave like Tahiti, because when you get blown out, sometimes it's involuntary, as Kelly just lunges for our water camera right into the channel. Already out the back, you know he has got Matt Wilkinson comboed as we check out the bio from Kelly Slater. 2011 rating, number 3, 16,950 points. But look at the career earnings, $2,504,005 in the pocket just for competition. His heats, 834. He still has that 70% winning percentage coming into this event. We talked about his experience out here at Chopu going back to 2000, where he was actually a wild card in this event. There was a couple of seasons where he took a couple off, and then he came into that event as an event wild card and ended up beating Shane Dorian in the final back in 2000. And it continued on from there. He's had a couple events where he's knocked out early. He had a round 3 exit in 2002 when Shea Lopez got him. But he's obviously that 05 performance, 210s. Here we go. We've got live action. Matt Wilkinson trying to slow down in the pit. Getting a little cover up, but not super deep there, Luke.
No, Matt Wilco needs way more than that kind of strategy. As we see, Kelly Slater having a look at that wave, but I think he saw that Matt Wilco was on his way back. Very smart strategy there. Kelly looking at that wave going, I don't think it's going to better an 8.5 or a 9. I'll stay out here with priorities. We watch the replay of Wilco getting in the tube just barely. He really needed to be a lot deeper than that on that wave to come up against Kelly Slater's 2 great scores. As we see the replay just getting in there. This is the difficult thing against a natural footer, is being able to stall and get deep. You know, the natural footer can use half their body in the face, and you've only got your 2 hands as a goofy footer. So positioning is really crucial as we see Kelly Slater.
Live action pulling into the barrel. Let's go the rail again. Look at that layback in the tube. He's starting to get creative in the barrel now. There's a big carve off the top, a rare maneuver that we haven't really been seeing in this event. 16 minutes, 50 seconds to go as we look at the replay from the channel.
Yeah, just using his rail then, and then the Larry Bertelmann tribute right there and coming out. And he's you know what he's doing now? He's just trying a few things. This looks like a brand new board. He hasn't even had a chance to sticker it up or put grip on it. So this board was probably fresh sitting in the channel and didn't think he'd use it this morning. And I think he's just feeling out this board. He knows he's looking pretty good at the moment, and he's probably going to ride this thing for the rest of the day. So Kelly Slater is so far ahead of everyone else. He's just working on strategy and checking that thing out.
Having a blast right there. That score, just a little bit of fun right there, but not going to go into his top 2. We've got much more to come in quarterfinal number 2. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. The boats are in place in the channel because Kelly Slater is in the lineup with Matt Wilkinson, and it's been all Kelly Slater, exactly what you expect from the 10-time world champion. A 9 and an 8.5, a guy that has been adapting, kind of like you predicted, Luke, how he was going to read this situation here with a slight decrease in the swell today on this final day. He's figuring out what works, and when you look at the waves that he's caught in this wave, there's still some solid ones coming through.
Yeah, there is. It's shades of yesterday for sure, Joe. There's a couple of waves there of Kelly's that looked exactly like yesterday, and unfortunately for Matt Wilco, he hasn't been able to be in position for them. And, you know, one of the big changes too today is equipment. Everyone has to probably go to step down a size, and the people that know that size the best are going to be able to adapt to these changes. As we see heaps of people, it's 8:15 local time and the channel's almost packed, not much parking left if you want to get out there. And I call it it's probably the best floating grandstand in the world for any sport to get so close to the action. It's amazing. You know, these guys yesterday come flying out of the barrel. I actually saw I saw one guy, I think it was Owen Wright, come flying out of the barrel, and there was just a punter on a ski, and he put his hand out and got semi-high five. So it was like they went to do it, and they kind of missed, but that was pretty cool. But
what a cool experience. With some of your favorite surfers getting 10s in front of you and get spit through you through the channel, and they even sometimes have to weave through your boat. There's no other feeling that comes close to it when you're checking out the action. You're basically in the pit with these guys. You get to watch what they're doing. They're coming in on their boats. You see them arrive into this amazing amphitheater that we have out here in Tahiti. 17.5 total for Kelly Slater, as he's looking like he is going to ensure himself into semifinal number 1. There's still 12 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Knowing what Matt Wilkinson has done so far to earn this spot in the quarters, how can you see Matt Wilkinson turning this thing around?
He's just got to make sure he's positioned in the right place for the biggest sets in the second half of this heat. He's just got to pretend he's only got 17 minutes to, or he's got 12 and a half minutes remaining to. He's got to pretend the heat starts now. He's only got a 2.17 and a 4. Kelly's got an 8.5 and a 9. He just needs to reposition himself and make sure he's in the right spot. Interested where he's sitting. I'd actually be sitting a little bit further out if I was Wilco at the moment, because he does need one of the biggest sets if he's going to take out Kelly Slater this morning in quarter number 2.
Do you think he missed an opportunity? We saw a couple of sets come through earlier that were pretty solid, but was he just out of position, or did he maybe not want a part of them?
Well, no, Matt Wilco will take part of anything. But, I think that a little bit out of position, maybe sitting a little too far in. I think I'd be sitting a little bit further out and just go, hey, I need 2 big waves, and I'm going to sit here. If they come, I'm going to be stoked because I'm going to ride them and come out of the barrel. If they don't, I tried, and I'm happy with a quarterfinal finish.
11 minutes, 30 seconds to go for Matt Wilkinson to try to get a roll going against Kelly Slater. A pretty tough feat to do, as Kelly's looking solid for semi 2. If he does make it, he would be drawing Josh Kerr in that first semifinal. We have Travis Logie, Brett Simpson to come right after this, and then that last quarterfinal is Owen Wright and Rioni Montero. You see the 2 surfers in the prone position, kind of readjusting their spot. The Tahitian Water Patrol, we've got Vitea David on the head of that ski. He's been a hero this past week. He's the one who pulled out Maya Gabera after taking so many waves on the head during that tow session. It was incredible. He went in there and grabbed her, and a lot of people thinking, Luke, if she took one more on the head, that could have been it for her.
It could have been, to let everyone know at home, Poto wasn't out there doing water patrol either. He was sitting on his tow board waiting to ride a wave, and he saw it all went down, threw Terry Dominic off the ski because he saw it all happening, and raced in there on his own to pick her up and did a solo man pickup. He wasn't even working. He wasn't even doing water patrol for that tow session. He was just out there and saw the danger and went and saved her, which was just, I take my hat off to Poto. Just saw it happening, and I'm pretty sure he's a fireman here on the rescue squad that, in at Tapuna somewhere here in Tahiti near Papeete. So, his water safety has given him a job and feeding the kids. So fantastic to see Poto out here and doing an unreal job and saving lives in 2011 at the Billabong Pro.
Oh, such a hero to everybody out in the lineup, and so glad to have him on the ski, as people were during the tow session. Let's check out a clip from the tow session just a couple of days ago on this historic Swell. Watch this one driving. Look at this thing just pile driving onto the reef. It's just setting up because we have the Phantom Cam on it. This ride started off looking nice and easy, Luke, but further down the line, things went a little bit wrong.
Oh, it did. And just to give you an example, Maya took 4 of these on the head, right on the reef, and then Poto got her before the 5th one. And in between, there was a 5th one, but he managed to drag her out. So imagine taking 4 of them on the head, and for a female, that is just crazy, crazy, crazy. And to be in that position right now, like the young man on that wave, is even crazy. Imagine looking that way at the lip upside down, not even looking at it forward, looking at it upside down. You just think you'd be at the amusement park on a ride or something, and it'll be okay. It'll finish soon. But
then something's going to eat you and clamp you down. That was a horrific wipeout. Probably the worst one I think we saw on that tow session day. That guy went head over heels, cartwheeling, and pretty impressive seeing it from the Phantom Cam in super slow-mo, so we can keep reliving that. That guy right there, they call him Go Gordo from Brazil. He's pretty famous for charging and being reckless. Kersey was telling me the other day, he's like, yeah, I've actually seen him take off on waves at Puerto Escondido that you shouldn't take off on. So I guess he's pretty comfortable with the rinse cycle.
Yeah, he's an expert at it because he's getting rinsed more than any surfer on the planet. That's for sure.
That's it for sure. Look at this next heat coming up. Travis Logie, Brett Simpson, both with a lot on the line. Travis obviously getting that call up, and he's in a position to maybe back himself up and get a little bit closer to that 32 mark. Travis on the One World rankings is sitting 44th. Brett Simpson was sitting 31st, so he was not safe coming into that next event. So Brett doing a great job to back himself up and possibly connect his whole year together all the way to Pipeline. The dark horse heat is to come. Still 7 minutes and 40 seconds to go in the heat on your screen. Kelly Slater took over 9 and an 8.5, and Matt Wilkinson is still comboed. He's had a couple of attempts. He got a 4.0 in his last one, but he didn't get super deep on it, and now he sits out the back with priority, and I'm curious to see how he's going to use it, Luke.
Yeah, he needs to do something soon, Joe. He's got, as you said, running out of time, and he's only got a 2.17 and a 4. So Wilco, not looking too good at the moment. Please, I'd love him to make me eat my words, but I don't think he's going to beat Kelly Slater in this quarterfinal number 2. There's a few bumps on the outside. Wonder if this guy on the kayak's actually spotting for somebody.
Way out
the
set's
back. Coming.
Exactly. You can probably see him get picked up.
Yeah, he might be on the payroll, Joe, or someone, I reckon.
We're going to have to do some investigation to see who he's working for. Now Kelly's paddling. Here goes live action. Kelly Slater down to the bottom. Looks like he's going to try to pull up and under, grabbing the rail. He's going to trim this thing, and now he's trying to stall, get a little extra deep before he gets blown out with the spit, and now he's kicking out with a lot of speed. He needs to better an 8.5. He's probably not going to better on his total, but you can tell he's just going to keep moving. He doesn't have priority now. He's feeling out his board. It's working great. Luke, let's take a look at the replay. Yeah,
it comes around, just gets a good little shot off the bottom to get in the position for the barrel, starts dragging that whole body there. See how he drops his left knee and it goes in and out just to change his speed. It's like his left knee's a lever to get more body into the face of the wave to slow him down when he wants it. Perfect technique by Kelly Slater. See that drive? The forefin helps a lot with that change of direction with so much speed and just dragging the body for this section there. And Kelly is just trying to get used to this board now for the rest of for his semi-final. And he's just out there, he's already working on his semi-final, and it's kind of his little training, to make sure that he's feeling better, and he knows all this stuff. He's so experienced. All this stuff is just a reminder, oh, okay, that's what happens. Oh, okay, I remember that. He's already working just to better his performance all day, and that's why he's 10-time world champ. And
seeing how deep he got towards the end of those replays, I think he's going to get another great score, Luke, for that wave. He was able to trim it so well. He packed it pretty deep, so, hey, wouldn't be surprised if it's right up there. GT saw it from the channel. How'd it look for you, GT?
Well, it was a smaller one, and the way he handled and got that line was pretty incredible. But I'll tell you what, someone who might be able to talk about it a little bit more appropriately than I can is Taj. Taj, what'd you think about that last one at Kelly's?
Well, I didn't really get a good look at it from here out in the boat, but like his first score, the 8.5, I can't wait to see that from the front because it looked like a nothing wave from the back. He just took it really deep south, this little south one on the reef, and I guess he got a bit of a west bowl connection, and he threaded it for an 8.5 because the wave was tiny. It didn't even look like a wave from here, so that shows you what he can do, and how to make big scores out of nothing. So pretty exciting stuff. Hope we see some more sets. So.
You were out here first thing. Tell us about the conditions, because it seemed like it was pretty pulsy when we came out early.
Yeah, I surfed late last night. It was really fun, and then early this morning, it was great. There was just 4 of us, and it was really clean, and a couple of bigger ones like that set before where Kelly got his 9. There was a few of those, like quite a few. So I hope it doesn't slow down too much because it was fun early.
One of the cool things is a lot of times when some of the competitors leave or lose out, they bail right immediately. You're just sucking it all in, enjoying every bit of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no point to leave when you're in Tahiti and the weather's cleared up and the waves are like this. I was bummed I didn't get many tubes in the actual event, so next best thing I can do is try and get a couple free surfing.
Okay, so I'm going to put you on the spot. Who's going to make? I won't ask for the winner, but who's making the final?
Well, my call from the start was Kersey and Owen, and Kersey's fulfilled his part so far. But it's going to be a tough heat for him to beat Kelly because Kelly's Kelly and he's ripping and he's just does what he does. But I'll stick with it. Kelly and Owen.
I'm not
Kersey and Owen.
Well, no. You already said that's something I would do. But for some reason, geniuses think alike because I'm kind of on the same wavelength as that. That was I was calling too. The other thing that's happening out here besides TB hanging out with Johnny and Kersey sitting over there being silly, thinking about big things, is there's humpback whales out there. There's whales. Have you guys seen the whales?
We haven't seen them yet, GT.
Did I say humpback?
Thank you very much. We're going to look for those whales. And, hey, GT, let us know when one's coming because we're going to be ready for it. Travis Logie, Brett Simpson, they aren't doing any whale watching. They're looking at this lineup and waiting for some solid waves to come through. Travis getting prepared. Let's see if he can take it from Brett Simpson, who's on a dream run as well. They'll be out there in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That last wave did come in at an 8.3 for Kelly Slater. He did get deep enough to create another score, and like Taj was referencing, he could take off on really small waves that don't look like much and surf them insane and put some huge numbers in the screen. He's throwing away an 8.3 in this heat. Matt Wilkinson would buy an 8.3 if he could. He's still comboed a 17.51 with now 2 minutes to go. It's getting a little bit further away from Matt Wilkinson. And let's see if he could just get one last bomb in this one. He had a 10 the other day. He's had an amazing performance out here, and we've been loving how he's been talking about how scared he's been, those nerves working in his favor. And he'll probably remember this event as maybe one of his favorite events he's ever competed in.
Oh, yeah, all the new guys on the tour, definitely this has been the highlight of their career so far for a WCT surfer. And Matt Wilco would be disappointed with his challenge against Kelly Slater, though. He's only holding a 2.17 and a 4, so he hasn't even really been in this race whatsoever. And hats off to Kelly. Just look, he's so experienced out here. He's going to be tough for all these guys to beat. But I like Taj's call there. Josh, if he can just tweak a few things, he admitted that he had a bad heat this morning, but Jeremy probably just made a few more mistakes than he did. So that was a difference. It was whoever got out of that first heat with the least mistakes, and that was Josh Kerr. If he can tweak it a little bit and re-establish himself, before the swell came up last week, we saw him get some amazing barrels at this size. So he just needs to get back in that mode, and his technique needs to change to that. As we see a wave coming through, Joe, Kelly Slater.
Kelly live action, maybe his last wave of this quarterfinal. He's just going to pull up and out immediately. He probably just wanted a final one, but he saw that big section coming from that West Bowl that would have taken him out. A wise kick out from Kelly Slater as time is winding down with 30 seconds to go. Taj, he's calling Kersey and Owen in the final. We want to hear from you. Tweet fans, hashtag Billabong Pro, with who you are thinking will be in the Billabong Pro final. 15 seconds remaining in this one. Kelly putting on a magical performance, 8.5 and a 9, throwing away an 8.3. 10 seconds to go. Matt Wilkinson, he's going to be disappointed. He wasn't able to get a huge barrel out in this heat. He had a 2 and a 4 at the moment, but he knows his performance here is going to be remembered for a long time. Kelly Slater pulls up on the ski nice and early. Broke a couple of boards at the start of this heat, Luke, but then turned it on.
Yeah, he sure did, and here he goes. I like that little push there. Forefin's really good for that, and that's why Kelly's on him out here at Chopes today. Comes through a really hard part of the section there, and thanks Chopu for letting him out of that one. And yeah, really survived a pretty rattling kind of foam ball there. And this was a huge wave here. This is his 9-point ride all time. Kelly just like, yep, I'm in the semis.
Just dropping in, doesn't grab his rail, blown out with the spit. He started having so much fun. He is going to be tough to beat. We're going to take a short break, bringing in Sean Doherty to call the next heat right after this.
I don't understand why you get so addicted to something. I surf because there's always one wave in a session that makes a session, you know.
Welcome to the heart of the Pacific. With Air Tahiti, getting to paradise is easier than you think. Air Tahiti, where the journey begins.
Urana, welcome back, guys, to Tahiti Finals Day here at the Billabong Pro for 2011. There it is, quarterfinal 3. Bit of a smoky quarterfinal. We didn't see this one coming at the start of the event. Trav Logie from South Africa up against Brady Simpson from Huntington Beach, California. Louis, would have got long odds at the start of the event, seeing this in the this matchup in the quarters.
You sure would have, Sean. And it's both these guys. Whoever gets through this one's going to be career winning. As there we go, Trav off to a start and didn't get that barrel, but he's pretty excited about it. And we'll bring you that score when it comes to hand. But still nice to get in and out really quick. It's a nice looking wave. Probably need to stall a little bit more. Just in front of the foam ball there, but he likes to start and comes flying out of that one, and he's on the board.
Yeah, of course. Travis Logie, we said it was a surprise to see these guys in the quarters. Travis even wasn't supposed to be here. We're seeing the tower cam view of Travis one. Good little opener there. His feet into the wax, and he's out of the gates. Of course, Louis, Trav got a start when Bobby didn't show. A last-minute call-up.
Yeah, that's what his life's like at the moment. Kelly Slater not turning up to the Billabong Pro in J Bay, and he got in there and got vital points for the One World rating system. And look at the points he's getting here now too. This could be a career saver for Travis. He really needs some points to try and get back on the tour. Even though he's way down there in 44th place, it's still going to keep him. It's still going to add points to him, and they're going to last for 12 months. Yep. So it's going to be fantastic if he can back it up with some more results.
Yep. Well, there he is. There's our boy Kelly doing what he does. Scores just dropping in for Travi. And Louis, judges liked it.
They did. I thought he needed to be deeper in that barrel, so the judges are deeming it a very good tube ride, an 8.5, a couple of 8s, a 7.5, pretty big spread. Once it gets to about a point spread, these guys need to have a chat to each other as far as I'm concerned. An 8.17 for Travis Logie's first wave. So judges deeming he was pretty deep. So, you know, it just goes to show we saw the channel view first, and when you look at the front, it's totally different. And we heard Taj Burrows talking, and then I don't think the guys in the channel really thought Kelly's first wave was an 8.5.
Yeah.
So that's why it's so important for the judges to have the front view and the side view to make sure that they do get these scores right.
Yeah, reconcile the two together. Look at this little pulse here. Brady Simpson thinking about it. Here we go. Just pig dogs, little high line, drives through it. There's a little chandelier here, but manages to bust out the end. So now Brett Simpson out of the gates as well. The early stages of this quarterfinal. Yeah, it's a massive opportunity for both these guys finding themselves here in the quarters. One of them is going to get a semi spot. And Brady Simpson had a bit of work to do here, Louis. Had to stay nice and high and dry.
Yeah, his technique's really good though, Sean. I really see Brett time and time again staying at the speed of the wave, and that's the key out here to get good scores. Just his stance there, he seems to be able to really control his speed of the wave. That wave, not that good, but getting a pretty long barrel, copping it in the head a little bit and flicking out. not a bad start. Probably not as good as Travis's, but we'll leave that up to the judges.
Yeah, well, Brett Simpson, looking for a spot in the semis. Not actually the first time he would have made the semis. He was made the semis in France last year in his rookie year. Really starting to look the goods here, getting a feel for this place. We've seen him grow.
Wow.
Look at this thing for Travie. Drops in, bites a rail. Got to run through this section. He's got to race.
Out of this one.
And he's out, Louis. Whoa.
Yeah, the judges, look, I'm calling the judges have gone too high with an 817 because now they have to give a 10. They just got to. So, I'm going to go back and say the judges overscored that first wave because now, look at this thing. Trav's just turned around and just got even deeper, and he likes it, that's for sure. Beautiful, beautiful line here. Travis gets through a difficult part there. This bit here, super difficult right there. Hard to get over that foam ball and comes flying out. So here we go. Here's the Kendall cam from the inside coming through. Foam ball right there. Comes off it and just comes flying out. And really stoked with that one. He's just can't believe his luck to get 2 waves in the first 6 minutes and a couple of 10s coming out.
Yeah.
GT, what do you reckon, brah?
Hi. Sorry about that. Kelly and I were talking about the one set. Kelly is yelling for Travis Logie. Travis Logie with the paddle. I'll tell you what, pick it up, guys. We can't see it from here.
Oh, he's on again here. This one's really deep. And, he's not going to make it. Okay, back to you, GT.
Okay, we're back. Travis didn't make that one, Kelly. Okay, so...
Shoulder boy.
So one of the things Nick Carroll said in his preamble to the contest this morning was you were kind of like a marathon runner, just kind of running in the pack. But after that, you might have started to break free into the lead group.
Yeah, it's, you see Jeremy yesterday get 20 and then loses heat just now. So it's, it's not like you hold back. If the wave comes, you go, but there is a certain sort of process to trying to pace yourself a little bit. And, when things come together, that you tend to do better as you go. And, that was probably I was more out of sync in the beginning of that heat than I've been all contest, but it seemed to I kind of got out of my system after about 10 minutes and then started getting some good ones, a couple good ones.
Okay, I know you didn't want to talk about it, but we're going to talk about it. What did you start the heat on, board-wise, and what did you finish?
I had my semi-pro quad 5.9 or 5.11, but I broke it on just a stupid wave. I was too deep, and it wasn't that big. It wasn't really big enough to barrel outside very good. And I took off on the mushy part, kind of deep, and jumped off, and the lip must have squared up right in the deck. And I was really baffled that it broke because it was stuck underwater after I came up, and I was still in blue water. And so, anyways, that was kind of frustrating. But my other board felt good. It was the first time I've ridden that. I didn't have any logos or anything. I threw some fins on, some wax on this morning. Said this one looks good, and it felt pretty good. But before I even got a good wave, I got caught inside. I ate it on one, and then I got caught inside and just blasted. I was baffled. I thought today was going to be like 3 feet, and one just lit me up really good. And then we were going over the reef on the ski, and my fins were off the back of the sled, and they just started grinding on the reef. So I thought I messed my fins up, but they're all right.
So that first wave you got on that second board, though, kind of was a keeper score for you, and it looked real fast. Nothing else.
I don't even remember which one was which.
Okay, well, trust me when I tell you, it was awesome.
I got that good inside one, and it was, it wasn't a big set, but I went on the ski earlier and I saw a few good waves way inside, like some that start deep and then they corner inside, like an inside west bowl, and those waves are way hollower than even the big ones right now. They just pitch out farther than they are tall, and so that one I was way behind it, and it pitched out super wide, and I knew it was going to be pretty heavy, sort of a little backwash in the tube, and right as it hit me, it spit me at the same time and let me come out. So that was my first one. That kind of got me back in sync.
Okay, now, if you look over that way, Josh Kerr sitting on this boat. That's your semifinal matchup. Mm-hmm. So this is the standard question I ask. One word to describe Josh Kerr.
Is that it? No, you just don't know with Josh. He actually might win Rookie of the Year this year.
Wait, he might win what?
It's like his third time on tour. He's like a rookie again. But no, Josh he's just found his feet, and he stands out obviously in like beach break, like big air sections and barrels. I mean, I think barrels might be the best part of his surfing. He charges. He's really good at spots like pipe and here, and
So, he's not a guy you underestimate. And I think Jeremy's been the standout of the contest so far, and Josh just took him out. So, Josh is the guy to beat.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a say what question. Here we go. Let's see, I had one for you. Where is she? Cheryl Carr from Cocoa Beach. Yeah, your hometown. Okay, here it is. What is the one thing you haven't done in your life that you keep saying, I'm going to do one day soon?
Ooh, there's a lot of those.
Bucket list kind of stuff.
Yeah. I want to go to Mongolia.
Mongolia?
Yeah. I don't know why. I just always wanted to go to Mongolia and just kind of check around, check it out.
Okay, so you heard it here first. He's going to become a monk in Mongolia next. Anyways, congratulations, Kelly. Well-served heat. A lot of fun to watch. Cheryl, you won yourself a pair of Von Zipper shades for asking questions that we all want to know about. We'll catch up with you later.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Good on you guys. Well, I thought he was going to say retire.
Yeah, it's not in his mind process yet. He's having too much fun, Sean. Having way too much fun, mate.
Well, when you're having a day like this, there are the numbers from the previous quarterfinal. Louis, there was like a 5-minute window of vulnerability there with Kelly, and Wilco just didn't run through it. Actually, hang on, we'll go back to that. Here is Travie again. He's on a roll here, mate. Yeah,
that was his inside wave getting super deep on that one, trying to replace a 817. That second wave coming through at a 990. So, and there's Trav's board. He lost it and had to get out, and I saw him fly past our commentary booth on the ski. So he's done a trip around this morning. So even though he's got 2 great scores in his scoreline already, Brett Simpson only with a 4.33. So Travis off to a flying start. Once around the reef, couple of good barrels. I think judges too high on that first score, an 817, so they had to throw something big.
They've painted themselves into a corner a little bit. We reckon with that 817, but still, the overall picture of what those numbers are painting is that Trav Logie has gone bananas in the opening stages of this quarterfinal. It's going to make life pretty tough for Simpo. What's Simpo do from here, Louis?
Yeah, he's just got to sit there and be patient and hope that the second kind of half of this heat kind of offers the same opportunity as the first, because he was really out of position for any of those waves. Only got a 4.33 in his scoreline, so Brett Simpson has got his work cut out for him. But I tell you what, here we go.
Look.
The ocean cooperating. Is this his answer back? Pulling into the tube, stalling really nicely. If he comes out of this one, he's back in the heat.
Yeah, game back on. Brett Simpson, well, doing what he's done the past 3 or 4 days. Look at this, that second one standing up. Trav Logie opting against it. So, he needed that like oxygen.
Yeah, he did, and I dare say that's going to bring him back into the heat. And it's going to be a high-scoring heat because of the first couple of ways. Beautiful positioning there. Look at that. Unreal. This is going to be a huge score looking at the front, coming out. And I love the way he slowed himself down. Really in sync with the speed of the wave, Brett Simpson. And that's what it takes to get long tube rides. Stalling perfectly. Pulls his back out of the wave just deep. Up high so the foam ball couldn't come near him. And I dare say he's back in this heat. Beautiful water shot there. See how he's high and away from that foam ball? Love his positioning.
Is it kind of freaking you out a bit, Louis, how quickly Simpo's got his head around this lineup at size?
Well, he's a fantastic surfer, like every other guy in the WCT, and he's a smart surfer too. Like a lot of people have been kind of like, oh yeah, he's never been here. He hasn't got the look in the eye. But at the moment, he's a silent assassin. I can see him coming back in this heat if some more waves come through. He can easily still win this heat. So, I'm not that surprised. It's he's a fantastic surfer. I've seen him do it in perfect ways before, and he's just managed to navigate through some high seeds and get himself a fantastic result.
Well, there's a scene in the channel. Is that what I think it is? It look like Hanano cans. The boys have started early here on Monday morning in the channel at Chopu. They are, anticipating a final coming around lunchtime, so they have to get an early start. But there it is, 20 minutes still waiting on that last score to drop for Brett Simpson. The judges having a really good Captain Cook at it from both angles, I reckon. Making sure they get it right, and, well, there you go.
Yeah,
you know whose board that is.
Scratches on the back of those fins Kelly was talking about. Interesting to look at the size of the back fins compared to the front ones. That giving him a lot of direction, and and a lot of grab into the rail. So Kelly, I think that's not his normal forefin setup. I think when the waves are smaller, his back fins are a little bit smaller. So pretty interesting to see. We'll probably get GT to ask him about that if he gets out of the next semi-final. I'd love to know.
Yeah, well, of course, his favourite board's already bitten the dust this morning, snapped in the first wave. So that was a clean skin board. He just bought as an afterthought. There's Wilco, and, well, tough way to go out this morning. Got run over by the Kelly Slater freight train. But we've got a little wave coming here.
Couple of bumps on the outside. Brett Simpson really needs the last half of this heat to pulse, or it's 19 and a half minutes remaining. Scores through an 8.77 for Brett Simpson, so he is back in this heat. Needs a 9.31.
Yeah, it's game back on. And the beauty, like Trav getting those first two straight out of the gates, it's tough, but what it does leave Simpo is a ton of time. Like, he's still got 20 minutes, and he's already clawed one of those scores back.
Yeah, and look, I don't know. I just like his tube stance. I like the pace of the way he's travelling through the wave. And, yeah, just really liking him. And if a few waves come through, I reckon he can get back in this heat and in front.
Yeah, well, one guy who had to kind of bulldog his way through a couple of heats yesterday was our old brew, Travis Logie. And, well, while he was busy doing it, we had the Phantom Cam on him and have a go at this thing.
Oh, he's got to his feet and decided that, no, I'm not going to make this. And this, if you don't think you're going to make it, it's the best thing you can do. Look how many. That's the third floor, second floor.
He's about landing in the front garden.
Yeah, he's landed in the front garden, and it's softened his fall. The guys try and pencil so that they can go up out of the back of the wave. See how deep he went there. But he's so light, going. He's just a passenger at this stage, and hoping not to hit the reef. He's got a bit of bark off, so I dare say on this one he did go down the bottom and leave a little piece of his body on the reef here at Chopes, where it's probably caught more skin than in years out there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of skin being donated over the last week. Well,
if we weighed every guy in the WCT, I reckon they'd be lighter. Let's put them all on the scales and weigh them, and I reckon we'd get a lighter weight than at the beginning.
Yeah, make a new person out of all the skin that's left there. Well, there it is. Finals day here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Stoked to have you guys with us. Stick around because we've got a ton more quarterfinal action right after this.
Billabong presents a new surf movie starring Laurie Towner, Creed McTaggart, Granger Larson, Ian Gentile, Brian Callanan, and more. Blow Up.
I've been gifted the opportunity to not have to go to a 9-to-5 job. Why not go as far the other way as I could? I surf because it's a blessing, and I'm freaking blessed to even have that choice.
You're on it, guys. Welcome back. Finals day here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti for 2011. There it is, quarterfinal 3 in the water at the moment. And you can see some pretty healthy numbers on the left-hand side for Travis Logie. But Luke Egan, Brett Simpson on the way back.
Yeah, he is that 8.77 on his second scoring wave, getting him back in the contest. 16 minutes remaining as we see the man we're talking about on the screen stalling nicely, really stalling and staying with that one and trying his best to get as deep as he can. It's not a 9.31, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I like the way that he can really slow himself down. He's a pretty big guy, but just being able to stay at the speed of the wave. Look at him slow down here because he realises he's coming out. If he can get himself on a decent sized wave, he can really come back at Travis Logie.
Yeah, he's almost kind of just mastered this thing. He's almost at a stop by the time this thing, almost lets him out. He's trying. You see him fighting it, just trying to drag everything into the wall, wipe off every little bit of speed. and really manufactured it. Like you said, Lou, it's not going to be anywhere near what he needs, but everything's there for him. It's only missing a wave now.
Yeah, and with the judges going so high with their bracket, the 817 and the 990, that really means that they've made it a lot easier than everyone thinks for Simpo to get a score he needs.
Okay, well, while we're waiting for these guys to get another one, we might throw out of the channel. GT has Mr. Matthew Wilkinson there.
Yes, thanks, Sean. Well, you and Kelly were exchanging subtle niceties right there. What were you guys talking about?
He had some top secret Barbados plans for early next week. I don't know. Kelly might not show up again.
You heard it here first. Kelly's going to Barbados, not New York.
Nah, I don't know. He said there's a 6 Swell coming for New York, though, so going to get the floaties out again and might be nervous and next week as well. I thought I was going to get to relax, but maybe not.
Reflecting on this event, I know that you want to do better in that semifinal, and I know you said to Kelly right there, I'll get you next time. But give us your thoughts on the event. You had a 10 yesterday, first heat of the day. You were the only person, I've said this a couple times, you were the only person that was saying what everybody else was feeling. There's a little bit of butterflies through this, and you earned it.
It's been an unreal week. If I had known at the start of the week that it was going to be 10 foot and I was going to make the quarterfinals, I would have been pretty stoked. And of course it's disappointing. Like out there was a bunch of sets in the heat before mine, and my tactic was to sit and wait for big ones. I knew Kelly was going to dart in and get those little deep ones that he always gets and find his little 8s and stuff that just run for 10 seconds, but I knew to get scores I was going to have to be on the biggest waves and get some deep pits, and I didn't make one. The foam ball just grabbed me right at the end, and then I got washed in, and it kind of put me out of place for that one big set. I was paddling back out and just had to watch it roll through. Whereas if I had made that one, it would have changed everything. I would have been out there in time, and I don't know, it was a little bit disappointing, that heat, but you can never go into a heat with Kelly expecting to combo him or do anything cool like that. He's the best surfer ever, so it was fun to have a heat out there with him. And I don't know, the 10 yesterday was one of the best waves of my life, so it's been an unreal week. I've got some battle wounds and got some sick barrels.
You lost a little bit on the reef, but he still got a smile on his face. And the other thing coming into this event, Wilco wasn't necessarily on the cut, but certainly this event helps your campaign looking even further down the road.
Yeah, definitely. I started this year really strong with a 5th at Snapper, and then since then I've had a bunch of really tight heats, and I haven't really got a result, but all of my heats I've lost between 1 point and 0.1 of a point, and I felt like I was getting kind of a little bit unlucky, and then out in this contest I've made a bunch of heats by 1 point or point, just less than a point, so I'm stoked to get a result, and it definitely takes a lot of pressure off me. Another quarter's pretty good, I think.
Well, it's hard not to like this, man. We love it when you do well. Congrats on your event here, and congrats to you watching online, because you get to watch the goods.
Yeah, everyone's a winner today. That's it. Even Wilco, who's just gone out in the quarters, doesn't seem too unhappy about the whole deal. Here we go. While we're having a chat with Matthew, this happened. Another one for Simpo here, Louis.
Yeah, he's just trying to get a few under Travis Logie's priority, and he gets deep in the barrel there, but that's not even going to be near his 931. I came in at a 467, or that was the one prior. And Simpo really got the good technique out here today in his quarterfinal number 3, but he needs a better wave than that, Shauno. He's got all the goods, he just needs the wave.
Yeah, he's knocking on the door at the moment. He kind of really needs a sledgehammer because he's chasing a 9.3. So he really does need a set if that's going to happen. So Simpo does still have the relative luxury, almost 11 minutes still left on the clock here. Quarter 3. We just chatted with Wilco, Louis. There's a little 5-minute window of vulnerability with Kelly there at the start of that heat. He went over the reef twice, broke a board. Was there a chance for Wilco there? And if there was, what did he have to do?
Wilco's strategy just didn't play out. We heard him say then in his interview with GT that he had to be on the biggest waves and just wait for them. probably right, but I don't think the waves really came through. Or once he decided to take a wave, Kelly got the rhythm back off him and probably took the biggest wave off him, just purely by the rhythm of the two competitors in the water. So not really playing into Wilco's hands then. And, he's against the master. We heard TB talk earlier, and from the channel they were like, oh, yeah, that inside one of Kelly. You don't see the last part of the wave. It's so deceiving when you're in the channel. But Kelly, he got a great score, and he talked about that inside west bowl. He's hunting everywhere. He's not just going, putting the blinkers on, this is my strategy, I'm going to sit here and see what happens. He just combs the ocean for opportunity at every second of his heats, and that's why he's so good. Yeah,
I think we've seen the dorsal fin grow out of Kelly's back this morning in the first quarter. He's going to be a very tough draw for the rest of the day. There are the boys. There's Owen Wright there getting ready. He's up in quarterfinal number 4 against Montero, who you can see there on the left of screen in the white. So that's coming your way in about 9.5 minutes.
Both those guys, absolute standouts as well throughout the Billabong Pro here in 2011. I think both of them got a 10, or has Rioni got 2 10s? So I think they both got 10s under their belt throughout this week. So what a matchup for the last quarterfinal, for the last spot. In semi number 2 is we got a set coming. Travis Logie's been very patient with his priority. Brett Simpson needs a 9-3-1.
Yeah, well, Simpo just fishing around, looking at that one. But I do think there's a couple of lines starting to materialise. Of course, they're pretty hard to see here at Chopes, coming out of very deep water. They don't give you much warning. They're just onto you. Here we go. Here goes Trav, Louis. He's going to take it.
Using his priority, he's pretty deep. He's stalling, coming through the barrel there, and comes off the foam ball, but I dare say that's not going to go into his scoreline. So he's left opportunity on the outside, and there's a couple of waves. Here we go, Brett Simpson. He's pretty deep. He stalls. Is it going to be the wave he needs? Well, how was that drive then, but coming out too far, so pretty null and void. Oh, nearly runs over Trav coming out of that barrel then. So that was pretty interesting. He should have just taken him off at the ankles, and we could have sorted this heat out. But Trav, that's not going to go in his score line. So really this set, not much meaning in the heat and the water with the scores out here. Brett maybe should have just gone for gold and stalled there. He decided to get past the foam ball, and or just not enough opportunity on that wave, Shauno.
Yeah, pretty much identical waves back to back, and the same problem. You see Brett there, just had that little giddy up. He thought he might have kind of been stuck behind the thing as it threw. Turns out he ended up in front of it.
Look at that.
Almost. Well, Travis is being held together by bloody sticking plaster at the moment already. So he looks like a mummy.
Yeah, he's got hacks out of his legs everywhere. He's got a shoulder complaint as well from an earlier wipeout, I think, yesterday morning. So, we have to do an injury stat after this event and see who's going to be all right for New York.
Who's still together in one piece. Yeah, it might be a reduced field.
More like rugby league or gridiron or NFL.
Yeah, 4 weeks.
Surfing.
4 weeks for Trav Logie.
Yeah, there's a lot of injuries coming out of this event, but injuries equals waves out here, and these guys, I'll have to take my hat off. They've been absolutely going for it. There's barely any sets that have come through that someone hasn't turned around and had a go, Shauno, so it's fantastic.
We're always kind of heading into the unknown a bit with this, Louis, just because we haven't had waves like this for 5 years. And a lot of these guys, are new to the tour and haven't seen it or surfed it like that. No one's disappointed us.
No, and speaking of having a go, check this out of the man in the white jersey, Brett Simpson. We got the Phantom camera out the other day, and just look at that technique. Even when it was bigger, just dragging his body perfect. See, he's put his front foot forward then just to come out of the rest of that wave. I love watching these replays when you can see the guys actually moving around on their board and changing their technique. And fantastic. Look at that thing spitting and making him absolutely disappear. Where is he? You can see a nose of a board coming out of that one. And you don't reckon Brett Simpson's had a fantastic week. Well, there you go. Check that thing out.
Yeah, he's going to leave Tahiti a happy man one way or the other. There he is. He's had a ton of those over the past week. Just perfect backhand tube riding technique. But, he's going to need a little more of it. Unfortunately, he's got just under 6 minutes, still chasing a 9.31. Travis really, really put the blowtorch on him at the start of this heat with an 8.17 and a 9.9. So with just over 5 to go and we're waiting for a wave, we might throw it to the channel with GT. Who you got, buddy?
Well, I have a quick update for you. You guys were just talking about injuries and how banged up Travis is. Now, remember yesterday we had that incident with Travis versus Jordy where we actually had a resurf. Well, last night Jordy got back from the hospital. He has basically a dislocated rib. And if you guys have ever had anything with ribs, either a broken one or even a sprain, you know how painful it is. So right now, Jordy's trying to get out of here to go get medical attention back in the States. But Jordy in a lot of pain, and right now that's a 4-week injury at best. So right now you got to wonder what his availability is going to be for New York. The other thing is right after we got off the interview with Wilco, he pulled up his shorts and showed us his thigh. His whole thigh is black and blue and cut up. So definitely people leaving it all out on the court out there.
Sure are, and here we go. This wave is a lot deeper for Brett Simpson. Is this going to be the score? He's super deep, comes flying out. We need to watch the replay before we comment. I've made that mistake this heat already by commenting on the barrels, on the channel view, Shauno. So let's see the angle from the front. Is that going to be enough? Here we go.
Yeah, there it is. Parks it, just wipes off all that speed. Great little section here. Buries himself. You can see him through the curtain. Comes out, chasing a 9.31. Yes or no, Luke Egan?
Oh, look, it's not far off. It's seriously not far off. He couldn't have got any deeper on that wave, and he comes flying out. I'm just trying to get a vision of Travis' wave to go up against that. The 990 was probably a little bit better than that, but that's not what he needs. He needs a 9.31. So...
Well, your point early was that when they threw that 817 at Travi early, you know, they set the scale pretty high. That's the one they need to measure it against, you know.
They've made the job tight for himself, Sean, with that high score. And that's why they had to go a 990 on that next one of Trav. So they've bottled themselves up the top of the scale, which is fine as long as we get the right result out of here. But I reckon he's nearly there. I don't want to go either way. I'm really going to leave this one up to the judges because I think it could go either way for Brett Simpson. But, let's see. His last wave is 6.10. That didn't go in his scoreline, but it is the second wave score of his heat. As we see everyone there, that's the contestant media boat, everyone checking it out. Great to be on that higher level. You can see a great vantage point of these guys in the barrel.
Well, that's why you get the whistles when the sets come, because it's far easier to spot them from up top there than it is for the surfers. Okay, we're going to have a quick look while we're waiting for another one to get ridden with just under 3 to go. Here is the breakdown.
Fantastic. Look at this. This is exactly what I want to see. Just measuring both these guys in the barrel as we try and slow it up a little bit for you. And these guys are deep in the barrel, checking it out. Yeah, Brett's in the tube, and look how deep Trav gets. I think this is his 990.
That's his 9.9.
But, you know, what we've got to think of looking at these two waves is that Brett Simpson needs a 931. So is that just, you know, that many points less than the 990? We'll leave it up to the judges, and they're coming through, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. There's an 8.7, an 8.2, an 8.2, an 8.2, waiting for one more score by one judge, an 8.37. So the judge is deeming a point less, Shauna.
Yeah. He's given it a good nudge, but it's not there. So, and you could probably see, you know, with that little heat, the wave analyzer there, Louis, kind of why. You know, Travis's 9.9 was deep and it was long.
Yeah, that was fantastic to see. That really makes it easy for us to explain to you viewers at home what we're talking about with how deep you get in the barrel and trying to compare the waves. So fantastic comparison there. And he's running out of time. He's got a minute and a half. And I'll go out there and say right now, it hasn't been Brett Simpson surfing. It's been the waves that he selected and not being able to get deep enough in the barrel, Shauna.
Yeah, for sure. And he had the misfortune of Travi running red hot for a couple of minutes at the start of the heat, getting 2 bombs. Look at the heat totals. Like, they're out of 20. So Brett's probably going to lose here. We've got a minute to go, and he's going to go out with 17.14 out of 20. You know, it's a heat that it'll win most other quarters.
Sure can. And with a minute to go, are we going to have another flurry in the end of this heat for Brett Simpson to try and get his 9.31?
Yeah, well, Travis has got priority, so he's probably going to stick to him like super glue, which you can see there. So Travis Logie looks like coming from out of the clouds, not even being at this event, getting a last-minute call-up, having to do the Hail Mary flight from France.
Didn't even bring boards.
Didn't even bring boards. He's riding yellow and rose boards.
I know,
And
this is an amazing performance, isn't it? It's so fantastic to see.
Yeah, our Bruzo over in South Africa watching on Fuel TV would be going nuts at the moment.
They sure would. And
Shot,
Brew.
So, yeah, Travi has really done it. Unfortunately, had to go through his countryman to get there. Took Geordie out yesterday in that heat where Geordie ended up with some damage to his ribs. So
9 o'clock at night in Johannesburg right now. So there's probably a few beers going down there watching Travis Logie make the semi-finals.
Wow. Yeah. Unreal result for Trav Logie. Really on a roll here, and he's going to roll into the semis. There he is. He's got the eye of the tiger.
Yeah, this is where he got this heat done, early stages. That was the wave that I thought was a little overscored, but the judges still come up with the right result, and that's the main thing coming out there. What a long pit this was, a 9.90, and fantastic. Travis Logie, again, getting in the contest for someone not showing up. That's 2 events in a row, and this guy is so stoked. This is going to help his career so much on the One World rankings. Fantastic. Brett Simpson really surfed well, but his waves didn't really give him the length of barrel he wanted.
Okay, well, you're watching the Billabong Pro in Tahiti Finals Day. Owen Wright, Montero coming up right after this.
Yeah, he was just right at home there, same as Bruce. When it got big and gnarly, they just stood out, like they were just fearless. And growing up on Kauai, he surfed those waves all the time. So he was just so comfortable, and he's just such a legend and a good bloke.
We can sleep on the streets where kids are coming.
Your Honour, everyone. Well, we could be nowhere else, could we, Adam Rapogel, but Tahiti?
Well, just look at that shot right there. You could tell it's a beautiful day out here in Tahiti. And, boy, we got a great heat coming out in the water right now.
Yeah, epic. Our last quarterfinal, 2 guys who really lit it up yesterday. Owen Wright from Lennox Head on the New South Wales North Coast, and Montero from Brazil. 2 guys been in red-hot form. And, 2 guys
charging.
Wouldn't look out of place in a semi. That's what's up for grabs here.
Yeah, it's really great to see the contrast to a regular footer and a goofy footer out here right now. We're seeing some of the regular footers able to slow down with a lot of their body, and unfortunately the goofy footers are going really fast but doing their best to, like you say, wipe off some speed.
Yeah, totally. Yep, it's been a bit more of a technical display of tube riding out here this morning. The barrel's a little tight, although, mate, we kind of looked at it early, Adam, and saw what looked like a few sets. It's kind of pulsed in the last heat, ever since Kelly paddled out, as it generally happens. But here we go. I'll tell you what, the happiest South African in the world at the moment, and deserves everything that's coming for him. Trav Logie.
What a legend. Hey, great story. The backstory, too, for him just to even be able to get here on time. It's incredible stuff. Borrowed boards, putting a lot of skin on the reef. Not dislocated, but tendonitis in his shoulder, talking about a cortisone shot. What a trooper he is, and great to see him in the semis.
Yeah, so Trav Logie in the semis. He's going to get, of course, the winner of this last quarterfinal. It's either going to be Owen or Hayani, one of the two. There is the scene. So, of course, going to crown a champion here for the Billabong Pro a bit later on this morning. Really trying to milk the last out of this swell. Still some great waves hanging in there. Look at these. These are the ones that no one wants.
Yeah, these are still beautiful waves. Great job, too, by the contest organizers, directors, and surfers reps to really, maximize all of this swell on top of being a ton of swell. It was really challenging early in the week to see all these big purple blobs coming on and them saying, hey, we're going to wait. And I think they did a great job.
Yeah, kept the powder dry. Of course, there can occasionally be a problem sometimes with too much swell.
Right.
So it becomes a problem of when not to run as opposed to when to run. And, and Chris and the surfers and the judges held their nerve, waited, kept the powder dry, and, we've ended up here on finals day, and it's the 6-foot sets and, and not a drop of water out of place.
Literally, you see right there the conditions, sheet glass out there right now, a hissing little offshore. I'd call that, all of 6 to 8 feet. Maybe 2 to 3 meters. That's modest. Then you see the face size. You're seeing upwards of 12-foot faces. So guys really, really still charging. Can't say enough about all the guys left in the event. They've had to get through some incredible surf and heats. as well, and it's such an insane wave here, and really a lot of consequence.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's been interesting to see the little shift today too. Kind of up till now, it's almost been the guys against the waves. They've had to deal, because it's just been such a solid pulse of Swell for this event. Today, it's probably going to get a little more gamesmanship, a little more cat and mouse. It's down a little bit. It's a little more manageable, and we've already seen today, Adam. A little bit of toing and froing, and wave selection just so crucial.
Yeah, incredibly crucial, as you can see. A lot of the heats coming down to the last minute, humongous scores going down. The last heat losing with 17 points is unprecedented. But yeah,
heavy.
You're right, big scores going down.
Yeah. Okay, waiting for a wave to get ridden here in the last quarterfinal. Let's throw out to the boat. GT has Trav Logie.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, Trav, we just did an injury update with Jordy having a dislocated rib and Wilco all cut up. Dude, you walking on the boat right now, I feel bad. You are hobbled. You're limping. I mean, let's really quick show the little sashimi. Can you get that? I mean, aside from your shoulder, knees, feet. Okay, I got that out of the way. Let's talk about that heat. You got off to a good start. I mean, right as the hooter went, you started out and really never looked back.
Yeah, just as they started the heat, I thought Wilco was going to go on it because he was the heat before, and as he's paddling into the Siren Blue, and I just swung late into it, and it was a little nugget, got an 8 on it, and paddled straight back out pretty much into almost a 10. I mean, I was just holding on in that barrel, and I just knew that if I come out, it's going to be a massive score because I was so deep and just riding on the foam ball, and came out, I was like, holy crap, I'm going to get a big score on this one. I'm so stoked. But then Simpo started fighting back, and it was a close heat. You think with a 9-9 and an 8, you're kind of safe, but not out here, It's not the way everyone's surfing. So I'm just over the moon right now, and 2 more heats.
Now, you got the call-up in this event based on, I believe it was Dane's injury, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, Bobby, sorry. Bobby pulls out. Corey got in because of Dane. You got in because of Bobby. And you're fighting for your tour life right now. You're kind of outside the bubble. This result, all of a sudden, shoots you pretty close. Have you done the math?
Yeah, I've done the math. I think if I made the final, I'd be pretty much in there, eh? So I don't know. It'll be close right now, but I think a final would be almost definite and a win for sure. But there's still New York to come, so you never know. And there's also a couple more QSs I think before the cut. So, but all the points help, and I'm just so stoked to get through some heats again. After I broke my foot in the beginning of the year, it just felt like I couldn't get through heats anymore. And I just feel like I've broken that duck now, and this is the best result of my life. I've had a million quarters and a million nines, but I could never get to that semis. So hopefully I can break through the semis in this event as well and get to the final.
Okay, looking ahead in the water is Rayoni and Owen. Okay, don't give me the Kelly Slater 15-paragraph answer. One word on Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson?
Owen Wilson, Owen Wright. Yeah, him. You might have heard of him. No.
One word. Gnarly. He's good in everything.
And then Rayoni.
Underdog.
Well, I think you might be one of those guys, too. And certainly, you guys, we've been talking a little bit about the reward or the award in memory of Andy Irons, kind of a commitment, kind of inspiration award. And right now, you might think that Travis Logie might be in the running.
Yeah, sure. Well, he's being held together by a bunch of bandages at the moment and just fighting on it. How was that hole in his foot, Adam?
That was literally like a big puka in his foot right there. As you see the previous heat results right here on the screen, Travis Logie talking about not being too safe, even though he had a 9.90 and an 8.17. Obviously, you look at Brett Simpson's numbers right there, a couple of big 8s and really a close heat.
Yeah, Simpo almost clawed him back. Did everything right, was just missing that one trophy wave to nudge a 10 and get him over the line. But fantastic heat. 2 real dark horses for the event, and here we go with Trav Logie into the semi-finals. It's a massive result, and the crew back home in South Africa, no doubt, over the moon.
Yeah, got to be over the moon, and really got to give credit to his wife, saying, "Hey, get over there." You know what? That's really inspiring to have your wife or your significant other really pushing for you to go chase your dreams.
Yeah, he got the leave pass from Mrs. L, and here he is, and he's made everything a winner. And like he said, he's probably he's in 44th on those One World rankings at the moment. His result at the moment just about gets him up. But the other thing to consider, with all these injuries in this field, there's probably going to be a spot for him in New York.
Yeah, just hearing what GC was saying there about Jordy Smith possibly having a dislocated or a cracked rib. Dusty's got a massive slice on his knee. There's a lot of weeks there just for Jordy Smith. I mean, at the least, I think 3 to 4 weeks. So maybe at the most, maybe 6 weeks. So yeah, I think there's going to be some opportunity.
Yeah,
there.
well, I think we're getting both Bobby and Dane back for New York, but there might be a couple of spots open up with injuries. So with a bit of luck for Travie, he gets a start in New York later next week. There's a scene out in the boat. They're the man you're trusting your life with. These boys know what they're doing out there, Adam.
Yeah, they certainly do. They sit out there, all day in that radical sun and literally, playing cat and mouse with the channel. But it's a radical deal out there to be out in the channel.
It's Emil there. Of course, that famous red boat, it's been in so many photos. It's been here since day one pretty well.
Yep.
There's the red one and the blue one, both official camera boats. If you look back at all your magazine shots of this place over the years, you'll see both those boats featuring pretty prominently in the channel. So, mate, we are down to 25 minutes, and I'm not seeing anything on the scoreboard.
No, not one wave ridden yet. Both of these guys staying true to their guns, have their plan in attack right now, waiting for really good waves. If we saw the last heat, it was the best waves that won the heat, and not only was it the best waves that won the heat, you had to do the best surfing on them as well. So technically, you have to be really on your game and catch the best waves right now.
Yeah. Well, we know Owen Wright's always Owen Wright paddles out with that strategy. His last 2 or 3 heats, he's caught 3 waves, 2 waves, 3 waves. So he's just, he knows he's only got to get 2 waves and just make them gems.
I can't help but to draw parallels. Years ago, it was Shane Beshin who would do the exact same thing. He'd go out in the lineup, catch 1 or 2, catch the minimum amount of waves needed or just 1 more, but they would all be stingers. He doesn't screw around with half-ass waves. He goes out there and gets the best one.
Yep. Well, there it is. So finals day here at the Billabong Pro. Stoked to have you guys with us all around. The Fuel TV network globally has got us today. Back home in Oz, be very early Tuesday morning. I reckon there'll be some diehards up glued in front of the screen. I reckon amongst them would be the Wright family up at Lennox. Big shout out to you guys. Okay, and there it is. Yeah, we knew this was coming. It is the restart. So, of course, when a wave nothing gets ridden in the first 10 minutes of the heat, the judges restart it again. So the boys have got a fresh 35 minutes to go at it.
And there on our screen, you see Owen Wright, a really young man, but boy, he's really tall, 21 years old, literally next to a veteran, Montero, 29 years old. He's been on and off the tour a couple times, but to me the difference right here is the stance and basically the earnings.
Well, Ioni's earnings are going to go up a little after this event, most definitely. His best result in a long while. Great to see him here, one of the real characters of the tour, friendly guy. One of those guys, who just feels surfing, loves it. You can see he beat his chest when he's talking about it. Yeah. Just loves it. And he's had some, career moments out here in the last week. I'm stoked for him. Yeah, and speak of the devil, here we go. He's just trying to bash his way through that wall there. I think might have been getting a bit antsy there, Adam. He's been sitting out there for 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm curious to know if obviously they're aware of the restart. I don't think he would have done that. Knowing that, 10 minutes had elapsed. But, you wait that long, you almost want to get back into rhythm. You want to get your feet wet. You want to go, okay, let's get this thing rolling. And right there, Montero getting the ball started. Now the heat is officially started, 32 minutes remaining, and Owen Wright has priority.
Yeah, we know we've got a heat now, so it's on. So there is the big lanky frame, Owen Wright. Course chalked up, well, as close to a perfect heat as you're ever going to get yesterday, 19.77 out of 20. Yeah. With 1 perfect 10 and a 9.77. And you and I had the pleasure of calling that, Adam. And we thought he might have been undercooked a little. Yeah. We thought it probably was a perfect heat.
Yeah. And then following that, we saw the real perfect heat. Jeremy Flores really did some incredible surfing. I don't know when the last time it's happened, but it's been a couple of years. It only happens a couple of times a decade, what Jeremy Flores did yesterday, but insane surfing for him. 2 10s, unbelievable surfing. And if you guys see the recap of that heat, you'll see what we're talking about. It was unanimous.
Yeah, of course, if you missed anything from yesterday and want to have a quick flick back, the heat analyzer, which we're using for the first time to pretty incredible success here in Tahiti.
For sure.
Have a look at that. You can watch every heat in the contest. You can pick it to pieces. Every wave, all the heat in all its glory. And, so the heat analyzer, if you missed anything, some great highlights. Yeah. Okay, well, of course, sitting there talking up yesterday, so fervently as we are, Adam.
Yeah.
Let's watch some. We got the Phantom camera out in the channel, and it was blazing yesterday, and it was focused on our mate here, Owen Wright.
Yeah, look at these waves, folks. This is what we're talking about. Beautiful surf. Probably the best surf these surfers have had in a long time, let alone in a contest. As you see Owen Wright right there on the foam ball. That's incredible stuff, folks, as he keeps it really high and tight. What a great shot right there. You know, we're going to have the best highlight reel, I believe, out of any contest ever.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, we'll be replaying this stuff at this event in 25 years' time. And there is Owen just popping out. He really got on a roll yesterday. The thing was, mate, up to yesterday, he'd been winning heats, but we hadn't really seen Owen put the foot to the floor.
Yeah, I mean, I can attest. I've only been watching, pro surfing now again for the last couple of years. And, he's been in the shadows a tad bit, but, boy, he had an excellent junior run. He did a great job once he did get on tour. I believe he was Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the
Year. He was obviously somebody that they were looking after. But, right now he seems to be finding his stride, and he really seems to have figured out what it takes to get the good score, at least out here in its big, long, deep barrels.
Yeah, well, Owen's been riding left-hand tubes since about when he started walking. And there is your heat totals. Not making too much, pleasant viewing there at the moment. But, of course, we're only 5 minutes into the heat. It's been really slow. We had to restart this one. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, there it is right there, boys. 29 minutes remaining. We still got a ton of time. So let's go down to GT right now and see what GT has in store for us.
Hey, Adam, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you guys are. We're not having such a bad time. I'm here with Ace Buchan and Ace. You had unfortunate, if you're an Ace Buchan fan, you had an unfortunate exit out of this event. But certainly that round 2 day when it was, 12 feet out there, you were kind of the guy who really kind of broke through and made it seem surfable. So first let's talk about that crazy bomb wave you got in your heat, and then give us a reflection kind of on the event overall.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that round 2 day was pretty crazy. I rocked up, and first thing I saw was Jeremy take that bomb, and then Hiari kind of look over the edge of one and not go and get sucked over anyway. And, Jeremy's sitting in the channel holding his hand in his head in his hands, and, I was coming up in a few heats' time, so that was definitely exciting, and that wave, was definitely one I'll remember, but... I had my chances in my round 3 heat and didn't really take them. So, that's the way it goes out here. And, I had a good time. I caddied for Matty Wilco, and, he scored that 10 yesterday, and we gave each other a high five. And it was awesome, I watched him grow up surfing, and to see him do that out here was pretty special.
And Tahiti, by and large, we have a bit of a... Oh, look, can you see that over our shoulder? Wilco, what's the tat? Is that the Avoca tat or something, or... What does it say? I'm not even sure if that's fit for TV or web. Anyways, by and large, though, you've been coming to Tahiti long enough now. How incredible is it here? The way the families take us all in, the scenery.
Oh, it's amazing, the family we've been staying with, we've been there for like 5 years now. And, yeah, you feel like part of the furniture when you come back, and that's how they treat you, It's awesome, and it's just so great this year. We got some waves. It's what everyone... the fans and the surfers have been waiting to see, so it's been really cool.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a Von Zipper Say What question. Okay, this is from, I think it might be Brian Butcher, but he said Baran Butcher from Saratoga, California. Okay, please finish this sentence. If the world ended today, the first thing I would do is...
Well, the first thing I'd do is call my fiance, tell her I love her, but then...
Come on, hey... Don't give me the sappy stuff. I want to know about, driving 300 miles per hour or something.
No, I mean, I watched that tow day the other day, and it's kind of been eating me up, all the stuff I saw. So if I knew I was going to go in the next 24 hours, I'd try and get whipped into one of those big ones just to see what it felt like.
Well, I have a feeling that could be in your future, the way you handled it out here on the paddle sesh. So anyways, congratulations, Brian Butcher. You won yourself a pair of shades. And Ace, it's always great to catch up with you. Good luck in New York.
Cheers, Captain. Thank you.
Aye, aye.
Yeah, good on you, Ace. And, while we were chatting to Ace, we still haven't seen a lot. But what Ace name dropped there was that heavy heat, the start of round 2, that first morning, Adam, frightened the boardies off everyone when we showed up and saw it.
Yeah.
And, of course, Ace had the second heat of the morning and had to sit there and watch nervously as this first heat went down.
Wow.
But then he paddled out. By the time it had changed by the time he paddled out, mate, and it was starting to clean up, and then that happened.
Look at that wave right there. That is unbelievable, folks. That's the Phantom Cam we've been talking about. This is the second day of competition, 10 to 12 foot. To me, that's every bit of 15 feet right there, Sean. But, boy, what a beautiful view he must have had on that one.
Yeah, Ace is going to take that one to his grave with him. Just look at it. Just perfect. And, of course, I think 993 it came in at. I wouldn't quibble. I'd be throwing 10s at it immediately.
And you heard him talking about Jeremy Flores' hand in his face in his hands, Harari getting sucked over. It was an incredible first heat, and to have him come back after that and do that was incredible stuff.
Yeah, Ace had to sit there and watch that frightening first heat. Where guys were just getting lit up. And paddle out composed enough to do that. And here we go. First wave for Owen Wright. He's deep up the point. Takes off, dries, big pump. He's got to stay high. Threads that little top section. Little kick stall. He's going to whip into a big cutty here.
Wow.
Which we haven't seen a lot of this morning. So it's taking a little while, Adam Rapogel, but Owen Wright is out of the gates.
Off and running. That was great stuff right there. Also throwing in a nice turn. Here's the replay right here, folks. He's able to get a really beautiful pump right there off the top, staying really high on this wave. Great technical surfing. And he's also able to get a wrap, which we haven't seen very few of. We saw Kelly Slater earlier in the day do a turn. But this might make the difference right there. You know, could be a quarter point, a half a point difference. These heats are really tight.
Well, what might make a difference, judges haven't seen a lot of it. They might kind of get a bit horny for it to see OE, just a little kick fade there as he comes out, sets it up, just buries a rail. These guys are kind of riding boards that are not built to turn, but you kind of got so much speed when you come out of that. You can bury rail and pull it off. And there he is, OE Wright, out of the gates.
Yeah, what a great start of his heat right there. Waited quite some time for that heat, that wave, and I think it paid off. Let's see what the judges throw out. It's definitely going to be the best wave of the heat so far, as Rayoni only got half of a point.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I reckon, Adam, Owen's really sniffing an opportunity. Here we go. Look at this. He seagulled this on the way back out on the West Bowl. Just saw it coming, thought, why not? Just backdoored the section, and that's got backup score written all over it. Looks like Honi's having a look at this one, mate.
Yeah, giving it a big dig right here. Rayoni Montero from Brazil. Great technique right there. Beautiful backside surfing as he stays in with that barrel the whole time. Really, that to me is the difference between a lot of these guys right now. Brett Simpson did a great job of it as well in the previous heat, really going wave speed, going the same speed as the barrel and coming out exactly the same time as the spit.
Yep, well, here is a replay of Honi's last one. And as you said, mate, just every speed wiping device he's got, hand, butt, the whole lot, dragging, just slowing down, maximising tube time, and popping out clean at the end. We've seen that familiar, that pig dog feel. He gets down really low, Honi. And he's really such a strong he's got such a strong build as well. It's really hard to dislodge. And here's a replay of Owen's last one there, mate.
Yeah, it's a great wave from our water cam right there. Owen Wright getting another skirky little barrel on the paddle back out, doubled it, followed back up his first wave. This is going to score pretty well right here, and great use of that West Bowl.
Yeah, just a quick one, just a quick in and out there for Owen. But, it's a backup score. Now, all of a sudden, he's gone from, sitting there for 10 minutes with nothing. He's gone bang, bang. He's got, probably a keeper score and a backup score already. There are his numbers there at the moment. Currently, he came into this rated 9th in the world, equal 9th. So he's in really good shape, having a great year. Of course, was Rookie of the Year last year on tour, and really kind of looking. He's, I reckon, after what's happened with the top 5 here, all the top 5 going out, Owen's thinking probably I can finish top 5 at the end of the year.
Oh, guarantee you he's thinking that. And there's Rayoni Montero's stats right there. 2011, 26. He's nearly won $500,000. That's incredible money. That must equate to a lot of reals down there in Brazil. The total of heats right there, 113 heats, winning total heat 41, winning percentage 36%. If you're playing baseball and you're batting 36%, you're doing pretty damn good. So Rayoni Montero right there with some great stats. And, boy, for a guy who's gone on and off tour quite a bit, it looks like he's a seasoned veteran out here. And his big wave surfing is insane, obviously with his work at Sunset Beach last year. And just the results and the surfing he's doing in this contest, I think he's stepped himself up a lot.
Yeah, he's a real warrior, Rayoni. And he's kind of, in a little way, kind of doing a Davo thing where he's kind of been on and off tour enough times, learn a bunch of lessons. And here he is now. He's in the quarters, potential semi-finalist. And, you know, it's probably having the best year he's ever had on tour.
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, the 10 he got in the event earlier on was insane. I'm sure he's going to stick in his mind for a long time. But here's live action right here, Rayone Montero from Brazil. Let's see if this thing hits the West Bowl. If it doesn't, most likely he's going to kick out. That's exactly what he does.
Yeah, parachutes out of there, of course. Well, if these guys really can't get barrel and take them. Oh, hang on, look at this
one.
Off the ledge, Owen buries one pump, high drive through it. He's got to get around this section.
He's
Where
coming
is
out
he?
of this. Oh,
he's not. You put the kiss of death on him.
Oh, I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry about that. I should have said that after he made it out of the hole, but it really did look like he had all the drive going down the line, reminiscent of another wave he got earlier on in the event, too. He's really gets up to quick speed. He got out the back really quick right there. Looks like he's paddling back out to grab priority. I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, well, here's a replay. Got that high line pump. Got another one there as it started to flare open, but then it got tight really quick, and it got a little too tight to fit that big lanky frame in. You can see the foam ball there. That thing must have just grabbed him by the throat and dragged him back in. You can almost see the red rashy through the curtain. Yeah. See how far he got. But, well, what it did, it actually spat him out the back of the wave instead of the front. And he's ended up, he's going to get priority. Yeah,
that's amazing right there. Owen Wright able to get out the back of the wave before Rayone Montero gets back out there to get priority. And, boy, let's see what that last score Rayone comes into. That was a nice little barrel. I see one score right there is a 7.5. Let's see what all the other judges think.
Yeah, for sure. Some numbers locking in for both guys there now. Okay, we can see both scores for Owen. A 7.17 for his opener and a 6.67 for his second one. Yeah. And we still got numbers dropping for Rayone, and this is the 7.17, Adam.
Yeah, look at this barrel. Look at this inside view. That's insane right there. Let's see if he makes it. This is the one that he pencils out the back, I believe, and able to get back out the back. Boy, he really came close to making that wave. Had he gotten above that foam ball and really gotten another pump, I think he would have made that barrel.
Yeah, he was kind of just about there. He'd done a lot of the hard work. Unfortunately, didn't pop out. That was a heat winner. If he comes out of that, he becomes very hard to beat in this quarterfinal. Oh, it's the Rapogal tribe.
Yeah, there's some family in there. Oh, wow. Look at the girls behind my wife.
Be very careful here, mate.
That's all right. Look at the big Tahitian man right there. That's okay. We go through a lot of therapy, but, hey, that's a big Tahitian right there, and beautiful mountains in the back as well, as we see right now Rayone Montero. This is live action, up and going. What a beautiful wave.
Yeah, look at this thing. He's parked in there, trying to wash off some speed, just drifts up high and pops out. He is just dialing these things up at the moment. He's just in this familiar pattern. Oh, here we go. Owen off the ledge, drives through the first section. Now can he come out? It's almost identical wave to the last one, and he's out this time.
Wow. You know, I wonder if Rayone right now has taken note that the second wave of the set right now has been the money wave. 2 waves in a row, Rayone has taken off on the first, and it's been the second wave that Owen Wright has been able to get the better wave. It looks like the ocean's a lot more sucked out on the second wave. Let's walk us through this one, Sean.
Yeah, it looks like it's taken a bit more water off the reef. It's almost identical to the previous one. He didn't come out, except he had a way more drive. The section didn't pinch at the end. And he's out, so I reckon that's the best wave of the heat so far. Here's the tower view.
Oh, that's great stuff right there. Nearly losing it at the end of that wave right there. Comes flying out of the hole. And this is a replay of Rayone's wave as well. Really nice ridden wave. You see him slowing down, like you say, wiping off the speed, trying to come out exactly when the tube stops, when the spit comes out.
Yeah, just drifting high there, just perfectly read by Rayone Montero. Here's the tower view.
What a little pit bull right there. And I swear I could still see him smiling in there. That guy's got a smile on him all day long. And, boy, I'd be too if I was getting his barrel this year.
Yeah, mate, he's going to be smiling throughout the next 20 years after his week he's had in Tahiti this week. Well, there it is. So quarterfinal 4 really come to life now. We've got some numbers to drop. And, well, finals day.
Doesn't get any better than that.
It doesn't. Okay, stoked to have you guys with us. You're watching Finals Day here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We'll be back with more right after this.
Like
Yorana, guys, welcome back. Finals day. Billabong Pro Tahiti for 2011. Sean Doherty here with Adam Rapogel. Mate, big quarterfinal, and it's come to life.
Yeah, they're the boys in the water right there. Owen Wright and Rayona Montero. Owen Wright's last wave, Sean, coming in at a 9.57, a humongous score. Really, really now is challenging Rayona to get a big one. He's been posting 10s. He needs a 9.64, well within his range. We got quite a bit of time left. 16 minutes remaining on the clock right now. The man from Brazil could still get back in this heat.
Yeah, for sure, mate. We've seen stranger things happen. Well, of course, Ione's already dropped a 10-point ride in this event, so he's perfectly capable of making this quarter. While we're waiting for another wave to get ridden, let's throw it to the channel with GT.
Hey, thanks, Sean. Well, I know we've been talking a little bit about ratings points and prize money and those sorts of things, but really the event within the event is the Andy Irons Award. This is the AI Forever Award, and basically this is going to be handed out to the surfer that's shown the most committed performance throughout the course of the event. Basically, the surfer that channeled their innermost Andy Irons. And a few surfers that come to mind might be folks like Jeremy Flores or Travis Logie, maybe even Owen Wilson, Josh Kerr. But there's been a few guys in this event that have really kind of shown their mettle out here in some pretty challenging conditions. And did I say Owen Wilson again?
Yes, you did, GT.
Oh, my God.
We were
such
letting
an
you
idiot.
go.
Anyways, Owen Wright. Taj just goofed on me. Yeah, he is a great actor. Anyways, so AI, well, I had the honor of being here last year when he won this final and had his post-heat interview, and it's something that'll stay with me for the rest of my life, and someone's going to walk with this here, and I think we're going to vote on it between the surfers and the judges and some of the event staff here. So anyways, the AI Forever Award right here, and Bruce Irons will be giving this award out at the presentation this afternoon. But you know what? You're going to see Bruce a little earlier because he's going to do a free surf in between semifinal number 2 and the final. So, Andy, we love you. We miss you. And here's your tribute, my bro.
Yeah. There it is. Well, that's Andy. Well, from that famous day here in 2005, 15-foot paddle day, where he just stood tall.
Yeah, that
just stared it down.
Unbelievable waves he took that day. Unbelievable drop. That really stands out in my mind. If I remember correctly, it was probably one of the biggest waves that day paddled into.
Yeah, for sure. And a pretty tough call as to who's going to get that trophy. We split it 32 ways, 36 ways. It's been a lot of guys step up, mate, here.
Yeah.
It's been, as we said, it's the biggest swell we've had in 5 years. We've had some smaller years. A lot of guys have never had a taste of this stuff, but no one's let us down.
Not at all. And right there, you're seeing on the screen, there's Josh Kerr going up against Kelly Slater. That's going to be an incredible heat right there. Beautiful heat on paper. It's going to be more incredible heat in the water. But you heard Kelly really in his post-heat interview didn't want to say too much about Josh Kerr right there. I wonder if he's going to go give him a big handshake and pat him on the back and say good luck.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. And along with, you sure you want to ride that board?
Yeah.
Yeah. How are some of those southerly ones right up the point? I reckon you should sit up there.
And I am also noticing that Josh Kerr's also riding a lot of similar designs as Kelly. Really sort of a wider nose, narrower tail, downsized heavily over the last couple of years. And that's going to fit well out here in the barrel.
Yeah, Kersey on some really small boards. But Kersey will be a guy who won't... He's a really antagonistic heat surfer. He won't let Kelly get under his skin. And, in fact, he'll probably try and go the other way.
Yep.
Now, we kind of saw Kelly get over the top of Wilco, I reckon, mentally this morning in that heat. There's no way Kersey's going to let that happen. He's a fighter out there, a real pit bull.
Yeah, you heard Kelly talk about his aerial antics, and also his big wave barrel riding is insane. But right now we got an incredible heat in the water. Look at the scores right there for Owen Wright, not Wilson. 9.5, 7.17. Doing a really good job in this heat. But Rayona Montero, let's not count him out. He's got a great score. He needs a big score right now of a 9.64. But boy, we've seen him get 10s throughout this event, and let's see if he can get another one.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Yeah, Haney's been running hot in this event. Of course, famously with that 10-point ride. I think it was the first one that was actually thrown. Here, let's have a look at it right here.
Wow, look at how big this wave is. You could tell how insanely gnarly it was that morning. Look at that style, technique. It's just a nice pump right there, able to get it high up in the wave. That was a sort of a really raw day. As you see the enthusiasm and passion coming out of him right there, I would have been just over the moon. As you can see him, he looks like a boxer right there that just took out Tyson.
Yeah, we could hear him scream from a mile away back here. in the webcast house. Look at this thing. Drops in. This was when it was thick, ugly, 10 foot. And amongst it all, he's found this thing. Look at just this gaping hole here. Just drives through it. Right now, knows he's out. Probably one of the greatest moments of his life right there.
Yeah. What's so amazing is you hear nearly every one of these surfers coming out of a heat saying, hey, I just got the best barrel of my life.
Yeah. Oh, this guy's freaking out. His Facebook page is just lighting up with stuff like that. You know, just say that they're still trying to make sense of it, but it's like it is, defining moments of guys' surfing careers right here.
It certainly is. And we did have an event-filled week, of everything from 30-footers to 6 to 8-footers, but every one of them has been a top-to-bottom barrel. This reef seems to only morph in thickness, not in height. So even when it was 3 to 5 feet, it was still just really, really hollow. And even a couple of the lay days early on were incredible, as guys really got to get prepared for this event.
Yeah, we've been owed some waves. Of course, we've been here the last 4 or 5 years without much. Really had to struggle through some tough times with Swell, but we've made up for it with bells on here this year. Well, the Monster Girls are out.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on her anymore. She's stunning. I don't know why they keep showing her to me or to everybody around the world. But boy, everybody out in the channel right now having a blast. It looks like a couple Hanados too now are getting tipped out there. This is early in the morning, but right now, we have a great heat. We do have the end of the contest today, so most likely everyone's getting primered out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I saw a couple of Australian Nano cans out there. I think it was about 8 a.m. But of course, mate, it's all relative. The final's going to be in the water, at lunchtime. So you've got to, you've got to make hay while the sun shines. Wow. Speaking of which, have a go at that vista. That's looking back towards the centre of Tahiti. Very famous backdrop, the most famous one in surfing, no doubt. And there's the right-hander. That's where you don't want to be when you come out of your left. You'll see the two join up on the inside there. Yep. So basically, as these guys come out of these waves, that's what they're looking at. Yep. They've got to get out of there. They've got to hit the eject button before that happens. Because if you end up in there, Adam Rapogel,
good night.
Nighty-night, you're in a whole world of pain.
Yep.
You're on a dry reef and, potentially in a pretty dangerous situation.
Yep.
Well, okay. Well, speaking of dangerous situations, Owen Wright's found himself in one or two this week. He's put himself in it. He's thrown himself over the ledge on a couple of monsters. Look at his foot. Is his foot shift there?
Yeah, his front foot came completely off right there. This is the one I believe he must cartwheel up and over than the barrel right here. He goes really, really high, unfortunately, catching all of the face of the wave on the chest. Look at how incredibly hollow that wave is. Had he made that wave, that would have been another one of his 10s. But check him out in the back right here. It looks like there's his head going up over the falls right there. Owen Wright, he's left a couple of his markings on the reef as well.
Yeah, he's donated some skin. You could just see him trying to get one last breath in there when he was in the lip before he went down into the mines. But, he's really kind of stepped up, Owen Wright, thrown himself over the ledge, and he's here getting rewarded. He's in the quarterfinals, and he's in the box seed in this one. He's got a 9.57 and backing it up with a pretty solid 7.17. So the guys kind of moved up the point a little bit.
Really far up the point. I was just noticing the spread in between Rayoni and Owen Wright right there. Looked like he was way, way up the point. Maybe looking for a little more of a south bend in one to push down the reef. Hopefully he can get barreled a lot longer across the reef. Owen Wright right now has got a couple beautiful scores and a really long tube.
Yeah, it's going to make it pretty tough for Rayoni, especially seeing it's been a bit of a sleeper heat with a little pulse in the middle where they got all their scores, but they had nothing at the start, and it's kind of fallen into a little bit of a hole here. So Rayoni's really hoping this thing comes to life again. But, mate, we've seen some magic waves here this morning. We've this is what Chopu does. It's long period swell, so you'll find little dead spots in it, but then it'll just come to life and throw haymakers at you.
Right. And I'm noticing, too, just in contrast to Kelly Slater's heat a little while ago, he was searching over the whole entire arena out there, every side of the lineup. But right now, look at this one sucked out. But it looks like the boys are just pigeonholed themselves into the top of the lineup right there. They're not even dealing with the West Peak, as you see right there on your screen. Waves are going unridden under there. So maybe as we get down to the 5-minute mark, Rayoni might try to. Yeah. I mean, with the 9.64 that he needs, he's most likely going to go after one of those big bombs that we've seen him throughout the week catch. Or he's going to skirk in there without priority after a wave or so and see if he can get a score.
Yeah, he's looking a little relaxed out there at the moment, kind of just cruising around. At the moment, he's waiting for the waves to come to him. But at some point in time, as you alluded to there, Adam, he's going to have to go start looking for the wave.
Yeah. Hopefully these bumps right here materialize. Like everyone's been talking about, these waves come out of such deep water. It's really, really hard to see even a wave behind a wave. So, usually the whistles and the bells that people are ringing in the channel are indication that there's something coming. So let's see what happens here.
Yeah, look at this thing for O. Well, wanted a piece of it, but deciding not to. I don't think Owen's got priority at the moment, so he's just fishing around looking for whatever that Raoni doesn't want. But you're right, mate, you don't see these waves generally. And when there's no one in the channel, the only kind of indicator you get that the set's coming is you feel the water start to draw off the reef.
Right.
And you look down and it's water so clear you see the reef moving under you. And that's generally a sign you should get on your high horse and start paddling because you're about to wear a set on the head.
Yeah. And, man, God, you don't want to be in that impact zone. You see a lot of guys just really shredded up. But we do have 5 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this heat right now. Raoni Montero definitely has his work cut out for him. Needs a 9.64 to turn this heat.
Yeah, yep. Owen's looking really good here to make it into the semi. So, of course, coming up next is semi-final number 1. Kelly Slater, Josh Kerr. Two guys been in red-hot form and going to be a really interesting match. The top half of the draw. They've cut their way through to there's only 2 of them standing. And already in the bottom semi 2, Trav Logie, bit of a smoky there, and made it through, and he's going to get the winner of this one. So we've got 5 more minutes to sort out who it's going to be. But we're pushing right through. We want to run this final just before lunchtime here, local Tahitian time. Of course, Adam, we're going to have the Brucey Expression session. Still no word, actually, whether Brucey's going to paddle out solo or it'll be Brucey and friends. I'm tipping Brucey and friends, actually.
That'd be cool to see a bunch of him and his mates out there having a good time. Also noticed that he one of the first days we were out surfing out there, saw he was on a board that looked a little big for him, and then here through the grapevine that was actually the board that Andy had won the contest on last year, so that's pretty cool as well.
Yeah, he's just, Brucey took it out and got it wet. And, it's Wilco.
Wow, look at Wilco's leg right there. You can see he is just bandaged up. I mean, beautiful tattoo as well right there. But look at how many slices and slashes he has. Boy, it gets really hot and clammy here at night. I wouldn't be surprised if that really stings at night.
Yeah, of course, any reef cut, well, that looks like a big hematoma. Looks like he's just hit the reef flat and just bruised the hell out of his leg. But Wilco's also cut up as well. Tons of cuts all over him. Of course, the big danger here in the tropics is those getting infected, getting a bit of staph in them, which can happen like overnight. You really got to look after those things. Otherwise, you can end up with a really gnarly infection.
He sure can. I think that's why he drinks so many Hanados. It really does help counterbalance the infection and gives you a small buzz so you can go to sleep here at night with that amount of pain.
Well, that's his theory anyway. That's how he's reasoning it. So there it is, 3.5 to go here in the last quarter. It's Owen Wright holding the lead at the moment, looking pretty good, you'd reckon, for a semi-final spot. Raoni Montero from Brazil chasing a 9.64, and they've been pretty hard to come by in this heat.
They sure have, and it's really been waves permitting. If these waves come, I guarantee you he's going to be head down on one of these bombs, paddling in, and trying to slow down his speed, get really piped as we are looking at some beautiful Tahitian gals right there on the monster boat. It looks like she definitely has a hula on, but I don't see a hula.
No, or she can keep dancing as long as she wants, Adam.
Yep.
Of course, they're our next-door neighbours here.
That's distracting.
Neighbourly relations. We went over and had a couple of beers yesterday afternoon.
Good for you, mate. Right on. We're down to 2 minutes, 40 seconds in this heat right now. Raoni Montero really needs to find a wave, but it's been all Owen Wright from the start of this heat. He had a 7.17 on the Hooter, and then coming out with a 6.67, now on a humongous score of a 9.57. So it's been all Owen Wright. Hopefully Raoni can get another wave and put himself back in contention for this heat.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, really, he's starting to find himself in a tough situation. Okay, a little up moving through here. No takers. Of course, Raoni's got priority, so when that wave comes, he's going to get first dibs at it. What you said, mate, you called him way up the point. And
see that? That was a perfect wave right there. They were a little bit out of position, way up the point. Owen Wright's just loving this right now, and all the maneuver, all the best part of the wave is way down here. I wonder if Raoni really has his bearings right now on the reef, but Owen Wright is just playing a nice chess match, pushing him a little far out of the bowl and just elapsing time. So with Raoni with priority, I would come all the way back down into this part of the reef where you can get the backside of the West Bowl and forget about Owen Wright.
You know what? He's listening to you. He's doing it right now. He's moving. So with 90 seconds to go, it's kind of the point. He's got to scratch around madly for anything. There is the wide scene from the judging tower. That is Chopu right there, folks, in all her glory. You can see the tides are just starting to come back in. We had a really low tide bottom out this morning, and it's just starting to fill back in. We've got a bit of a mid-afternoon high tide, so we've got a filling tide, which probably doesn't really affect how much these waves barrel too much when you've got size on it.
No, that's for sure. We did see some waves yesterday at the max high tide just draining out. Sometimes the second wave of the set seemed to have a lot of the trough taken out of the bottom of the wave and made for an exceptional barrel. But right now we've seen very few waves, but we have massive scores on the board, so the perfect ones are out there. And these guys are waiting for them here. But look at this,
Here we go.
Sean. This looks like a bump right here.
Yeah, they're jockeying around. Something standing up on the ledge. It's going to be Honey Montero using his priority, cashing it in. Takes off. Here we go. Pig Dogs needs a 9.57. First section, he's through it. Touched up by that second one, but, Adam Rapogel, I'm not seeing a 9.57 there.
Yeah, definitely not seeing a 9.57 right there. But Owen Wright did a great job of just looking at that wave, ensuring that he was going to go. Now, priority going back to Owen Wright. He's going to sit out there and lax all this time off the clock.
Rayoni had to go this, mate. Had no choice. It was kind of almost the wave to do it, but it just ended up not throaty enough, not long enough, and Rayoni's going to kick out, and he's going to end up here at the Billabong Pro with a quarterfinal place.
Yeah, that was a great wave right there, but like you're saying, that's not maybe not the wave he was really looking for. It didn't really do what he was wanting, but he did a great job to burn off that speed, but it was all Owen Wright in this heat.
Yeah, you can see him there, mate. Eye of the Tiger early on. Got out of the gates pretty early with a 7.17 and looked really good. Of course, we had a restart to this heat. Some slow waves at the start. Once Owen got going, though, Adam, he was on fire.
He certainly was. And Rayoni right there fought back, got a great score of a 7.10, got himself back into the heat, but Owen Wright followed it back up with a massive score. I believe this is it right here. This is the 9.57. Check this out, folks. Completely disappeared, flying right out of the hole. What great surfing right there.
Yeah, that iced the heat for Owen Wright. Okay, you're watching Finals Day, Billabong Pro Tahiti. Stoked to have you guys with us. Josh Kerr, Kelly Slater, coming up next.
Huge welcome to everybody on Fuel TV in the Middle East, Europe, Africa, and Australia. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti, and it's semi-final time. Josh Kerr from Australia surfing against Kelly Slater from Florida in the United States. I'm Joe Turpel, joined with former tour competitor Adam Rapogel from Santa Cruz, California. Adam, that last heat was interesting with Rayoni Montero sitting out the back. It looked like he was being extra selective out there, and from what I saw, it looked like there was a lot of scoring potential kind of going unridden during that heat.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get in position to grab those scores at the end of the heat, but he did give it a good effort on that last wave, just unfortunately came up a little short.
As we go into the semifinals, Kelly Slater and Josh Kerr, a huge matchup here. We've been talking about Josh Kerr since we ran that free surf expression session the day before the waiting period. We couldn't wait to get this thing started. We had a 2-hour free surf. Josh Kerr was one of the major standouts. What do you like best about Josh Kerr's approach at Chopu?
Well, personally, he just goes balls to the wall. He paddles really, really hard. I'm noticing his entry is really, really perfect, and I can't help but think it's the width of his and the nose of his board. Kelly Slater has the same sort of design, sort of a hybrid front end and a really narrow tail, but his backside tube riding is insane and really pulls up high in a lot of waves and is as in tune with it as anybody with these barrels out here.
And noticing where the positioning is in the lineup, what's your take on these two standpoints? Red is Josh Kerr, and wearing the white jersey, Kelly Slater.
Well, I think Kelly Slater's trying to bait him right there into getting really deep up on the reef, and Josh Kerr is not buying it one bit.
He's got his game plan. He knows how he's earned his first semifinal ever in history. He's trying to get his best result in the making. If he could beat Kelly Slater here, he'd probably have all the confidence in the world moving into the final. Still 32.5 to decide. Our first finalist here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. When you look at these guys in the past, they've never had a man-on-man matchup before, and a lot of people talk about how Kelly knows his opponent, like he studies them. And he knows each and every move they make. He knows how to make them, kind of force them to make errors. So maybe a little bit different, but I'm sure Kelly's watched Josh Kerr surf in a ton of heat. So this first exchange hasn't happened yet. At the moment, we do have GT standing by with Rioni Montero. The guy was getting 10s in this event, but just fell short to Owen Wright. GT.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Well, Rioni, I know you probably want to do a little better out there, but you're taking home a 10 and some really good memories of some crazy tubes at this Chopu.
Yeah, definitely going to be good memories forever. And, I wanted to go a little bit further. I wanted to do better, but Owen got the best waves of the heat. And I tried hard out there, but wasn't enough to put me through to the next round. But I'm happy with the result. 5th place at Chopu. Yesterday was pumping, so I'm very happy. I'm very proud what I did of this contest, and man, happy.
You should be, and certainly you delivered when you needed to. And that heat particularly, though, maybe were you a little too patient for waves that never came?
This one, no. I mean, I was kind of a low heat with not much waves like yesterday, but I don't know. I did wrong in the first wave. I picked the wrong wave, and then I give him the priority, and that gave him the best, I think, a good wave, and then the next one was better. But I don't know. I just start wrong, and then it didn't work today for me.
An exceptional event, and before we let you go, as always, please give love to your friends in Brazil in Portuguese.
É isso aí, galera. Tô feliz. 5º lugar aqui em Chopu, foi legal. Ontem tinha altas ondas. Sei que a galera tava torcendo para eu ir mais longe, só que comecei errado a bateria hoje. O Owen pegou a prioridade, soube administrar a prioridade. Mas é isso aí, galera. Tô feliz. Queria mandar um beijo para minha esposa, minha filha, Natália, Vitória, que estão me assistindo, os meus amigos, galera que me deu a força aqui no canal, o Eloy, o Rodrigo, o Bruninho, o Marama, que tá com o barco. Eu queria mandar um abraço pra galera lá de LA também, o Bruninho, o Bicudinho, o Sino, a galera que tá lá me vendo.
All right, here we go. Sorry, Rioni. Up and riding. Kelly Slater, no, he just does a quick dub and our turnout. Anyways, Rioni, one more time, congratulations. Great event for you. Always good to catch up with you. Gracious in victory, humble in defeat. Rioni Montero. Now, Owen Wright's gotten on the boat. Owen Wright. Owen, yeah, I got that right. Owen is on the boat. We'll catch up with him in a minute.
Sounds great, GT. Thanks for the update with Rioni Montero, who was impressive in this event. Did have the 10. He's going to leave with some great memories, but also leave with a good result. His best result on the World Tour this year, making that quarterfinal spot. He's going to get 5,200 points on the One World rankings. That is also like making a final in a prime event. So if you make a final in a prime and you get second, you also get 5,200. As you see how the math works on the One World rankings, he will be moving up a few spots with that result. Looking out the back, live action, seeing Kelly Slater look over the edge and not making a move. I think the big point we were making in his quarterfinal heat was his ability to create create big scores in small waves.
Yeah, he does a great job of that. Waves that guys wouldn't go on, he'll go on and get a massive score. But just take a note right now. Just look at this is literally the finals of regular footers right here. In the next semifinal, we have Travis and Owen Wright, the final of goofy footers. So this is the best of the regular footers out here right now, guaranteed. You'll talk to anybody. You could put Jeremy Flores, you could put Rioni in this class as well. But right now, these two guys have come up with the most points, done the best surfing all week long to come into this first semifinal.
A very good point, we're making sure we're going to have a goofy and a regular in the final. We can guarantee you that much. And the regular foot side versus the goofy side, Adam, for today's conditions, do you see it favored either stance?
Well, I think it's going to favor the actually the regular footers right now, because they're going to be able to stick their back and arm into the wave and really slow down. But the guys that are on their front side, the goofy footers, they're going to be able to go really fast down the line, maybe get a lot longer barrel, but I think the guys on their backside are going to be able to slow down.
So now 28 minutes on the clock, looking out the back, paddling for this one. Kelly really making a dig for it. He doesn't have priority since he's already taken off on a wave. We're going to watch this one go unridden. Josh Kerr does have priority, and it's still wide open. Wow, look at this thing. Out the back, Josh Kerr is committing here, Adam.
Yeah, Josh with a nice little wave right here. Great way to start the heat. Sort of a high line, skirky little barrel right there. As you can see the width in the nose of his board. I think he's riding like a 5'10", so a really relatively small board. Kelly's on a 5'9" or a 5'11", also a small board. So I think both these guys have the same strategy.
Let's take a look at the replay from the tower. He's able to get in the barrel in the beginning of this ride, get a little vision there as far as a huge score, not really amounting to what we saw in the last heat.
Yeah, not really, but what a great way to start the heat. Definitely want to get the cobwebs out. He's surfing against Kelly Slater, and I don't think he has any nerves. This guy doesn't look like he gets nervous too much, but he definitely wants to get his confidence up.
Oh, exactly. So he's putting a number on the screen. He will be taking the lead, but he's also handed priority right back to Kelly Slater, who's going to try to just make him pay for that with 26 minutes and 50 seconds to go. This is Kelly Slater's 95th semifinal performance in his career at the moment. We'll see how he does here. We do have Owen Wright standing by, GT. It's Owen Wright.
Yes, Owen Wright. Not to be confused with Owen Wilson, as I've done twice earlier today. Owen, I'm so sorry about that. One of my favorite surfers. Owen, you got off to a quick start, and that really seemed to keep the momentum going your way that whole heat.
Yeah, I was watching in the heat before, and they weren't really, giving out that many good scores. So I thought, but I got to start working for my scores, and I tried to sit a little bit deeper and just race through the barrels instead of just taking off and pulling in. So it seemed to work out, and I got probably not like the biggest waves of the heat, but I was just racing through them, so I got some good scores.
Okay, now looking ahead, you have Travis Logie. Tell us about Travis. What's your thoughts on him and your matchup?
We got two goofy footers, so it's going to be a good matchup. And I mean, obviously, to get to the semi-finals, everyone's had some great barrel rides, and yeah, it's going to be a pretty interesting heat.
Do you reckon at this size, is there an advantage for a goofy footer or a regular footer? Because at the beginning of this event, I had a strong sense it was a goofy footer's year. Do you think, what's your thoughts on the conditions now, and who does it favor?
Well, I always think it's a goofy footer's year, but it just doesn't seem to turn out sometimes. But yeah, I think it's small. There's barrels. I think it's pretty much anyone's game out there. And the guys that have won here in the past have been like the best tube riders. So if you're going to be a good tube rider, you got to be goofy or natural. It doesn't really matter.
So you're saying you're one of the best tube riders because you're in the semi-fit? No, I'm kidding. Humble guy right here. No. Anyways, congratulations to you, and I know you got to get ready for your heat. And I apologize in advance for calling you Owen Wilson, although you could be mistaken for worse.
Yeah, exactly. I'll take it.
Okay, thanks, homie. Good luck in your next heat. We'll throw it back up to the tower.
Excellent job, GT. Thank you very much. Good to hear from Owen Wright, and he's always thinking it's a goofy foot year. There's often talk about, maybe the goofy foots have less of an advantage with all the right-handers, but now they're surfing a beautiful left. And look at those numbers from Owen Wright, a 9.57 and a 7.17. Surfing against Montero, both these surfers had 10s to earn their way into that quarterfinal matchup. Owen's going to be a tough one to beat with Travis Logie coming up in semifinal number 2. As we look out the back, reestablishing this heat, Kelly Slater just with a .2. Josh Kerr got a 5 for his little tube that he had moments ago. Kelly just needs a 4.81, and he does have priority now, but kind of focusing on their equipment, Adam. It's amazing what they can do with computers now and shaping, and I'm always impressed with Kelly when he's talking about his boards, and he's got about 8 different models that he's got in front of him, and he just drags certain parts of boards. He can take a tail from one model, put a nose from a different model, and create a secret weapon. I think we all remember that board that he rode at Pipeline that one year. He's riding an extra small board. It was like a 6.6 or something in huge surf, and he ended up taking a huge win there. Josh Kerr, in his interviews, he's starting to talk about, I've got a 7.0 tail on this one. It's pretty impressive how you can use that with a computer.
Yeah, it's amazing the amount of insight both these competitors have right here in the water. Kelly Slater, the master designer as well, heard through the grapevine through Travis at Channel Islands. He actually takes some of his own boards, makes them himself, puts his information in and able to really get hands-on with the equipment. I think that's worked in his benefit as he totally understands his equipment. He specifically makes certain boards for certain places, and I have heard of him talking about just wanting one board through the World Tour for one whole year. So impressive stuff right there for Kelly Slater. It would be amazing to see him ride the same board as he rides here out at New York.
Yeah, very interesting to see whenever he's showing up. You want to see what he's riding. You want to check out his fins. There's all those old stories of people saying, hey, Kelly was up till like 2 in the morning last night just doing fin designs. He's addicted to equipment and trying to progress the sport. The biggest leader for the last couple of decades as Kelly sits out the back. We're talking about how many semis he's been. He's won 64 out of those 94 semis, a 68% winning percentage when he gets to this part of the event. Kind of focusing on this event at Chopu. He had a semifinal against Mark Occhilupo back in 2000 that he won. The semi he had in 2003, he beat Danilo Costa. Back in 2005, he had a semi with Taj, and he beat Taj there. And the only semi that he's lost out here was last year to Andy Irons in such a classic showing. Andy coming back and taking that win, such a memorable moment. And for Kelly, too, now, that semifinal means a lot more to him now.
Oh, guarantee it does. That was an amazing semi right there. As you see right there, Josh Kerr with his back to Kelly Slater right there. That's pretty amazing. Definitely not letting Kelly get into his ear at all. As you see Kelly paddling up the point a little.
Now 21 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Slater just with a .2 right now. Adam, Josh Kerr with a 5.0. We've been talking about how impressive Josh Kerr is, and we have captured Josh with the Phantom camera. Look at this beautiful shot here, just lining it up here. This is equipment that he's been talking about throughout this event. He's able to really control and maneuver his way through some pretty heavy sections.
Yeah, he sure is. You see how far up he is on his board as well. His back foot is right over the fins, but he's got so much volume and so much area in the front of his board. I think his rocker's even a little lower as well, and maybe a little more tail rocker, but look how he's able to get the drive and stick onto this face. That's an exceptional surfing right there. Perfect positioning and technique. Josh Kerr, one of the standouts this event.
You have to be able to move and release in this tube. Right here, he knows he's going to make it, and you love the way he lets go, stands tall. He's done all the hard work, trimmed it beautifully, and he'll just take a look up to the tower and say, hey, boys, throw me that score. What do you say? So now he's out in the lineup in semifinal number 1, and he hopes he can get another big vision like that. Bringing up the bio from Josh Kerr from Australia, 12th in the 2011 ratings, 13,900 points. You see his career earnings at 300,000 as he's making a big effort here. His best result in the making in his career so far from Australia, but he's been living in Southern California in the Carlsbad area for a little bit now, so I know all the people in Southern California has been loving watching Josh Kerr surf on any kind of swell that comes through that area. There was that classic swell that he went up to Rincon and did 2 alley-oops on the same wave. When you think of Josh Kerr, you think about how creative he is. He's world famous for being creative and being an innovator, and now he's showing everyone that obviously he's one of the biggest charters of the sport as well.
He sure is. And you're seeing right here on the screen, folks, is it looks like Kelly Slater's pulling everybody out of the lineup. I mean, everybody. Pulling Josh out of position just a tad bit. As you see him roaming around the lineup right there, right outside of Josh Kerr, he's really starting to, I think, play with the lineup and starting to sniff out waves instead of waiting for them to come to him.
19.5 remaining. A pretty slow start considering who's in the lineup right now. 5.0 from Josh. He did make a move and got a barrel. Kelly Slater has priority as Owen Wright is looking on. He's coming right back out to the lineup. All goofy foot matchup with South Africa's Travis Logie. Travis has just seemed like he's in the right place at the right time. Every time he's out in the heat, he's getting a bomb. Now, Adam, we go to live action. Josh Kerr.
Wow, did you see that entry right there? He actually was at prone for a while, allowing that wave to stand up so it was barreling, so he didn't go into it too early, but unfortunately the wave just chandeliered on him right there. But what a great approach right there. Really like how he was thinking about slowing down, not pulling. See how he lagged his entry right there. Stood up relatively slow, but unfortunately he takes it right on the head.
That delayed entry, you immediately think of guys like Andy Irons. They know how to read this wave so well. Look at the tower angle. Josh Kerr delaying this takeoff because he wanted to stand up.
Yeah, that was a great technique right there to let the wave materialize before he got into it. But unfortunately, the wave wasn't grinding or as hollow as he wanted to. But you're seeing now maybe a change in tactics. You're going to see Kelly Slater maybe move down into that west bowl as he was positioned a little out for a couple of really good waves. We saw him coming in, and Josh and Kelly were out of position.
So now down to 18 minutes and 20 seconds. Kelly does have priority. We see a little wave. He showed a little interest in that one because he knows if he can stall it right, he can put up some big scores. He had some 8s and 9-point rides early this morning in the first quarter final matchup that he had. And Nick Carroll talking about how he always paces himself. Kelly's always been a big one talking about peaking too early, and he tries to leave everything on the line in the final. And I think that kind of goes not just for your personal goal to not to peak too early, but for the judges. Is that a good reason not to show too much too early to the panel?
Well, yeah, when you're in the moment, though, you're trying to do the best you can regardless, so you're definitely going to put your best foot forward. But, yeah, I think you're right. I think Nick Carroll hit the arrow on the head where you need to be in tempo.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
I never really had a dream of being a world champion. All I really kind of cared about was getting barreled and doing airs. I surf because I love the feeling of being surfed out.
Urana, welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Thanks for being with us live on YouTube for the very first time here at the Billabong Pro. We've got Josh Kerr in the lineup with Kelly Slater, two regular foots that have been putting on some impressive results throughout this event. 5.0 is a small score, but you can tell it's far from over. Little paddle battle. Kelly looks interested. This is live action, dropping right down to the bottom, stalling, getting deep in the pit. It's blowing him out, and he is just going to wrap that thing into the pocket to seal the deal. Kelly can get so deep on any wave he takes off on. Let's take a look at the replay, Adam.
Yeah, check. He does the exact same thing as Josh Kerr right here. He stays prone for a while. See how he lags his entry, waiting, then stands up. Pig Dog's a beautiful stance right there, reminiscent of Johnny Boy Gomes. But what great work right there for Kelly Slater to stay in the barrel the whole entire time. And look at this right here, defining himself. Another beautiful little wrap into the pit. But look at the stance right here. This is great Pig Dog stuff right here.
The tower shot there. This is what the judges look at from deep there. Look how he could just disappear behind the curtain. I love that takeoff too because it's just like he's body surfing. That beautiful backside tube riding technique. It doesn't even look like he's even on his board. He's using the entire wave, his entire body, and he's able to get a score out of that smaller wave on the inside. A 5.9 would get him into the lead. As we take a look out the back, Josh Kerr making a move.
Right on. This is back-to-back waves right here. This is live action. Josh Kerr on a nice little wave. Unfortunately, not as much tube time as he wanted to right there. Let's see what happens, though. Kelly Slater most likely going to be able to get back out there in priority. But he's been known to just grab these inside waves and get really drained on. You were talking about that a second ago. He's able to make scores out of waves that other guys would just pass up. So he is sort of a master, a Houdini, at turning something that's nothing into something.
Now 14.5 to go. Scores are starting to come in for Kelly Slater.
Wow.
And we can guarantee you that he will be taking the lead once that number's locked in. Comes in at a nice, cool 9-point ride. Kelly is in first. Josh Kerr now second. He does have that second score to come. He needs at least a 4.21 to get the lead back in semifinal number one. So time's going to really start moving as we take a look at the panel. International judging panel. They drop the high and the low and then average out the middle three. So 4 9s from the panel. Even one of those 9s gets tossed out. So almost in complete agreement there. They're loving what Kelly's doing in the tube. It's like you disappeared, you can't see it, but there's so much going on. Let's bring that one up again here. Let's check it out.
Yeah, beautiful stance right there. Look at how his positioning, how low he got right there. His back leg right over the fins, leaning way far forward. A lot of guys have a tendency to spin out right there, but Kelly Slater the master of positioning and the master of balance. Basically, he balanced really hard right there, and I haven't seen many cutbacks like that either in the event so far. So right now, Kelly Slater definitely standing out in this heat.
Excellent wave there for Kelly Slater, and there's a picture that I always have in my mind of Kelly. He could bend like anyone. He can bend like no human can. He can put himself into the toughest situations and make them look so easy. Right there, he's able to get a deep tube on a smaller wave and get a 9-point ride for it. And now, what is he going to do? Back to live action, little paddle battle, because we do have a wave coming here, and it looks like Josh Kerr is going to use his priority and paddle into it. Josh is up, live action, setting it up off the bottom. He's going to have to slow down if he wants to sit in the barrel, parks it, traveling up for a little bit, but he gets taken down by the foam ball. It was a pretty small wave, so let's look at the replay, see what happened here.
Yeah, look at this little layback skirt right here, almost laying back, pulls it up. Nice little barrel. You'll see the wave continue to barrel after he falls, but unfortunately not really the size of the wave allowing him that big scoring potential. I think with Kelly's last wave, you're really going to have to step it up. The wave's going to have to be really good, or the tubes have to be really long, but unfortunately right there for Kersey, it didn't materialize.
And so Josh Kerr, he got a 3.83 a couple of waves ago, 1.07 for that attempt, so he still needs a 4.21. Kelly Slater now has priority again out the back with plenty of time to sort out Josh Kerr. First time they've met in a man-on-man matchup, and Josh Kerr, would be dying to make that final. It's kind of interesting for Kelly Slater. He's the only guy left in the draw that's won an event already this season, so he has this opportunity to take 2 wins already, where we've had multiple winners. We've had Kelly won the first event, Parker won the second event. Moving on to Brazil, we had Adriano win, and then Jordy Smith won in front of his hometown. So now Kelly Slater, he's going to be like, well, maybe I can just take advantage of this and get another, get a second win in. It's an opportunity, though. How cool would the world title race get if someone else took it? Maybe if Josh Kerr wins, Wright, it would be a pretty wild world title race. We haven't had any race similar to that in quite a long time. Usually it's one guy kind of taking over, getting multiple wins. Here we go, live action paddling. Kelly wants it. He's going to go here at him.
Big drop right there. Aerial entry right there. That was incredible stuff right there. How he was able to keep balance right there, stay over his board, not allow his board to get away from him, and on a slippery quad nonetheless. So great work right there from Kelly Slater. Reminded me of that wave he got last year in the final, I believe, or maybe the semis where he leaned. Look at this stuff, folks. That is incredible edge work right there. Not too many people in the world could even get near that tube.
That was incredible. Dropped out of the sky and sticks it, taking a view from the tower. Look at him hung up right there, but he's like, I've got this. Boom! Wow. Lands it right into a bottom turn and then tries to get shacked right here.
Yeah, and he's still trying to slow down. That's incredible stuff. So he's really, really, really in the moment. You can see that he is so in tune with exactly what's going on with himself and the wave, which is amazing because these waves are, they're predictable, but, that wave had a lot of foam. It kicked him off a little, but he still stayed really stuck to his board.
A 2.6 for that one as his girl looks on, Kalani Miller, on the bow of the boat, and she doesn't look too stressed, nice and comfortable there as she looks on. She's seen Kelly Slater win so many heats, so she knows, hey, Kelly's got it. I'm not going to worry about it.
And she's in Tahiti. I don't think they worry about much down here at all, Joey. As you see everyone out in the lineup right now, I believe it's a Monday, and it doesn't seem to be too many people working out in the channel.
Oh, yeah, not a lot of people. Everyone's taking it easy because, it's a pretty calm environment. The final stage is on. It's more stress for these guys who have a lot on the line with their careers and, obviously trying to take a big win here in one of the most historic events we've had. 9 minutes and 45 seconds to go. This Phantom camera never gets old. Slowing down this amazing wave makes it look so artistic. This was from earlier this morning. Watch him just thread this one. Josh Kerr putting himself in a great spot.
Yeah, that was beautiful positioning right there, riding high and tight on that barrel, as a lot of these waves do go pretty high, then drop down low. That was great positioning right there. And we've been talking about Josh Kerr's form and technique throughout this whole event. He's been one of the standouts, if not the standout, even on the lay days that we've been having out here in the water.
And Josh Kerr and Kelly Slater were in the channel during that massive tow session that happened just a couple of days ago. They were sitting in the channel, and Josh Kerr actually came into the booth during that live tow session, and he said he was just like rattled. There was so much energy going, and he said just from sitting out in the channel for about 4 or 5 hours, he felt like he had just been through probably one of the heaviest things he's ever experienced. He couldn't even talk. He was all shook up, and some of the rides that he witnessed, he'll never forget.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't think anybody's going to forget that day or that session. And everybody, it's going to be online. You're going to have all the highlights of that day. But I think that was a huge day in the contest for these guys to go out and see what people can live through. Those guys were getting smeared out there. They were living through it all. And then that was a 15 to 20 foot day, maybe 30, 35 foot face day, and that thick. Come the following day, those guys were saying, hey, look, those guys were living through that. It's only 8 to 10 foot today. We can just charge balls out.
Yeah, exactly. Josh Kerr said that. He's like, hey, I saw those guys go down. This is a walk in the park. You know, 10-footers coming in, which is still a force to be reckoned with, obviously. But coming off that swell, and then all of a sudden the sun's out. They're like, okay, we can pull this thing off. Let's pull into some deep ones. And that's why we saw the series of 10s coming from yesterday's action. We've got a packed boat here of surf fans. They have their cameras up. You don't want to look down for a second because Kelly or Josh could be locking in to a solid bomb out the back. We've got a little wave coming in. Let's see who's in position. No, it's Josh Kerr holding back. With that little 2.6 that Kelly got, Josh Kerr now needs a 6.61, which would be his best wave of the heat so far. Kelly now looking interested. Josh is not going. Looks like they're really ready. They want to make a move. They're both in the prone position out there, Adam.
Yep.
And it's just a matter of getting the right one to come through. For Josh, do you still want him to kind of sit out the back at the moment? Because it looks like he's kind of inching towards the inside.
Yeah, I would want him to do exactly what Kelly Slater doesn't want him to do. And that's fall into his prey as far as what his strategy is out there. I hope he doesn't talk to him. I hope he doesn't even look at him. But, I am going for Kelly Slater. I am an American as well. But Josh Kerr right now has been the standout of this event, I believe, so far. So he has it in him to get 10s out there. So he needs to buckle down right now, find his lineup that he has, because believe me, folks, we're about a quarter mile out into the ocean. These guys have, markers on the beach to see where exactly they are in relation to the lineup. So I would stay true to my spot out there and not let Kelly Slater get in my head at all.
Well, Adam, I've been losing a lot of money to you betting throughout this event, but I'm going to take Josh Kerr on this one. He needs a 6.61, but I think he could do it. I've been seeing him surf out here throughout the lay days especially. He's been spending more time in this lineup than anybody and riding some radical boards, even a 5.9 one day, which blew me away. So a 6.61, if he could just get one off Kelly, he could really turn this around, though. 6 minutes to go as we approach Semi 2. We already have the Goofy Footers on deck. Travis, Logie, and Owen Wright will be out there shortly. But right now, it's Kelly's in the driver's seat. He does have a 9. The thing is, if he gets another little insider to just thread and get deep on, he's probably going to put Kersey in a pretty tough situation. So this next exchange is pretty critical. When you think about, the day today, we're probably going to get a lot of our contenders for the Nixon WTA watch probably from yesterday when we had probably the heaviest conditions so far. That $10,000 watch is on the line, and that will be awarded to all the heaviest rides. Let's bring you one of the heaviest rides from Kelly Slater from this event to show you what kind of stuff we were working with. Here's the Phantom camera. Check out this drop.
Look at this elevator drop right here. Kelly Slater on a 5.11 quad. Does some great work right there, really high up on the wave.
And then it just breathes on him, engulfs him. He's just a ghost in the pit of chopes, and all of a sudden he's just going to come out standing tall, not grabbing his rail. You see him just even stand a little bit taller as he sees this exit, already raising his hands, and he's going to look back and thank Chopes for that wonderful ride.
He's actually looking back in the barrel right there. That's incredible stuff. You heard people say a couple days ago, just don't look back into it, Kelly Slater doing a great job right there looking back. But, hey, Joe, can't help to think you made the wrong call. You told me about his percentage. Kelly Slater, I'm talking about his percentage out of the semifinals. He's only throwing away a 2.60 right now, so I think you're going to lose this bet because I guarantee you he's going to increase that 2.60. He's got over a 60% winning percentage coming out of the semifinals. So, Joe, I think you lost the money.
You're robbing me, Adam. Yeah, I think you might be. I don't know. I still have time for Kersey. 4 minutes and 22 seconds to go. We've got a really lucky guy in a pretty cool boat. GT, what are you doing out there? Who are you hanging out with?
Flexing. Okay.
GT, are you there? How are you, GT?
You know what? I have been a lot worse. Let me tell you right now. Okay, when you talk about Tahitian pearls right here, oh my goodness, my ladies. Okay, so obviously you're working for Monster here, and they're one of the sponsors of the event, so I'm giving a gratuitous plug. But what's your name?
Mary.
Mary, and yours?
Hinarani.
Okay, well, we'll figure that out later. So do you guys speak English?
A little bit.
Speak the language of love, though, don't you? Okay, we'll work on that later, too. Okay, so do you guys live here in Chopu?
No, me live in the island.
So you live in the island of Tahiti. Where?
In Papeno.
Okay, so how far is from here?
Like 1 hour.
Okay, not 1 hour?
1 hour.
Do you need a place to stay? No, I'm kidding. Okay. Anyways, okay. So you guys friends with surfing? You like to fan out on surfing?
Yeah.
You a big surf fan?
Huh?
Say yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the question: who is going to win the contest?
Owen. Owen.
You can choose me.
I don't know the name of this.
Hey, Ari Williams? He's out.
No. Yeah, Owen too.
All right. Well, okay. So you guys are roaming the channel, handing out energy drinks, making everybody feel so special. But the question is, what are you guys doing tonight?
We go home.
Okay. Can I get a ride? Anyways, okay. You guys are awesome. Thanks for coming on the boat. TahitiBabes.com right here.
Thank you very much, GT. We were nervous just watching that from here. I can't imagine what it would be like in the boat with those two Tahitian beauties. They've been hanging out in the channel throughout this event and providing some welcoming distractions, and the competition out there trying to stay focused. But once someone Wright gets word of that, I mean, they've been talking about him. Hopefully he can focus on this second semifinal.
Yeah, not those twins right there. But, dude, in the heat right now, we do have Kelly Slater and Josh Kerr, one of the best heats on paper of the whole event. With 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining, Josh Kerr only needing a 6.61 to turn the heat. But Kelly Slater's throwing away a 2.60. And, boy, with 1.5 minutes remaining right now, Kersey's got his work cut out for him.
Oh, he sure does, Adam. It looks like it might just come down to one final wave, really, at this point. If it happens, 1 minute and 30 seconds. I can't imagine it staying this flat throughout the rest of the heat here. Kelly already looking off to the side. There's Owen Wright starting to drift into the lineup. Looks like Josh Kerr is moving with Kelly. Looks like they might be onto something here. 1 minute, 20 seconds. They're going to start moving around a little bit. Josh just needs a 6.61 here. Watch this paddle. Remember, Kelly does have priority, and he will use it to take it off him.
Yeah, that was a tactical move right there. Let's see if Kelly Slater's able to get a nice little barrel for him right there. He's going to throw away his 2.60 guaranteed. He's going to hustle back out into the lineup. Let's see what happens, though. Josh Kerr out there by himself, needing now most likely in the 8 or maybe 9 range. After that wave, Kelly Slater is sitting on a 9.0. Josh Kerr's biggest wave or highest score wave right now, 5.0. So right now, it looks like Kelly Slater's in the driver's seat and literally might have just shut the door on him.
Taking a look at the replay, Kelly having to use his priority. Look at him slide into this one, getting that stall. Perfect positioning in the tube. And the key thing that you were mentioning, Adam, he is improving on a 2.6. So Josh Kerr is going to need a lot more than a 6.61 with 30 seconds to go. So Josh has to hope that the wave of the day comes through and he basically surfs it perfectly to turn this one around. 20 seconds as we see one drain through unridden. A lot of foam on that one. Usually after a set, the second wave is usually pretty frothy. Where's Josh? Looks like he might be making a move. Here he goes.
Kersey up and riding again on a little frothy one. Let's see what happens here on the inside. He needs to stay in the barrel really long. I do not think he's going to be able to get the score on that wave. But what a beautiful little wrapping around rebound right there up on the wide. If he gets another turn, that's probably the first wave I've seen in a couple of days. The guy's even got a couple of turns on.
So Josh Kerr not maximizing on the tube as he gets to the inside, does a little backside punt onto the reef. There is basically no water right there.
Wow.
And he figured, hey, this is probably my last ride on my run here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. I'm just going to throw it up there just in case. But a couple big cars before. They're looking for those big tube rides. Kelly Slater is looking pretty solid. Josh Kerr went into this thing feeling happy, pulled into the first tube of the heat and got a 5.0 here. Came out nice and clean. Then Kelly Slater got going and did his magic. Fades the takeoff, pulls up into this one. A 9-point ride as he's sitting on the foam ball, gets blown out. Big wrap to seal the deal and didn't look back. And then it came down to this, using priority again. That airdrop sticks it, parks it. This was only a 2.6, but you could show how much control Kelly has out there. Josh Kerr and him were sitting on each other. This was at the end when Kelly used priority. He ended up turning this into a 5.5. to say goodbye to Josh Kerr and me, our first finalist here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Josh having an attempt there, getting a little vision for a 3.83 towards the end of this heat. Got a big wrap as he exits out. We're going to call in Sean Doherty for this next heat. Semifinal 2 is coming up right after this.
He had no fear, you know. He was kind of fearless. I guess he had fear, but he just he had a mindset that he could push it to the side and just, you know, throw himself into Chopa. I guess the way his surfing and his attitude to surfing suited that place like no one else had ever suited Chopa.
Sleep on the streets, but kids are coming.
Urana, welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti. We're into semifinal number 2, the Goofy Foot matchup with South Africa's Travis Logie surfing against the young Australian Owen Wright. 32 years of age for Travis against the youngster, 21. You see a little height difference here. 6'3" for Owen Wright and just 5'7" for Travis Logie. And Sean Doherty, welcome to the booth. It's amazing to see how well Owen Wright, even in the big stuff, obviously he's got that tall frame, but even in smaller tubes, he's like a slinky. He can just compress himself in any kind of situation and get blown out of the tube.
Yeah, he's a contortionist, fully. Yep, and, that's what he's done. He's grown up riding barrels, and he knows that he can do it in his sleep. And, kind of had a feeling that Chopu was kind of made for Owen, and at some stage he was going to have a really good run in this event. And I think we're seeing it right here today.
33.5 to go. Remember, no priority at the start of these man-on-man heats. You get it just with the normal surfing rules, being deeper, closest to the pocket. So you can see a little jockeying going on at times. It hasn't really seemed like people really have been pushing themselves too deep at the start of these heats, Sean.
No, the boys have probably seen 1 or 2 heats go a little too far up the point. And have probably learnt from that lesson, and they're not going to get caught into that game where it's just they can paddle themselves off to Bora Bora, or actually down to Easter Island, probably going the other way.
Exactly. Here's a packed boat here. You got the top shelf, so you can see everything that's happening in this lineup. 33.5 to go, and the winner of this one joins Kelly Slater. We might have a first wave. Travis Logie digging in.
Yeah, T. Logie straight in, driving through this section. Is he going to come out? He is.
Oh, a clean tube ride for Travis. The magic's been behind him since he showed up here, but there's one more behind it, Sean. Yeah. It's going to be for Owen Wright.
Yeah, it's a nug for Owen. He's driving through. Look at this big, throaty one, and he's out as well. And flicks off, sprays Trav in the face, and it's going to be a little paddle race here, but my money's on Owen.
Owen with a great head start. Going to a replay quickly. Travis starting off this heat, get a few pumps in before locking in. Nice positioning in the tube. He keeps that low crouch, and he kicks out. Owen view, the Travis view from the channel.
Yeah, well, Travis thinks he's back in his quarter, because it's exactly what he did in his quarterfinal with Brett Simpson. He had 2 waves in the first couple of minutes, and he's straight out of the gates and into one. He is on the roll of all rolls, but unfortunately for Travis, he turned around and there was a second wave in the set. Owen got 1 big pump, 2 big pumps, and he was always going to come out of that thing.
Look how much ground he covers. Look at that.
Yeah.
Just step, boom, another one. He can fly in the tube. He stays nice and low. I love his style in the barrel. He keeps moving up and down. He's in a perfect rhythm, and I think that's where you can separate Owen Wright's tube style over Travis's at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Trav did a kind of like 3 or 4 little adjustments. He just did 2 big ones. And
big rail in the face. Yeah, it looks amazing to watch. Owen Wright on your screen, 6th in the ratings from 2011. Last year's Rookie of the Year, 13,900 points, 55% winning percentage, which is really impressive because usually it takes a few years for guys to figure out the formula on the World Tour. It didn't take anything for Owen Wright to figure out the system.
No, usually, you go on a tour and the big guys just bully you. They're like schoolyard bullies, and just beat you around and, flush your head in the toilet. And he turned around and started doing it to those guys, You don't do that to a guy who's 6'3" and surfs like Owen Wright. So he started bullying him back. And here he is. Of course, Joey, this is his, equal best result. And he's looking pretty good to go again, to go even further. Right, we'll wait for those scores to drop in, Joey. GT has the winner of, not the winner, it has Josh Kerr, actually. Sorry.
That's all right. Well, he's a winner in our eyes. You can't be bummed about a semifinal finish. I know you've won events in the past, but not a title race event. So semifinal result, though, you got to be happy with that, even though we know you want to do one better.
Yeah, for sure. That was just really frustrating out there. There was no real sets, and stoked to make the semis, but yeah, bummed I couldn't go on a bit further. But yeah, kind of rattled right now. Bit pissed off.
It must be tough, too, surfing against Kelly when he gets those scores on waves that most of the time you won't even look at, because he got the 1.9 on a real smallish one and just made the most of it. So when you're sitting out there, how are you regrouping yourself? Give us strategy 101. Kelly just said that was a good one.
Yeah, I know. The bigger ones in our heat were really crap. They didn't really hit that outside ledge enough, and then Kelly just got the two that actually hit the inside ledge properly, or the one actually. And then, there was just nothing in between. It was really frustrating. It's just gotten really slow. I thought we were going to get a pulse of the incoming tide, but got totally the opposite.
And then boards. Let's talk about boards, because one of the stories of the event for you, where you're riding a few different, well, not different boards, but different configurations of a board that seemed to work really well for you.
Yeah, I've been just riding this 6.2, kind of like similar to Kelly's theory with the wide point forward and like a real pulled-in tail. It's kind of like a 7.0 squished into a 6.2, but kind of thin too, so you can really knife it under the lip, and yeah, it works good. It's not like we're doing turns out there, so all you got to do is just tuck under that lip and go.
That's the Slayer model from Rusty?
That's the one, Slayer.
Dubbed Roger Ramjet.
Yeah.
Anyways, Josh, what a great contest for you. And, one of the things that are at stake here is the AI Forever Award, which is going to be given to the surfer with the most commitment throughout the course of the event. Certainly in the event, the free surfs, I certainly would vote you as a candidate.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going pretty mad out there the whole time. It's been such a fun couple of weeks I've been here. It's been insane. I've never been here when it's been like this, and it's just such a beautiful place. We had sunny, beautiful days. We had a couple of days of rain, and then we had the monster swell that was just insane to watch. And yesterday was just picture perfect, like proper 8-foot, 10-foot chopes. It was the coolest thing to be here, and I was stoked to be a part of it.
Well done, Josh.
Thanks, GT.
Okay, we're going to regroup. Kelly's on the boat. We're all going to catch our breath. We're going to catch up with you guys, and we'll be back to catch up with Kelly.
Thank you very much, GT. Good to hear from Josh Kerr. But a big part of this event is that Andy Irons Forever Award that will be given to the heaviest charger. Josh Kerr's been charging. We want to hear your votes. So tweet fans out there, #Billabong Pro. Who do you think's been charging the hardest over these last couple of weeks? 27 minutes. 40 seconds to go, and we have another ride here. It's going to be Travis Logie, Sean.
Yeah, look at the size of this thing. He's got one big pump. He's not going to get out of that, though. That was a heat breaker right there. I reckon Travis probably needed almost to come out of that. He kind of gave it all he got, gave one big pump in it. He's kind of getting rolled around on the inside now. You see him whistling up the ski. Looks like he's going to go in. You see he's getting that one on the head, throwing his board. But,
trying to get some depth under that thing, Sean. The opening exchange is in. They went 7-5 to Owen Wright's 8. Let's take a look at the tower replay from this last wave from Travis.
Yeah, got the one big pump. He's almost ridden it better than his first one, but you can see the foam ball through the lip there. There was no way Travis was going to pop out through that. So
such a quick surfer. He can get so much speed just quickly, just jams it. A lot of times he's been making it. Travis Logie, his bio on the screen, from South Africa. 2011 rating, 12th, 2011 points, 1,750, 483,000 career earnings, and he's got 130 heat surfed. He's won 47 of them, making a 36% winning percentage. Travis Logie from Durban, the story behind him getting the call up, flying from France, and now trying to put himself in a good way on the One World rankings. Travis coming into this event 44th, making a semi. He's already has 6,500 points, which is looking like his best result in the last year's time. He's catapulting himself on the One World rankings.
Yeah, for sure. He's probably almost done enough. He'd be pretty close there now to making the cutoff. Of course, we're only taking the top 32 after New York. Travis had a lot of ground to make up, and he's done most of it here. And he could go, one step further if he can somehow get over the top of Owen Wright. So a 157 that in and out there for Travis Logie, so it's not going to do a lot for him. But Owen, mate's just parked himself out the back, just doing what Owen does. He just sits, waits. He's got, he's so patient. He's not going to froth around, lose his head. paddle around like a headless chook. He's just going to sit there. It's been his modus operandi all event, and he's not going to change it now.
Oh, it's been so smart. Owen Wright, an 8.0. Travis Logie got the 7.5. Let's break down these two rides. Pretty close scores. Here's the ride breakdown. Travis on the left, Owen on the right.
Yeah, so the judges have it half a point better to Owen on the right. And you can see the two big swoops from Owen's. Travis has already barreled. You look at Travis's wave, not quite as throaty as Owen's. Owen looks a little bigger. And Travis has had to kind of do some skiddery kind of adjustments to get through it. Owen just had two big pumps and out. And not a lot splitting them, but that's the tube riding out here. These guys are being judged on. There's a lot of subtleties in it, and the boys upstairs have kind of got their heads around it.
Here's the view from our tube cam. You see Travis is gone, but look how wide open Owen Wright's is. Beautiful speed. Comes out with the spit. Travis staying nice and low, and he kicks out. They're in favor of Owen Wright by just a half a point, but I wouldn't have been surprised if it went even a little more in Owen Wright's favor.
Yeah, you know what? I was thinking exactly the same thing there, Joey, as well.
At the moment, you see Kelly getting ready with GT. We'll catch up with them in just a moment. 24 minutes to go, and Owen at the moment, though, is in second. Needs a 1.07 to take it from Travis Logie. Let's go check out the replay now as we look out the back here. This was just taken off here. This is Owen Wright. This just got surfed here.
Yeah, it drives up into this thing, and there is no front door to that barrel. There's no way Owen can get into it, and, just throws himself over the handlebars and paddles back out for another one.
So 0.7 not going to do it for him here. Owen Wright has semi'd in the past. He had a semifinal matchup with Kelly Slater back in Brazil. Kelly is now standing on the boat with GT. GT?
Hey, thanks, Joe. Well, Kelly's having conversations off to the side about women, wine, and song, of course.
Waves.
Yeah, waves. It was all about waves. Okay, so, Kelly, you seem to have that uncanny knack. I know when we were talking to Josh and you yelled over our shoulder. But those ones that are kind of breaking under, you really are getting the scores out of those. And it's hard for us because we can't quite see them.
Yeah, it's weird because obviously the big glory sets, everyone's like screaming and it's all exciting. And then you get a crazy sick inside one, but it bends so much on the West Bowl and you can't see it from here. So you're kind of in there going, was that good? No one yelled, No one could see it. But that one I had in last heat was a really sick one. Like, you just want those ones that they cap up outside, but they don't have enough energy to break. Like, tide's just high enough to let them back off and just shelf inside. And it's pretty hard to get in the barrel without being on the foam ball in those ones. The foam ball kind of throttles you, and then they usually just spit you out the end.
Okay, really quick. What about your fins? Louis, when he was calling your last heat, he was really intrigued about your fin setup on that. What are you riding there? Is that 5'11"?
Yeah, that's a 5'9", actually. I broke my 5'11" this morning. Oh, Trav, go, buddy.
Okay, Travis with the paddle. He's going to get over the ledge. We can't see him. He fell into it, and we're watching from the back now, and he comes clean. We'll have to see that from the front. Really quick, what about the fin setup there? How do you, because that was the one thing that was intriguing Louis.
Yeah, I just, compared to most quads, I just pull my kind of in. There's a guy named McKee in Spain. He's been making quads for like 30 years, and that was kind of what he recommends. Pull the back fins in more. It gets a little more of a thruster feel instead of that floaty feel in between. If you got two fins way out on the rail and the big space in between, it gets a little floaty between turns until you engage the fin. So it's got a little more of that thruster feel when you pull the fins in a bit.
Seems to work. And the one thing that I vowed not to talk to Kelly about at this event was him missing J-Bay. Maybe you should miss those more often. Got you some momentum in this one.
I saved a couple heats. I'm trying to use them here. Just trying to go, one or two better than last year. So it's, just stoked to be in the final. Surfed last heat I had with Andy was out here last year in the semis, and I was trying to figure out whether I was going to do the same thing and feel like Andy got me again, or get to the final and try to match him for last year. So we'll see what happens. Obviously, either of these guys are great. Owen's such a great barrel rider. I think everyone knows that. Travis's story is unbelievable. He shouldn't even be in this event. He got in on a last-second wild card, 2 days' notice, was in France, got here with no boards. He's barring boards, surfs against his best friend in a rerun heat. He's cut all over. He ripped his shoulder out yesterday. He had to get shot up with lidocaine to surf again. It's crazy. And if he makes this heat, he's on tour. So the story's pretty sick. It's really cool, and I'd be stoked to see Travis make the final.
Okay, so you actually segued perfectly here. Two questions, and we'll let you go. Okay, so we're giving out an award in Andy's memory, the AI Forever Award, and it's dedicated to the surfer throughout the course of this event that kind of channeled their Andy Irons. You know, it's the surfer that showed the most commitment. Okay, so you mentioned Travi.
I'm calling Travis Logie all the way.
Okay, so you got Travis.
And Jeremy, I'd put Jeremy up there. I think Jeremy was the standout of this event in my eyes, surf-wise. But, Travis, he's on borrowed boards, second alternate in. It's his best result he's ever had, and he's injured. He's like, he can barely walk. His feet have staph in him. No, the kid is like a walking time bomb. He just got annihilated this week, but everything just sort of just keeps coming his way, and I've seen him charge a couple waves this week. We surfed this other Wright. He caught about a triple overhead one, and the thing just shelved on him. He tried to straighten out, and he got in the flats, and the lip landed on his shoulders. And but it was like it all worked out for him because he goes, my back's been hurting for like 3 weeks, and it's the best I felt in like a month. And he goes, I felt it just adjust when I ate it. When the lip landed on me, he goes, I thought I was hurting. I realized I was fixed. So it's like it's just like everything that goes wrong for him is working just right this week. So
Tahitian chiropractic. Okay, so then lastly, and you got to be quick.
All right.
Bruce Irons, free surf session out there. Not a bad testimony.
I'm going to go drop in on him. No, I hope it pulses, and, I think Bruce will show everyone what he does. He doesn't have to even try hard, and, he's easily one of the best, if not the best, barrel rider in the world. So, it's a treat for all of us, and obviously something that I'm sure Bruce is stoked to throw that honor out to Andy, and I'm glad that, I know the public rallied this week to make that happen, and
yeah, you were one of them.
Maybe that's the thing no one's talking about. It's the elephant in the room, but everyone wanted to see Brucey out here, and it's too bad he wasn't in the event. But just to give him the stage all to himself. He's not on tour anymore, but he deserves to be on this stage anytime we get a chance to see him. So it's really cool.
I'm looking forward to it too. So he pleaded a good case for Jeremy Flores. Travis Logie.
And Jeremy.
And Jeremy. Okay, and I guess what we're going to do is we're going to throw it back out the lineup, reconnect ourselves with this heat, and we're going to let you get ready for the final.
Yeah, there's been no waves since then. So.
Okay, boys, back to you.
Thanks so much, GT. Thank you very much, Kelly. Kelly Slater with a 9 and a 5.5. 14-5 total, eliminating Josh Kerr, and he becomes our first finalist here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. And like he mentioned, there will be that 30-minute free surf with Bruce Irons coming up next in between the final. It's something that we've all been looking forward to.
Yeah, for sure, mate. I was just in the last semi, I dropped over into Bruce's place quickly, and I think he's out the back just getting ready. But he's got a whole heap of crew. Like, I know all his crew from the house are all paddling out. They're going to give him the lineup, I think, to his own. At the start, and they'll probably join him at the end, I reckon.
Oh, such a special thing for Bruce Irons, and that session dedicated to Andy Irons, and then we'll be right into the finals after that. Much more to come in Semi 2. Owen Wright in second, Travis Logie leading. Owen, though, just needs a 1.73. Much more to come. We take a short break. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Billabong Pro Tahiti, presented by Air Tahiti Nui, the international flag carrier of Tahiti and her islands. You're in Semi 2 now, and Travis Logie is leading over Owen Wright, but Owen still does have the best wave of the heat. Looking out the back, it looks like Owen Wright is going. Live action.
Oh, speaking of the devil, mate, backdoors this section. Can he pop through? He does!
And
Whoa.
just throws his hands towards the channel. An easy tube ride. He's making it look easy. Look how much speed he has entering this section, Sean.
He's just attacked this thing, and he had to attack it. It had a massive foam ball. He's almost driven. He hasn't gone around it. He's almost gone through that foam ball. Look at him. He needed the speed. He's got it. He's just had to slingshot himself through it. And he's gone, oh, hang on, I'm out.
Look at that, making it look so easy. I'm so impressed at how quickly he can get moving. Frames it up beautifully. One of the best frontside tube riders in the world. Owen Wright will be taking the lead from Travis Logie with now 15 minutes to go. But cool to hear the whole backstory, too, of those sessions that Kelly was having with Travis. And Travis just getting done in by the reef. You know, he's got so much on the line. He's had some important heats. He had the resurf the other day. It's an epic story. Travis Logie out there, if he can make this heat, he makes that rotation, and we're going to see him, you know, in the back half of the tour.
Yeah, Travis Logie's whole life in the last week, it's been a soap opera. You know, you couldn't script some of the stuff that's happened to him. He's kind of, I reckon he's still sitting there just going, brew. I got no idea what just happened. It'll make sense to him soon, you know, probably on the flight home or something when he's got a bit of time to dwell. But it's just been relentless. It's been one thing after the other, the late call-up, you know, and now he finds himself, it's like a dream heat. He's in a semi of the main event after a late call-up. And, and he's holding his own. He's in this heat with a big shot.
At 14 minutes to go, exactly right, Sean. Travis Logie, he's got an incredible story. Let's see if he can make this final. Scores are still coming in from Owen Wright, but let's take a look at the phantom cam shot of Travis Logie earlier on in this event. He gets drilled on this thing, Sean.
Yeah, this is another episode in the Travis Logie soap opera. Look at this. He is being held together by bandages at the moment, and this is why the full pin drop. Watch him just pin drops and penetrates. You can see him kind of cavitate into the wall there. You can see him here. He's going down, and suddenly he goes, oh, hang on. I'm going up.
He might get sucked over. Wow, look at the
going.
phantom image. He's gone. He tried to penetrate through that face, and Travis Logie will be going over the falls on this thing as he went straight down. That came yesterday, that heat against Jordy Smith, and he got rattled on that thing, talking about how he's surfing with that torn ligament in his shoulder, and he's trying to soldier on right now.
Yeah, well, speaking of Trav Logie being rattled, I reckon he's probably a little rattled right now. That score's just dropped for Owen, a 9.8.
Even one judge throwing a 10-point ride for Owen, and 9.8, 8-point ride, 17.8 total. That means Travis Logie is comboed, and he's going to have to do much better than his 7.5 that he had earlier. Huge numbers now with 12 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this second semifinal. Sean, can Travis Logie fight back?
Yeah, well, Owi's put that big foot of his down on this heat, on the throat of it, and it's going to be pretty tough for Trav. The thing, it kind of makes his strategy easy with 12 minutes to go. Owen have a combination of almost 18. Travie needs 2 9s. So he can't fritter around and look for, try and manufacture 6s and 7s. He's got to sit and wait and hope the ocean throws stuff at him and he nails 2 9s. But, the way his week is going, Joey,
hey,
stranger things have happened.
Of course.
He has the Midas touch at the moment. He's just this accidental champion. He's got no idea how all this stuff or why this stuff's happening. It's all falling his way up to this point. Let's see how he goes in the next 12 minutes.
He's been using and breaking some of Alain Rayu's boards. One of his good friends just lent him his whole quiver here for Chopu. He won his first heat, the 3-man matchup with Jadson Andre and Jeremy Flores, who ended up being, like Kelly said, probably the standout of the entire event. And so he got to skip that third round. Travis then had Jordy Smith. That was the one that was resurfed because of Jordy Smith injuries, a little bit of confusion with stopping the clock there. He had to beat him again, and then he went on to that non-elimination fourth round, beat Davo and Simpo to skip right to the quarters, beat Brett Simpson earlier this morning to earn this spot here in Semi 2 against Owen Wright. But he's going to have to do a lot more in the back half of this heat. 11 minutes still on the clock for Travis to continue this story, this dream run, trying to re-qualify for the back half of the tour. He is comboed now, and you know how hungry Owen Wright would be, because Owen's never been in a final before.
Yeah, well, Travis running with the big dogs at the moment, and Owen's really just coming out to play here. Like you said, mate, Owen's never made a final. Made the semis. I think Portugal year before last, where he actually had to forfeit the heat because he burst an eardrum. So he's really keen to make the most of this opportunity. Oh, hang on, look at this thing on the ledge. It's going to be Travis with priority. Here we go, scratching in, gets in late, drags a hand. Where's his line? He's got it through this section. Can he come out? Oh, he's so close.
Almost coming out. The thing clamps on Travis Logie, and he's unable to exit, so he's not going to be getting a score there. He's going to have to head back out and hope for another one. We'll take you quickly to the replay from our tube cam.
Oh, mate, he was out of this all the way. Look, had a tough little entry, had to find his line, but got it. Look how far he gets. And then it pinches the last section. Just refuses to let him out. And unfortunately for Trav, that's turned like a 9 into a 2.
The tower cam getting it. Look at the compression. He has such a powerful stance. He's so low and crouched, and he's got such a solid grip on his board. You think he could have come out of anything there. He's had some pretty heroic exits out of the tube throughout this event, but that one grabs a hold of Travis.
Yeah, well, probably the thing working against him there, I reckon, Joe, is Trav's not a big guy. He's a lighter guy, and it was only the last section that got him, and it had gone really south by that stage. It wasn't a big, guillotine lip. It was just a crumbly little section, and it closed in on him. He couldn't bust out, and it's going to probably prove pretty costly, because he needs, like we said, he basically needs 2 9s, and that was one right there. He had to come out.
Oh, a huge one there for Travis Logie, but yeah, maybe size coming into it, just 5'7" compared to Owen Wright being 6'3", and he's using that length very, very well. He can put himself in any kind of situation. He has so much range, Owen Wright, using that length to his ability. And sometimes, the taller some people go, the less coordinated they get, and all those theories are proven wrong now. These day and age with Owen Wright, Jordy Smith, all these huge guys that are kind of showing you've got to be huge to be one of the world's best.
Yeah, you used to think it was the baby giraffe syndrome, where the big lanky guys, limbs are doing their own thing, and they used to think the perfect build for a surfer was the Tommy Carroll build, short and muscular, but it's kind of the guys now like Owen who've been surfing for so long and been watching themselves surfing for so long, have kind of got a style that's not too dissimilar to shorter guys. They hide the limbs, and it all looks economical and really stylish. Here we go, mate. He's on again here.
Pull straight into the tube. Look at that stall. Both hands in the face. Let's go, and comes rifling out. He is going to be loving that right there. I love how he just trimmed it right into the barrel. Another one behind it, Sean.
Oh, Travi on the ledge. Here we go. Slides in, but going a little too quick. Couldn't wash that speed off. He'll kick out in front of Owen and try and make it back out with priority, which will probably actually be pretty crucial. Here's Owen, just drops in, takes all his speed off, and you just know he was coming out of that. A little check fade there at the end for extra stall points.
I love that he had to just drop straight in and stall, so he's making his barrels look different on each and every exchange. Let's go, and uses that speed. Look at the wave clamped out, and he knew exactly how to maximize that tube time, and he came flying out into the channel. He already has an 8 and a 9.8, and Travis Logie not getting anything on the wave after it. He's might be even in a tougher situation, Sean. I can see him easily improving on that 8-point ride.
Yeah. No, for sure. Owen really looks like he's put the foot down in this heat. I'm just wondering what they're going to give him for this one.
7 minutes, 10 seconds as it's getting pretty critical. Owen Wright, we love talking about the great surfing family. There's 7 of these Wright grommets. Well, not groms anymore. There's, I guess, 4 of them, Owen, Tyler, Kirby, and Mikey, that are taking that real serious professional surfing road.
Yeah, there's 4, and the eldest brother, Tim, probably could have if he wanted to. They all rip. It's classic to go surfing with them. Don't expect you to get a wave off them. But I did a couple of weeks up their way just on holidays up at Lennox, and no one surfs more than that family. I surf and they have to surf in shifts. They can't all surf in one thing because it just blows spots out totally.
Oh, so classic. 6.5 remaining. It's semi 2. Coming up right after this, the Bruce Irons free surf in loving memory of Andy Irons. He is with GT right now.
Hey, thanks, you guys. Well, things just got a little bit more happening on this boat as Bruce, Parco, KK, everybody just came out, and Bruce, one of the big stories of the event, and a lot of talk online about how potentially you should have gotten a wild card in the event, and I think we're all collectively a little bummed that you couldn't get that. Certainly we thought maybe you'd be an odds-on favorite for the trials, and it didn't go your way. But
yeah, it's all good. It's all good, Yeah, it'd been nice to get in the event, but the main reason I came down here.
1 second, Bruce. Here we go. Owen Wright with the paddle. Owen, those long arms. Here he goes. Big pump into the barrel. Looking straight in. Owen just got another smoker right behind him. Now we have... He very well could. He's got Kelly up next, but here we go. Right behind him, it's going to be Travis Logie. Slower paddle. Here he is. He's dragging. He's up and under. Oh, what a slot. Just 2 quick ones back to back. So much fun to watch. And Bruce, coming up in between the semifinal number 2 and the final, you get to go do a free surf in honor of your brother, and something we all really are excited to see, and obviously get you out in the lineup. Talk to us about your thoughts on the event and some of the memories of your brother in and around Tahiti.
Yeah, my brother won. Tahiti's meant a lot to my brother, and also means a lot to me. And the main reason I came down here was. It'd been nice to be getting the contest, but the main reason for me to come down here was just, because it meant so much to me and my brother, and I didn't come last year for the first time in like 15 years, and, just to see all these people and, how much this place meant to my brother and how much these people had an effect on, my brother, it's, I don't know, it's hard.
And a big honor to the tribute to Andy here, the Andy Irons Award for the most committed performance. You're going to be rewarding that to a surfer. Do you have any thoughts on who might be in the running for it?
I have no idea, but it's a nice trophy.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that would be a beauty on my mantelpiece, I can tell you that.
Whoever gets it's very, very, better be very grateful.
Now, in terms of the free surf, we've been hearing that you get the lineup to yourself for a half hour. Are you going solo, man? 5,000? I mean, hey, I'm available if you.
You know what? Yeah, I'm just they're doing this for the people, like I said, for my brother, and to tell you the truth, I'll go out there. I'll be there for a sec, maybe I'll catch a wave, but I'm gonna have Kobe and Parko, just I don't. It's it's kind of they're like my brother's brothers also, and I don't want to sit there by myself with my thoughts. It's gonna be sad enough as it is.
Well, I know there's a few takers, and I have a feeling you're going to have to whip someone like Joel. There's no way you're going to keep him out of that lineup.
Oh, no, I made them come out here with me, Kobe and Joel, yeah.
Okay, well, Bruce, we're looking forward to seeing you surf, and then I'm assuming at one point during the final, maybe during a lull, me and you can get together, we'll give a tribute to your brother, and we'll award the surfer for the most committed performance.
He's spreading divine light.
Always. Anyways, Bruce, great to catch up with you. Looking forward to you out in the lineup. And, things are happening out here in the channel right now, and it's just, his necklace right here, this is positive energy around his neck, and we definitely feel it.
Thank you so much, GT, and thank you very much, Bruce Irons. Great to hear from both of them out in the boat. And, Bruce getting ready for that free surf in loving memory of Andy Irons. It's going to be one to watch. Bruce, one of the best tube riders in the world, and we always remember Andy as one of the best backside, especially backside. Both those brothers, they would push each other so deep. They defined backside tube riding, and now we're going to have a chance to get Bruce out in the lineup. And Bruce has to be getting excited because, as you guys saw, things really lit up in this lineup. Owen Wright, check this thing out.
Well, Owen's to the point now, Joey, where he's just wishing he could bank some of these for the final. He's through. He's just throwing away at the moment. Still waiting on one score to lock in for this one. It's going to be his best score of the heat. He's driven through it. It's a bit chandelier, which made it even tougher. But look at the lines he's taking. And he's starting to toy with that little check fade. He's starting to toy with it a bit out there now.
And then Travis Logie got in the mix, a 6.90 for this one. He just stalked it right there in the tube, read it really well, had a nice speedy exit, but they're really liking what Owen's doing. Let's take a look at Travis's from the tube cam.
Yeah, Trav just taking a great high line here, popping out clean. But really, here we go back live. Trav in again. It's a little drainer on the inside. Where's his section? He's looking for it. He's stalling for it. Up, under. A little rinse there. But again, It's not going to be. Look at what Owen's got in his scoreboard.
He's got a 9.7 on his last. He got an 8.93 before. He's not using that one, Sean. 9.8 before that on his third ride of the heat, and he's throwing away his 8.0 that he got rid of at the start. Owen Wright is putting on a tube riding clinic out here at Chopu. They're saying, hey, it's a little few and far between, but Owen Wright, he's showing, hey, guys, it's still pumping out here. There's a minute to go. I'm throwing away excellent range scores. Travis Logie still comboed 19.51, and that shoe in for the back half of the tour is starting to just slide away from him. But obviously, Travis, that semifinal finish, he's going to get much closer to that 32 mark on the One World Rankings.
Yeah, I'm so stoked for Travi. He's got through to the semis, and it's a huge revitalisation for Travi's career. But I reckon Owen is the guy that needs to be in the final against Kelly. If someone's really going to take it to Kelly and really challenge him, Owen's going to be the guy on his forehand. And he's just, as we've seen, when the Swell pulses, he is just unstoppable. He can just chalk him up, and he is in red-hot form, and it's looking to be a smoker of a final if we can keep these waves going. Here goes Owen again.
Doesn't even need this one. 13 seconds to go. He's just playing with it now. Big little correction to pull in under the lip. He makes another two. It's not going to come close to improving, but that's the kind of form this guy's in. He's just getting little tubes on the way in. He's going to hang out in the boat. He'll have about a half an hour to relax before the final. Travis Logie, what a story behind him. Owen Wright, though, wasn't going to hand it to him. Started off with Travis getting a 7.5.
No, Travis got out of the gates first, and it looked like it could be a repeat of the quarter where Travi really owned the first half of it, but then the big guy just put the foot down.
Running after the tube, got an 8.0, and then started throwing him away. Puts his hands up. He's like, I think I'm going to get on a roll here. Travis trying to answer back after that one, Sean.
Yeah, Travis at this time needed to come out of that, but in the wash-up it wouldn't have made any difference anyway because Owen just went bananas in the back end of the heat.
Owen aiming right for our water camera. Another great exit. 9.7 and a 9.8. Travis here getting a 6.9 as he parks it. Get a great vision, but just kicking out there. That might have been his wave before, but Owen, look at how much control he has. He can make subtle adjustments. He's going to be a big threat in the final. We're going to take a short break. Back with the Bruce Irons free surf right after this.
It was just vindication for him winning Tahiti, and it kind of gave him that spark. And I had a moment with him where I just, shook his hand, and I was just like so psyched and proud of him. And you could see that he was really happy as well, and with the win, and it's kind of a moment that I'll never forget.
Kids are coming, they're absent and flare. We can sleep on the streets, but kids are coming.
Urana, welcome back to one of the most amazing islands in the world. You're watching the Billabong Pro Tahiti, and now setting up the Bruce Irons free surf. He could have the whole lineup to himself, but he's invited in some of his really close friends, like brothers to him. Kobe Aberton, Joel Parkinson will be entering the lineup, along with a great crew here. Andy Irons, this session is dedicated to Andy. He was here last year, and he took his last World Tour win, and the story was that, hey, he had kind of fallen off, kind of lost his form from his world titles, and this was his comeback, and he did it here just last year in Tahiti.
Yeah, for sure, mate, and it's put an interesting vibe over this whole event, the fact that the defending champ and a guy of the stature of Andy isn't here, and it's going to make, and you kind of feel that, he's up there and he's pulled a few strings and aligned a couple of planets here and there, that this event has got the waves it's got, and it's kind of affected the performance of everyone as well. No one has pulled back. Everyone has gone nuts out here, and you sense, there may be greater powers at work there.
Oh, I definitely agree with you, Sean. This is a special moment for Bruce Irons, sitting out the back and sitting where his brother sat last year in this lineup, a lineup they both took on together and redefined how you approached it, how they pushed each other over this ledge on this insane wave, a wave that didn't even think was rideable 20 years ago. Bruce and Andy were the guys together that took it over and dominated, pulled off the impossible, and now Bruce having his moment with his brother all alone out the back.
Yeah. Bruce probably wouldn't be happy if it went flat for half an hour. It wouldn't make much of a spectacle, but he has really kind of absorbed the atmosphere here, and he's kind of been up a couple of nights out the front of the place, and and having a bit of a chat. And, he is really, on a real spiritual bent at the moment, and being here has really affected him. And, I think it's quite a moment there for BI.
And in all of Tahiti, too, we often reference the families that you create here. And it's just like Andy and Bruce, they have families here in Tahiti, and that they've touched their lives. They've affected each other through over the years. Bruce talking about how often they would come here. He didn't come last year for the first in 15 years. This was a constant place that they're always going, being close to Hawaii. And obviously these guys, conquering anything that they wanted to in the tube, especially. This is where they wanted to get it done, and right now Bruce is having this magical moment out the back.
Yeah, and the reason a lot of their personal legends got written out here is because they actually surfed it together. And you think back to that 02 morning, that free surf morning, and and the Andy side slip takeoff. The reason he went that
because of Bruce.
Yeah, because Bruce was there. And they were just egging each other on. And it was just, it's what they'd done for, 20, 25 years. It was just the way they'd grown up. And
the two pushed each other, and they ended up pushing the entire sport of surfing. And Bruce yelling at Andy to get into that thing. And Andy's like, I better go. I don't want my brother Bruce to say that about me. Next thing you know, he's got one of the classic rides in Chopu history.
I did an interview with Andy. I remember how he described his brother's special talent for pushing his buttons. And for really getting under his skin, and that's what they like. But it was what drove them to what they, to the great heights that they got to. The fact that they had each other there and to push. And there he is, Bruce, just soaking it up at the moment. Love to see a little pulse like we saw in the previous heat.
Yeah, I think, like you said, even if there wasn't, I think this moment just to kind of connect with the reef, connect with the ocean, and obviously he's paddling harder. It looks like maybe he's going to get into one. We always remember that gigantic one he got a couple days ago in the tow session, but now Bruce looks like he is moving. He might want to get in position for one of these huge shacks. The only people out there are just on the side are people that Bruce has invited, but right now they're giving him position. They want him to get shacked right here.
Yeah. Nothing would give us greater pleasure right now. Of course, Bruce, he's had a couple of barrels out here in the last week, some 30-footers.
Oh wow!
That we've seen. We've seen some footage of Bruce's big one he got here on the day. It was truly horrific. It was horrific to watch, let alone surf. And he's had a great week out here.
It's been great seeing him behind the scenes. He's really comfortable right now, and obviously you have to be comfortable to surf scary waves like that. His good buddy Kobe Aberton whipped him into that horrific monster, turned all black on him, and he got completely drilled, but came up smiling like he always does when he just pulls into something that no other human would even attempt. So here we go at the moment. Little wave out the back. Let's see if Bruce is going to make a move. We definitely want him to get a nice vision of the tube out here. You see that little one growing, Sean? Is that one coming to him?
Yeah, it looks like a little lump there, mate. I think Bruce is having a good look at it. He's going to be in no hurry, obviously. He'll do it all in his own good time. Here we go. Bruce Irons looking, and here we go. Just taking off here on the West Bowl. Just driving into this, cruising through it. Looking for a little section here. He's got the huge flyaway.
Yes, Bruce. Just flying away there. He's going to have plenty of time to find this shack. We're running this free surf for 30 minutes in loving memory of Andy Irons, and then the finals will be coming up with Kelly Slater and Owen Wright in just a matter of moments. So a lot of good things to come, and right now Bruce is just trying to soak it all in.
Well, Bruce just lost his hat there, which was a little less than what he lost the other day on the big day. Lost his shorts on that wave you're talking about. There's a photo at the moment of Bruce on the back of the sled with Kobe towing, and Kobe turning around. The laughter on Kobe's face it is hilarious. And he drove him right through the middle of the pack to make sure everyone got the photo.
Oh, such a great moment for both of them. There's Bruce paddling by our water cam, tosses the hat. He's ready to get a serious barrel here. And at the moment, we invite everybody to join us in our tribute to Andy Irons.
When it was big. I mean, I just remember so many visions of him just taking off in the heaviest drops that you're so scared for him, and he just makes them, and then next thing you know, he's just looking all casual in the barrel, just standing straight up. I got a lot of great memories of him just taking off on some beautiful waves out there and just having a great time, just coming out smiling. That's how I remember him at Tahiti.
We can sleep on the streets, but kids are coming.
Andy Irons, forever in our hearts, our forever world champ. And that Andy Irons award will be going to the heaviest charger of the event. We've got all Andy's friends and Bruce's friends right there on the channel. There's Keala Kennelly, Kobe Aberton, Luke Egan, Joel Parkinson, all just standing by on the channel. They're probably waiting for Bruce to be like, all right, well, can we come out yet? There's some good ones out here, but I think they want Bruce to set the stage.
Yeah, I think they want Bruce to get a set first before they'll paddle out. Here we go. It looks like they're going to split from the pack now and taking it over.
And moving out there, Luke Egan was in a final with Andy Irons back in 2002. That was the first one that Andy won out here at Chopes. And then last year, Andy Irons winning it over C.J. Hobgood. But back in 2002, that was when he won. That's when he got his very first world title and then completely dominated for the next 3 years.
Yeah, that's when he started to run hot. But you actually go further back to Tahiti. Andy won the first event here. It was only a QS event at the time. I think it was the Black Pearl Pro 97, I think it was. And what was Andy then? Andy was like 18, 19. He was still a pup. And it was before this event was even on the map. You know, and he took it out. And that kind of, you know...
I think it was back when the conversation was like, you're really going to have an event on that wave? That is insane.
Yeah, and that launched him. And then, you know, it just went from there. Like 2002. 2002 was the watershed year, of course. Joey, world title, it all started here. And that launched Andy. And for those 3 years, it was unstoppable. It was just sheer willpower. You know, when I was chatting to TV about this the other day, about that year, and he said, yeah, Andy used to scare the shit out of him surfing. TV said he was happy when the hooter used to blow because Andy was so intense in heats that the TV was just happy to get out there with a loss and get out in one piece, you know.
Yeah.
No one wanted to win more than Andy and push himself, push his surfing harder.
Such a fierce competitor, and he was able to win in all kinds of waves. Here we go. We've got a rider up, Bruce Irons.
Yep. Yeah, trying to pig dog through this one. Got a little crumbly out there, actually. We first saw it in the second semi. Just a little bit of onshore ruffle, which was closing a few of them down a little bit. But on the upside, seems to be like a second little kick in the swell. Joey.
Oh, yeah. We've been talking about this swell, obviously, from the tow session, but the gradual decrease coming into this final day. Like we saw in the last heat, there's some insane ones coming through. Owen Wright, you know, he's showing, hey, it's still pumping out there. Every once in a while, there's some mid-rangers that end up clamping down, but couple of round ones are going to be lingering around for, you know, throughout the rest of the event, coming up on the final. But this Bruce Irons free surf, you know, exactly what we want to see Bruce do. Surf this wave, you know, that he kind of pioneered with everyone else. His approach is second to none in the tube. Keala Kennelly down the screen there, one of their good friends that grew up together on the island of Kauai, and she was out there in that tow session too and got some dream waves.
Yeah, KK got a couple of bombs right at the end of the day. Survived a pretty gnarly wipeout as well. Of course, well, Keala, hell woman out here. First girl to tow, and certainly not afraid. But, you know, it has a lot of history with Andy and Bruce. You know, they growing up, you know, they were kind of there with her, encouraged her along, and, yeah, she is really tight with those guys.
And she's out there along to celebrate the legacy of Andy Irons. We invite you again to celebrate Andy Irons.
I guess he had fear, but he had a mindset that he could push it to the side and just, you know, throw himself into Chopa. I guess the way his surfing and his attitude to surfing suited that place like no one else had ever suited Chopa.
Sleep on the streets, but kids are coming.
Andy Irons forever in our hearts. Bruce Irons, his younger brother, on the back of the jet ski there, just keeping his eyes on the horizon. Definitely a big moment for him out there, coming back to Tahiti, and the big one for him, probably one of the only times he was without AI, and knowing that his brother won here last year. When he was talking with GT, he's like, the main reason I came here is just for my brother. He was like, hey, I didn't get to the event. That could have been nice, but I'm here to kind of experience this for my brother, all the relationships that they have on land, and obviously their relationship with this amazing wave.
Yeah, Brucey, you can see, in the interview earlier with GT, you can see he was a little cut up. The fact that, the year Andy won, came back and won, that he actually wasn't there for the first time in 15 years. So he's kind of gone above and beyond. He's been here for a couple of weeks, surfed through the trials, surfed waves everywhere, surfed 30-foot closeouts, and he's really kind of just taken the whole vibe of the thing in.
Oh, pretty awesome to see Bruce just sitting on the back of the ski, taking a break. He's got his friends out there in the lineup with him that are celebrating Andy and his life and what he's done at this wave. Keala Kennelly, Luke Egan, Joel Parkinson, Kobe Aberton. They call a brother to them. And Kobe even has a tattoo of Andy Iron's face on his arm.
Yep, Kobe's got some fresh ink that went on last year. Of course, Kobe's starting to run out of space. There's not much space left on him these days, but. It's been funny. It's been a couple of good, Andy War Stories nights over there at the front of the house, and I think the best, Joel's got the best one is Joel's take on the Andy shotgun claim.
That was a classic moment in Chopu history. At the moment enjoying this and taking this celebration, we do have GT in the channel. GT.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Well, you're talking about that shotgun blast. If I remember, that was one of the last heats of the day. And it was against Dean Morrison, and Andy ended up losing that heat, and we all thought Andy won, and of course Andy did too. Taj, they're talking about war stories about Andy, and I know you have plenty of them. What are some of your best memories of Andy?
I think the best is what he's kind of famous for is just being just so good and aggressive in the water when it's about 15 feet out here. Just his approach and just how he manhandles such freaking crazy waves. But, him and Bruce are like the absolute best at, backside tube riding, I think. Like in my book, they're the two guys I look for. Like Bruce is a year younger than me, but I just study him like there's no tomorrow. He's just like, his technique is so good. And Andy too, just dominated so much over the years with his backside tube riding, or all tube riding, but just that backside technique, it's just like, you can't study it enough. It's so perfect. So, yeah, that's what I love to watch.
And remember that win that he had, the surge at Barra that one year, the waves were so perfect. I know we're talking about backside tube rides, but remember, and then he did that huge air, and Andy was so complete.
No, that's so true. I mean, that event, that was like one of the most memorable events ever. The waves were just so perfect, but when it came down to the final, there wasn't as many tubes as there had been. The whole event was just tube riding. And Andy hadn't done it in air like the whole trip. He was out, we were all just getting barreled, and then right when he needed to, there wasn't many tubes. He just does this massive, 6 foot out air, this crazy, on a long point, and he lands, and it's functional. He kept going, and that's what won him the event. And that was sick. He pulls out that stuff all the time for wins. That's what he did, and yeah, I witnessed a lot of them.
Sometimes on the other side.
Yeah, right in my face. A lot of them were, but it was sick.
Well, the other thing, guys, that I can remember distinctly, remember the pipe year, that final with Corey Lopez, Rob Machado, and Kelly. And I remember watching the final, and everybody had kind of almost written Andy off. Well, actually, they were popping champagne corks for Kelly with 5 minutes left. Remember the left and then the right, the floater, the tubes?
Yeah, that was one of the best things I've ever witnessed. Is that the one where Andy just got under Kelly on that last backdoor wave and he comes out like that? I think he's in a yellow singlet or something. I think that's the one. I don't know, but that was unbelievable. I get goosebumps thinking about that. That was those two pipe finals when him and Kelly were going head-to-head were the best things that's ever happened in pro surfing. That was as good as it gets.
And I know we're talking about surfing, but the other thing that can't be missed here is Andy had the heart of a lion. He kept his friends close, man, and he cherished them, and we really miss him. And, our love goes out to the Irons family, Lindy, little Axel. We love you guys, and Andy's always with us. And, last year when he won here, I remember through the event, he was just hopeful to even, be in the hunt, let alone win an event. And the emotions that he had when he, our post-heat interview after he won the final, it was one of the most special moments of my life, and I've witnessed a lot of them in this channel, and I'll tell you, Andy, our hearts go out, and we'll never forget you, brother.
Thank you very much, CT and Taj Burrow, for sharing some special memories of Andy Irons, and especially going back to last year on what he did out here. He wasn't the favorite last year. He's kind of on his comeback tour. He didn't even know if he was going to win one. Here we go. We've got Bruce Irons now getting away for Andy. A little off the top, setting up this thing, and he's pulling in. He's shacked. Bruce in the barrel, and he goes down on the foam ball. I love that setup. Just a little step off the ski as we have another one out the back here, Sean.
It looks like Joel there just swinging into this. A little Larry layback. And I don't think anyone's going to be trying to break any performance records out there. It's a bit of fun.
Oh, yeah, they're just having a blast and enjoying it. And Joel Parkinson, so close friends with Andy. I think the big thing GT was talking about is he had such a big heart. And remembering his win last year, I'll never forget it. I had my board packed, a huge suitcase, walking down this dirt road. I had to cross the bridge, and this guy just jumps out of the car, and it's Andy. And he offered me a ride to the airport. He was just ready to throw me into the car, and I was like, whoa. Geez, Andy, it's so great to meet you. Way to go in this event. And he was just like, oh, man, no, what's going on? And started talking story, saying, are you sure you don't need a ride? He was going out of his way and, probably would have made himself late. And it was so cool to see him reaching out. And that's what everyone knows him for. The big heart, the huge presence in the lineup, no matter if it's in competition or in free surfs. And it's so special to see Bruce out there right now getting a couple of waves.
Yeah, no, Andy, I think Andy even surprised himself here last year when the final who to win. He kind of looked around and went, hang on, I'm the guy. It's and it was a gnarly draw. They had Kelly, had to get through Kelly, they had to get through CJ. Two guys who were who were top 5 out here, and there he was. It was obviously in light of what's happened. It was one of those things that was meant to happen.
As we see Joel Parkinson there grabbing another one, just having a bit of fun. The vibe out there, they're just taking a few for Andy in this lineup. This Bruce Irons free surf expression session put through the final as Bruce takes another moment, sitting out the back, looking at the horizon. And, Bruce is just, forever is Andy's just like he's talking to him right now if he can. Getting a piece of Andy out in this lineup and getting some of that love, that connection that they had with this place. It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, Bruce just soaking it up there, and plenty of crew in the channel as well. Here, taking in the vibe of the paddle out for Andy, and we're getting G'd up a little bit, no doubt, for a kick-off in the final reasonably soon.
Well, a huge final, and obviously the final last year with Andy Irons taking the win over CJ Hobgood. Let's reflect on that win last year.
Realistically, I'm looking forward to just winning another contest. That'd be a big dream of mine to get one more win. I'm just really putting my whole goal around one more win. If I get one more win before I quit surfing competition, I think it'll be awesome. And if it doesn't happen, then so be it, whatever. But if it does, I'm sure I'm going to enjoy that win, I think, more than most of my wins I've ever had, just because it's been so long.
Last year when he won is probably one of my fondest and most recent memories of him in Tahiti.
He was pretty much one of the greats out of Chopu, probably the best.
No wave was too heavy for them to take off on, and I love watching him surf out there. He was the best surfer out there.
And he's such a big part of that wave in general. He's won multiple comps out there. He's taken off some of the biggest waves that have been ridden out there.
He had no fear, He was kind of fearless. I guess he had fear, but he had a mindset that he could push it to the side and just, throw himself into Chopu. And I guess the way he's surfing and his attitude to surfing suited that place like no one else had ever suited Chopu.
When I think of Chopes, I think of it as basically Andy's spot.
Soon we will be crippled and used.
event Andy won, and probably, you know, the happiest moment, his happiest memory, last memory.
Right when he won, I gave him the Hawaiian flag, shook his hand, and he was just so pumped because he wasn't sure he could do it anymore. You know, he didn't know if he had it in him to win another world tour event. He didn't know if he had it in him to win another world title.
It'll turn around eventually, you know, just gonna stay positive, psyched. It just goes like that, huh? I've had really close calls and they just haven't gone my way, but hopefully I change that all this contest. You know, I'd like to get on a good roll. My first round was close and I came short again, but you know, I'm just trying to stay positive, stay psyched. I got a good crew around me and everyone's been really, really positive, and that's all that really matters. As long as you got the kind of good vibes going, and usually they persevere. My turns were better than that wave, so I knew it was going to be real close, and I'm just stoked I got the score. It's such a big relief. I haven't been in the quarters in 2 years, so I'm over the moon. But I just want to thank everyone, too. I've been reading all the comments and everything, and the people out there have been so supportive. It's really helped me a lot, so thank you all you people out there that have been really supportive and psyched on what I'm doing. I mean, I couldn't be more thankful and grateful, so...
Just more and more momentum going your way.
Oh man, I'm stoked, definitely. Just to be in the semis now, it's amazing. Kelly's in the others, with me now in the semis, so it's gonna be exciting. I'm psyched. I'm not even gonna think about what he's done. He's just another Jersey, just so happen to have a lot of trophies. Thinking about right now, what the waves are doing right now, what my board's doing right now, and just the moment.
They've been playing a piece on you, talking about, gosh, if I could just win one more event. You got that out of the way.
I did.
Congratulations.
I did. I said, yeah, I mean, I surf because I got to put my jersey on sometime. Took a lot of losses, but this is my favorite wave. I mean, it hasn't been big or amazing chopo, but it's been fun, and anytime you get your name on the trophy, it just feels, it feels amazing. This is all dedicated 100% to my wife, who without her I wouldn't even be here. And I want to thank all the sponsors. Without my sponsors, I wouldn't be able to do the surfing, live the dream I live. So I want to thank everyone in the whole world right now. I'm just so happy. I can't believe it. I really, really like competing because I know it right now, because I feel like I'm on top of the world.
Oh, what a special moment. Andy Irons in that victory speech. He couldn't even sit still. He was so happy there. Luke Egan coming up to the screen, one of his good friends there with that AI Forever hat. And just to get you guys caught up with the free surf, they've just been relaxing out there. There haven't been any waves ridden. Bruce Irons has just been sitting out the back with some of his good friends. There's Kelly Slater already jerseyed up, having a word with Bruce out the back, Sean.
Yeah, mate, it's been pretty low-key, which I think we kind of expected. The crew just kind of soaking up the mana of it and looking around and having to think about a few things and a couple of little waves here and there. He goes KK. He's probably stayed busier than everyone. She's taken advantage of having the lineup to themselves.
Let's go, KK. There she goes. Look at that. Wow. Whoa. That was a big one. Just picked her up and flipped her over. And KK was so dominant when the event was here for the Women's World Tour. She's the winningest surfer ever at Chops on the women's side of things, and obviously the first one to yank into a couple years back as she was out there on that historic well a couple of days ago. Historic swell. Kobe Aberton was out there tow partners with Bruce.
Yep.
I think and Kobe got himself into a pretty solid one too.
Yeah, Kobe did a bit of ski time. Got Dingo into his big one. So Kobe Aberton, of course, one of Andy's really good mates. Those two did a ton of time together. Kobe used to go over onto Kauai and hang out for months on end. Really tight, so Kobe wouldn't be anywhere else in the world at the moment.
As they just continue to share stories out the back, this is kind of what's been happening on land. Like, Sean, you've been passing by the house a bit, and everyone's been hanging out in the front yard and just, having a couple hananos and just sharing stories. And obviously with this historical moment, the swell coming through here with the TOA session, but obviously with the event too, the vibe has been up. everyone's everyone's celebrating Andy Irons' legacy together. They're saying, hey, this guy was, one of the best ever to come into our sport, and now it's time to celebrate everything that he's done for us.
Yeah, well, that house, is the house Andy used to stay in. And the house used, Bruce is staying, Parko, Ock, out the back, like Corey stays out there, Dusty's out there. So it is the kind of epicenter of all of the AI crew. And, this hasn't been a dull moment at the front of that house between the Swell and between this and between the contest and the whole vibe of it. It's been the social epicenter of Chopu the last week.
The hot spot for sure, and it's going to continue to be that way for the next couple of days. I know Bruce Irons, he changed his schedule around with this free surf happening, wanted to stick around to do this for his brother. The main reason why he's out here, as he's probably reflecting on the memories of exchanging waves out at this spot here. As we look at the channel, it's still looking pretty alive out there as they look on and watching Bruce and friend during this free surf. They still have some time out there before Kelly Slater and Owen Wright get down to business time for the final of the Billabong Pro Tahiti. You see the Tahitian Water Patrol out there, no doubt, sharing those memories with Andy along with those guys out there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, of course, the guys in the Water Patrol are all Andy's crew as well. Romana's out there, and of course, the number of tow days those guys have all done together, you run out of fingers to count them. So, and like you said, that's why you think of Andy and the islands back home, and that's obviously the spiritual home, but he's got these connections kind of networked everywhere, and probably none are more stronger than here in Tahiti. Just by the volume of the index to what he did out here and how much time he spent here. He's really connected to this place.
Oh, and then beating Kelly Slater here last year in the semis was a solid one for AI, because that was the rivalry that just they pushed each other. Kelly says Andy was the reason why he really wanted to battle back and get back on tour, and says a big reason why he has 10 world titles was because Andy Irons was a guy that could beat him.
I want to see if Owen Wright starts channeling Andy Irons in his final, because Andy always saved his best for Kelly. And the single one guy who's actually managed to stand up to the dominance, the complete utter dominance of Kelly Slater, and he just completely knocked it off its axis for 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years. Kelly couldn't touch him.
The only guy that done it, Mick's had a bit of a go at it and managed to do it. But to do it 3 years in a row and really get inside Kelly's head
and not even just in waves like this. Here we go. We've got a rider up on the inside. Louie getting a little shack on the inside. Nice kick out, Louie. He was in the final in 2002 with Andy. But thinking about the other waves, though, too. Andy, obviously, you always remember his heroics and really dangerous waves, but also remember the final in Japan with Kelly.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, in epic surf as well. The history between those two, mate, you could literally write a book on it. It's defined surfing in the last 10 years.
Oh, it sure has. The memories will continue and will always stay in our hearts. Here goes Kelly Slater. Little warm-up lap for Andy, getting a little hack off the top. We are going to take a short break. The final is on the way. We'll be right back after this.
He sat deeper than everyone. He rode the wave different than everyone else did, and he really just, rivaled anyone that got a good one. You'd be like, oh, I got a mental one, and then you turn around and he's just on a bigger and better one, and he's deeper than you are, and he's just making it look so easy.
We can sleep on the streets, but kids are coming.
Big punts, big tubes. Andy Irons could do it all as we are continuing the Bruce Irons free surf session. Sean, it's been a pretty special one.
Yeah, for sure. That looked like Hira tearing a tooth there, I think. Tahitian surfer we've seen plenty of in this event over the last 10 years. He's out there, and a few of Andy's Tahitian connection taking the opportunity to grab a wave as well.
And we look at the back. Looks like we could have a ride here. Who do we have here, Sean?
It's Joel getting faded by Bruce, I think.
Laying back in the barrel, having some fun out there. Joel a little bit too deep, and Bruce is like, all right, I've got this one, no problem.
Yeah, Bruce knows he's got the blank check to pretty or fade whoever he wants out there for this half hour and cash that one in on Joel. Joel happily just obliged and got out of there.
As Joel kicking out on the inside section. Joel exited out early of this event, but another one of those guys who's like, hey, I'm not going anywhere.
Yep,
Sometimes you see people rescheduling their flights to try to escape, but everyone wanted to change and stick around for this one. Here's Bruce Irons coming in on the back of the ski from Raimana as he comes in from that moment, throwing that shaka to everybody around the world and remembering his brother's legacy out here at Chopu.
Yeah, well, that board looking pretty familiar there.
It sure does.
That's one of Andy's.
One of Andy's great boards there. And even the trials when Bruce was using his brother's board that he won on last year in the final. So Bruce has been taking that tribute for quite some time. We're going to toss it out to the channel with GT.
Hey, thanks, guys. Well, I'm sitting here with Chris Davidson and Davo, out in the lineup with Bruce and kind of celebrating Andy's memory. I know you have a couple. Tell us some of your fondest memories of Andy.
We've got some funny times with him. We've definitely always had, whenever we've sort of hung out after the contest, we've had some great nights together and, just doing what boys do, having a laugh, having a talk, talking about...
There's our boy right there, Bruce. Paul, can you get the shot? Yeah, Bruce. Yeah, a sentimental moment for everybody here to celebrate Andy's legacy and, Chopu and...
Yeah, he was a master here, and so is Bruce. We got to witness that the other day. It was just an amazing historical thing we got to see from Bruce the other day, and like Andy, they both charged, and Andy, last year was the previous winner, and, he dealt us some good waves this year. I think he was looking over us this year, and I think he was looking over Bruce a little bit the other day too, because, mate, there was some gladiator pits, and it was amazing to watch. Hats off to BI, it was ridiculous. And getting back onto the Andy thing, though, I had some great nights with him hanging out, and there's a funny time. The first time I ever come to Chopes for the contest here, we sort of didn't know much about each other. We were young. It was the first gotcha one here, and it was when Andy had taken off on one and got his knee to his head, and he got a big bruised face and everything, and I sort of went up to him and what's up with you? It's only a bruise, and he tried to have a go. He wanted to have a fight with me. He had all the Hawaiian boys there, and it was a pretty funny thing. And then I sort of stood up as well and arced up, puffed my chest up as I do, and we almost sort of had a moment. And then, after that, we sort of, we sort of just clicked, and we were like best mates. We loved each other's company. He was a great man to hang around. He was always there for you, just like like Bruce is, and he was an amazing human, and he'll definitely never be forgotten in my heart, definitely.
We love you, Andy.
And it continues on as we celebrate the life of Andy Irons. Great to hear from Chris Davidson, one of Andy Irons' good friends, and GT continuing with the stories from the channel, as you just saw Bruce Irons getting the escort out of the lineup with one of AI's old boards, and he'll be coming, having a seat in the channel as we anticipate this final to come. Kelly Slater and Owen Wright are taking a break here along with Bruce and Luke Egan. These guys just hanging out and still telling stories. At the moment, what is happening in the lineup, I think Owen Wright and Kelly already in position, and once they see something growing on the horizon, they're going to turn on the clock and the final will begin.
Yeah, of course, we've got the the luxury of having the two guys. We don't need to start it while there's no waves. So, we've got a bit of time up our sleeves. So we'll wait till we see something, blow the hooter, and then these two guys can go at it. There it is. A final, and I tell you what, it is a worthy final. Obviously on the left-hand side of your screen, a figure you're reasonably familiar with, Mr. Robert Kelly Slater, 10 world titles.
Oh,
jeez. How many Chopu titles, and you run out of pages with his bio. But the guy on the right, Owen Wright, worthy of it being in this final.
And in the final for the first time ever. He's made the semis. He's had a heat in the semis with Kelly. We touched on before in Brazil back in 2010, and he ended up coming up short to Kelly. So now they meet again in the last heat, the heat that you're always hoping that you're going to be in. Let's see how Owen Wright takes on his first final, but also tries to get one back from Kelly Slater, a guy that knows every trick in the book. He's won out here before. He's got everything on his side. Owen Wright, though, like you said, a worthy finalist. He's a goofy footer out there, and he was throwing away eights in the last heat. He had high nines he's basically been the standout of today.
Okay, mate. Well, there it is. The Hooters start at the 40-minute final. Here we go. The Billabong Pro Tahiti for 2011. Kelly Slater against Owen Wright. And on cue, we've got a couple of waves on offer. Look at this thing. Well, it's going wide. Is Owen going to be in the slot? He is. First wave of the final. Owen Wright slinks in, backdoors this section. This thing just gapes out. Little check fade, whips into a cutty. Little speed fang there and kicks out. So our first wave at the final, Owen Wright.
Owen Wright strikes first and gets tubed, leaving Kelly Slater out the back, who's already digging in. He had a chance to kind of play with that one a bit. He'll get back out there and regain his priority before Owen gets back out there. But Kelly looking over the ledge. We'll take you look at a replay from the first wave of the final.
Yeah, that thing was a little shampoo-y there, a little chandelier on the first one, but then really kind of bowled out. Owen threaded it, just threw in a searing little fin turn there at the end, and you see it just gaping across the inside reef. Little check fade there. He's kind of been using that in the last couple of heats, and whips into that big top turn. And see you later. Owen Wright on the scoreboard.
But interesting there at the start of these heats, no priority. Owen Wright doing a good job getting the first wave of the heat. The thing is now Kelly can control it with what he wants. There's a lot of time on the clock. They always have a discussion with the surfers before they go into the final, and they'll say, hey, how much time do you guys want? Do you want a 30-minute, 35-minute? Obviously here going for the 40-minute final, maxing it out because they know sometimes there's a little lull in between sets. Here we go. In position and holding back. Kelly is being selective out there, Sean.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I had a pretty good look at that. I'd be interested to see what the judges thought in terms of priority. Of course, Kelly had priority, but no one is more cagey and knows the boundaries of what the judges are seeing. You know, whether he's going to lose priority for paddling for that. And I reckon he's just done not enough to hang on to it.
He knows which lines that he can just pretend he's going to cross and then pull back. So he's got the rule book completely wired. Kelly is out the back wearing that red jersey. Owen Wright, his first score is still yet to come in. Judges taking the advantage, looking at those replays. And the thing is, it's like you talk about peaking too early. Has Owen Wright showed them too much already, Sean?
Yeah, well, I reckon he wished he could have banked a couple of those waves in the semis and been able to utilise them here in the final. But, yeah, no, I think the judges' scores just starting to come in for Owen. They're not going to be big, and I know exactly why, is because the judges may be anticipating fireworks here with this. You know, these two guys, from what they've seen today, they want to leave some room in this scale that if this does turn into an old-fashioned shootout and they start going nines and high nines and they want some room to move.
Here we go, Sean. We've got live action. Kelly Slater, first wave of the final. He gets that little pump in, trying to make this one. It blows with the spit, but he does not come out. You almost expect him to come out of every tube attempt that he goes for. But that one, he didn't have to stall on. He had to run after it. He had to chase that thing, and it ends up clamping on him, and he ends up going down. So now Owen Wright, he wins that first exchange. He will be out in front. Owen's given back priority as we take you through the replay.
Yeah, no, Kelly's put egg on commentators' faces everywhere. Anyone who writes him off when he pulls into something too deep, because he has a annoying habit of just popping out every time. And look at him, just parks it in there, drives through. But just a little onshore at the moment, Joe, and it's bringing it down a little bit, tightening up these barrels. It's going to make it a little tougher, particularly on those smaller ones, to get out.
As we see Bruce Irons there, Taj Burrow looking on at the final from the channel as they're checking out this final. They're asking questions, how long is this thing going to be? It's a 40-minute final, and they're probably waiting to hear what Owen Wright got on that first one. Taj was picking Owen to make this final. He thought Josh Kerr would be the other guy, but Taj, 50% right there. First wave is in for Owen right now at a 6.17 as he leads over Kelly Slater's 1.6 with 35 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, fair score. It wasn't a huge barrel. He rode it really well, threw a little turn in, but it's not hopefully going to be there in his top two at the end of the final. I want to see these guys trading nines. They've been the two form guys. Kelly just put on a masterclass.
And at the moment, there's Jeremy Flores right there, just briefly on the screen there, and it has been announced. Well, we'll get back to that because we have a rider up. Owen Wright dropping into the pit. He gets completely shacked. He has a great positioning, Nice way to exit out through the lip. Jams it up real quick, and a second tube on its way to the inside, Sean.
Yeah.
So double barrel as another one out the back is racing through. Is Kelly in that thing? And it doesn't look like it.
Owen is a tube riding machine. He's built to ride left-hand barrels. Not too bad on his backhand either, just quietly. But Kelly let him have that one, and this is probably why. Kelly sensed an ocean pulse. Look at him, drops in. Kelly Slater, high line, this thing just gaping out. He's going to come out, and he does.
Whoa. Kelly Slater knows this lineup better than anybody. He waits out the back and pulls into a bomb. Owen Wright's just getting out back into position. You see another wave running through this lineup. It's starting to pump out there, Sean. Owen Wright got that double barrel. He's got that score coming in. Kelly Slater getting one. Let's go to the replay.
Yeah, here's old double barrel Wright straight here. Threads that first one, busts out through the chandelier at the bottom. Kick fades, snaps under the lip, gets a little pocket cover up there, and busts out. Of course, he got that wave without priority, and the reason he got that wave without priority is because Kelly was circling around something bigger out the back. Here's the water angle, Joey.
The beautiful tube vision from Owen Wright. Look at him get down to the bottom. Here he goes, checks it, jams it right in the mid-face, and just gets rinsed right up. Comes out nice and clean on the inside section. Let's take a look at the replay from Kelly Slater.
Oh, yeah, bigger wave. This is why Kelly gave up that wave to Owen. He'd sensed this thing was coming. Stayed high, tight. Look how he's basically gone to 0 kilometres an hour. He's just stopped dead in that pocket, and knowing he's going to come out just to maximise tube time. Stays so high. He knows it's pinching a little bit. Second wave of the set. Bit more water on the reef. Found a pocket, though, out of it and drove out. And you could tell just there by his body language, he knew it was a good one.
Oh, the adjustment that he makes in the tube is second to none. You see him when he drops from the top, he can just slow down on demand. He knows when he wants to go to the bottom, or he can just stop right in the mid-face. Kelly Slater on your screen, 2011 rating, number 3, career earnings $2,504,000. But that winning percentage, 76%. Out of 834 heats surfed, he's won 632 of them, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, if you you keep up that percentage for long enough, some good things are going to come your way, like 10 world titles maybe.
Exactly.
They're just phenomenal, mind-boggling numbers. You could
they
not.
almost don't even make sense.
They don't. Yeah.
How is that possible?
Over a 20-year career, it'll never be matched. I'm confident of that. It'll never ever be matched.
Well, because everyone's kind of wondering, okay, when's Kelly going to take a break from competition? But he can't. He's not allowed to. We're not going to let him because he's still number 1 in the world. You look at the One World rankings, he's getting better. He's 39 years old, and he continues to blow minds, and those stats are going to continue to go through the roof. This is a stat here, 67th final right here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti in his career. So he's made 67 finals in World Tour competition.
It's ridiculous. and wins, I think he's on like 45 or something now. It's classic because you actually get the ASP supplies a bio on all their surfers, and it has every one of their contest wins. And you get to Kelly's contest wins take 4 pages to get through.
Oh, they sure do. It even goes back to some of his first heats, like in '89, the Aloe Up Pro on the East Coast, where he's surfing against guys like Barton Lynch. He's just crossed all generations, and at the moment we glance at our screen, and he's just put up a huge number in the final. 31 minutes to go, and Kelly already has a 9.5. Owen Wright does have 2 waves, a 6.17 and a 7.83. So Owen Wright is leading. Kelly Slater needs a 4.5 now, but I'm sure, Sean, you'd rather be Kelly Slater at the moment because he's got that big 9.5.
Yeah, well, it makes the equation even simpler for Owen than it was before. Owen's going to need 2 9s at least to win this. So there's no sense hunting around. He's just going to do what he's done for the last couple of days, sit, wait for the bombs, and the thing that's working in his favour is it looks like it's pulsing at the moment. It looks like it's in the middle of a pulse. We've seen a ton of waves already in the first 10 minutes of this. So, Owen just doesn't want a dud heat. He doesn't want the ocean to go flat and cop a really severe lull. He just needs it to keep going one after the other and start. He needs to turn it into a shootout with Kelly.
At the moment, we still have 30 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this final, so pretty exciting to see them have all this time. We want Owen to be able to get a big bomb to answer back. The Nixon WTA watch, that Nixon gave that $10,000 custom watch to the heaviest wave ridden, and that award going to Jeremy Flores, and he cleans up and he wins the special award of the event, the Andy Irons Forever Award given to Jeremy Flores at this event. And big congrats to Jeremy. Well deserving.
Joey, I have absolutely no qualms about that decision at all. And I reckon from the moment that round 2 heat got sent out, the guinea pig heat with Jeremy and Hayari, I reckon that he'd won it there. You know, that thing he pulled into, and he just kept on a magic roll. And good on Jezza. He's won a lot of fans, I reckon. His actions here over the past week.
Oh, definitely. Jeremy Flores, well deserving. Here we go. We've got a paddle taken off. Kelly Slater, big drop. He tries to pull it underneath him.
He thought it was 2005 again.
Oh, that was the same move that he made in that 2005 final, and he was successful there. But in 2011, he goes down quickly to the replay.
Oh, he did too. It was dead. You could run that footage over the 2005 one. It looked identical up to the point where Kelly just got buckled. That one was a little bigger, this one here. I reckon Kelly might, as long as he's not hurt, he's probably having a silent chuckle to himself, because I reckon that's in the back of his head, that he was actually trying to do that almost.
He almost delayed that to airdrop and pull his board back underneath him like only Kelly's done out here. He can make that adjustment underneath the lip in the tube, which is incredible, but that one he ends up incomplete. So still needing a 4.5 to take on Owen Wright. 28 minutes to go in this final. GT, how's this thing going out there?
Amazing final. An amazing day, an amazing event, and the event within the event is the award, the AI Forever Award, which is really goes to the surfer that showed the most commitment throughout the event and channeled his deepest Andy Irons. And Bruce will give you the honors.
Yeah, channeling his inner deeper demons. The award for the most committed surfer. I'm very happy to give this award to Jeremy Flores. He deserves it. He had 210s. Before that, bigger scores. And, my brother is good friends with Jeremy, and I'm real stoked to get to present you with this trophy in memory of my brother.
Oh, thanks so much.
Stoked. Mean trophy.
Yeah, I'll hold on. Yeah, here, you take that. Oh,
yeah. So, Jeremy, tell us about your 210s, in the big day.
No, that was so much fun. Those 210s, that was amazing, and getting this trophy is so special for me. It's unbelievable. I mean, you guys see the trophy. Andy was definitely a hero, idol, and on top of that, he was a really good friend, and he was real, and. This trophy should go as well at all those guys that did those towing sessions, took all these big waves, and I mean, that was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. So, I'd like to share this trophy with all of them. That was amazing.
You deserve it.
Oh,
you deserve it. It's going to go nice next to your Pipe Master trophy.
I know.
Deserve it, buddy.
Oh, this is going way up, bro. Thanks so much.
You deserve it.
Thanks
right
so
on,
much.
Jeremy. Good job.
Hey, let's hear it for Jeremy Flores, Bruce Irons, in memory of Andy Irons. Hey, Jeremy, before we let you go, give us your best Andy Irons memory.
Well, it was one of the last time I saw him was in Portugal, and he lost his heat in the first round, and I was walking back, and we walked back together, and he had 3 boards, I think, and he has 2 wetsuit, and he was so over it, and we were walking together, and he's like, yeah, he's like, oh, I can't believe you better win this, and stuff. It was really over, and he's like, I can't stand those wetsuits anymore. I'm stuck. I don't get to wear those wetsuits and surf in boardies. And right there, there's 3 kids that stopped to get a photo with him, and he gave 2 boards and the wetsuit to the kids. And for me, that was unbelievable. And I was like, you should see the face of the kids, man. They're like this, like they couldn't believe. And he was like, yeah, take them and first he gave the boards, and then he's like, get the wetsuit too. I don't need this freaking wetsuit.
Take it all.
Take it all. And I was just standing there going, wow, those kids probably remember this. And that was one of the last time I saw him, and I was right there, and big heart, and I always tell the truth.
Whether it was the right time or not, he let you know how it felt.
Oh,
But it's true, you know.
Every time I lose my heats and I get really angry, I'd punch my board and stuff. You know, anyone who would come talk to me, I'd be like, yeah, you know, like screw you, you know, get away. But when Andy would come, I'd be like,
yeah. He's gotten mad at me.
He'd grab you like this, you know, he'd look at your eyes, and he would tell you this stuff. You'd be like, whoa, and you'd be even more pumped after losing, you know. So,
you think you've gotten mad before?
Oh, you got mad.
Yeah. But
Well,
it's real.
Congratulations to you, Jeremy. Truly deserved, and I know Andy would be more than stoked to give you that award. And Bruce, again, so happy to have you here as well, my man. And you know, it is no secret, Andy wasn't a fan of full suits, I can assure you that. Anyways, let's catch up with this final, even though the event within the event just went down.
Thank you very much, GT. A well-deserving Jeremy Flores getting that honor of the Andy Irons Forever Award for his ability to charge when it was really on the line. The bulk of that swell, he got the brunt of it. As we look at the final now, Sean, 24 minutes remaining. Kelly Slater just got a 2.0. We saw that during the interview. Let's take a look at the replay of what just happened.
Here we go. This was real danger here for Owen Wright, because if Kelly comes out of this, it's all final almost gets out of reach. Fortunately for Owen, unfortunately for Kelly, that foam ball just engulfed him. It looked like for a second that he took the right line, he did all the right things. That wave just didn't let it happen for Kelly. So there it is with just under 24 to go. Kelly Slater in the lead. Actually, Owen's in the lead, with currently, but Kelly banking the 9.5. That's the one trophy wave that's been ridden.
Oh, exactly. 23 minutes to go. Thinking about Kelly's performance, his road to the final. He had the three-man matchup with Daniel Ross and Hiari Williams, which we all know wild cards have taken out Kelly in the past. We're looking forward to that heat to see what Hiari could do. Guys like Manoa Droulet have gotten the better part of Kelly over the years, but Kelly dominated that heat, had to surf against another event wild card in Ricardo dos Santos, and he took that win. Then got in the three-man matchup, which was pretty classic. Matt Wilkinson, Michel Perez, they had already met in Snapper Rocks, that same matchup. Kelly got third in that heat on the Gold Coast. He obviously ended up winning the event, but in this matchup, he took that win. He was able to skip round 5, beat Matt Wilkinson this morning, and then beat Josh Kerr to make this final. When you think about it in that concept, it's such a long road. You're coming up against the best tube riders in the world, and Kelly being that #1 seed from the One World Rankings, he's always going to have the Tahitian tube specialist.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's not like he hasn't seen it before here, but he's put on a masterclass here this morning on how to read the place, on backhand tube riding. He's kind of done it all, and he's set himself up, beautifully for the final here. But with 22 minutes yet, and we said this earlier, Owen Wright is one guy in the field who could really kind of rattle Kelly's cage a bit, the way he's been going. You've got a goofy, natural thing happening. You've got two different strategies. You can see it right there now. Owen's up the point. Kelly's on the bowl, and it's hopefully we're just going to get this ocean to cooperate, and we're going to see a ton more waves, because I'd love this to be really close.
Oh, definitely. Owen Wright, his ability to travel through the tube and get speed off the takeoff. He knows when to speed up and slow down. That's why it's going to be a great contrast with regular versus goofy in this heat. Owen kind of had a different road to the final. Back in the first round, he got third in that first heat, that all goofy foot matchup with Heitor and Kai Otten, and so he was forced to surf again in the second round. So Owen didn't really find what worked right off the bat. He was able to beat Adam Melling in that second round and then move on to round 3. But, thinking about that road, he surfed in a lot of heats. He's broken a lot of surfboards. I think every free surf he's been out here, when he first got here, he was like, I was losing a board in basically every free surf session that I had throughout. He had a draw with Taylor Knox in round 3. Then he won that 3-man non-elimination matchup. A tough one there with Freddie P being in that one. Then he beat Rioni Montero this morning and just beat Travis Logie to earn his spot into the final. Still 20 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, Sean. I know there's a lot left to go in the ocean right now.
Yeah, we just looked at Owen's, the road to the final. It's probably been one of the easier ones, but he's ended up against a real roadblock at the end of the road, literally, against Kelly here. So,
they kind of call it a brick wall that you're going to meet at some point. Josh Kerr kind of alluded to it. Unfortunately, he got hit by the brick wall in the semis and got exited out. 20 minutes, 25 seconds. We see a little wave rolling through unridden. No one's touching that one, Sean, and they're being selective. They know exactly the ones they want to be on. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, it sets it up beautifully, mate, for the last 20 minutes here for the final.
And now looking at the boats, these guys' eyes on the horizon. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with the Billabong Pro Tahiti final right after this.
I never really had a dream of being a world champion. All I really kind of cared about was getting barreled and doing airs. I surf because I love the feeling of being surfed out.
Welcome back to the final here at the Billabong Pro Tahiti. Owen Wright versus Kelly Slater. Australia versus the USA. 10 world titles against a rookie. Rookie of the year last year. Second year on tour. Look at the numbers on the screen here. It's not over for Owen Wright. He has a 6.17 and a 7.83. Kelly only needs a 4.5 as we take you through a little recap here.
Yeah, this is what we've seen in the first half of the final. Owen got out of the gates with this. This locked in at a 6.17. But unfortunately, all it really did was kind of poke the bear a little bit and woke Kelly up. This one, this second one, came in a 7.83, a little double barrel here, which we really haven't seen. It's more a result of the fact we've got a bit of onshore there at the moment. But double barrel there, that came in a 7.83 for Owen. But that, yeah, like I said, it woke the bear up.
Kelly Slater getting a 9.5 here. Comes out of the tube. He's loving it. All of a sudden,
Oh, yeah, it's almost a dead replay of that 2005 wave we saw Kelly. Difference is here he didn't make it. In 2005 he did. That wave had some real historic significance. He knew it too. He knew exactly that it was a dead ringer for that wave.
Wow,
Look at
Sean,
this thing.
This is live action out the back. We have Owen Wright stalling, both hands in the wall. He's pulled in behind the curtain. He's deep. He's going to be coming out of this thing.
Yeah.
High and dry. Owen Wright into the channel, answering back. He's looking to protect that lead. He needs to build on a 6.17. Let's take a look from the tube cam.
Yeah, both arms in the wall there, Joey, just trying to wash off every bit of speed, just trying to stay in there as long as he could. And the wave cooperated. It kept throwing. And he kind of exited, I reckon, by his body language. He knows it's a good one. Look, great line here. It's a little more chandelier-y just because of that onshore, but he's run a great high line and kicked out, and Owen Wright will be back in this final. And he's going to put a little more pressure on Kelly to get a score here. So Owen Wright, it'll be kind of cool to see him win an event here. It's his first final, but also, thinking about the way the world title race has gone. Kelly's won the first event, but we've had a different winner every other event. Kelly's got an opportunity to get 2, but if Owen got this win, 10,000 points on the ratings, we'd have a pretty radical world title race. Yeah, well, it's going to be a radical world title race anyway, because the top 5 going into Tahiti, of course, all bit the dust before round 3. So, and the one who, number 6, you can guess who that was, sitting there waiting circling like a shark, Kelly Slater. And that was a good point you brought up, actually, was the fact that we've had 4 different winners this year. And we said at the start of this event, whoever it is, if one of those guys can get a second win, they probably almost become the world title favourite. You look at traditionally a world title campaign, you probably need 3 wins. But to be sitting with 2, with 6 events to go, you're in a pretty good spot. So big opportunity here for Kelly Slater to kind of almost accidentally find himself, back in the world title race.
Well, after missing an event, he was kind of talking recently with the new changes in the One World Rankings and the World Tour formula. he hadn't even realized that it's just 2 throwaways. He's like, well, looks like I already have my 2 throwaways as we look at this out the back here.
I'll tell you what's not going to get thrown away is this score coming in for Owen Wright. There's still some numbers yet to drop on it, but it is going to be game back on as we suspected. The judges loved it. Oh, hang on, here we go. Kelly looking, delaying his takeoff, paddling here, drives around that first section. Is there a bowl in it? Little kick stall, parks up under it, tries to bash his way out. It bowls out on the inside, and there he is. Joey Tapel. He has just got it wrapped around his finger. He's, except for that bit, it's just dumped him on the reef.
That was incredible. Kelly Slater, he took off on this thing and then had to slow back down to get into the barrel. Let's go to the replay, the front on view. Look at that first pump. He sees that first section come down. He didn't want anything to do with that. Here comes this bottom turn. Look at the positioning. Gets under the lip, pulls into the barrel, and then sets his track. You see him low on the wave there. Gets back up high, and he's able to come out of there. Nobody can move like that in the tube. Kelly Slater making another beauty as he just kind of flicks out that cutty because that thing's going dry.
Yeah, he's over on the closeout there. Here's the water angle. The thing is, no one reads this place better than Kelly. Look, he knew this thing was coming and turned into a square little barrel on the inside, but he's right over on the reef towards the channel, towards the boats. That's why he's had to do this radical little kick out here after this turn, because he's run out of water there. But, mate, that's his second score. He's sitting on a 9.5 already. There's a second one right there. So Owen answers back with a 9.27, and as the second Owen does that, Kelly goes, touche. I'll see your 9.27, and I'll just catch what was, in essence, a little insider. It was an inside wave.
That's been his story today. He can take off on nothing waves. Like Taj was saying, his view from the channel, a lot of times the channel doesn't really know. They're not reacting. And Kelly said that too. Sometimes I don't hear anyone scream, so they can't see it from the channel. You guys at home on YouTube Live, you guys have the best vision in the house because you can see that channel angle down the beach. You see Kelly, he's duck diving under a solid one, working his way back out to the lineup, paddling back. Our live camera shot in the water there. You can be right in the water there with him as he's getting back out to position. Owen Wright does have priority now, and the judges are taking their time because they want to get this one exactly right. Kelly, a 7.6 or better, he'll take the lead. They've already seen Owen's stuff. They've saw Kelly's first ride. They're saying, was it better or anywhere near close from the 9.5? That's what they're deliberating over as we take you to an amazing shot from our water camera that's been swimming in this lineup since the opening heat of the event.
Yeah, you're right. Well, judges having a really good look at it. I think they're weighing up the fact that he took off and had to get around a section before he found the barrel, and how that factors into the overall score, because pretty well everyone's dropping straight into it. And here we go, first numbers. It's looking like it's high 8s to a 9 somewhere, one to come.
Well, he's going to take the lead back. 12.5 to go, that's for sure. But they loved what he does in the tube, Sean. An 8.93, 18.43 total for Kelly Slater. Owen Wright to second. And now he needs a 9.17. So an interesting one there. You saw he didn't get anything off the takeoff, but they love what he can do in the tube, how he can stall and max out his time in the barrel, and that's why he got an 8.93 there.
Yeah. Very few surfers could have ridden that wave and made an 8.93 out of it. So here's the master out here, and with good reason. But, again, it probably doesn't change Owen's overall strategy. He paddled out there in this final, Joey, knowing he wanted to bank 2 9s, and if not 9s, better than 9 5s. You kind of expect that Kelly's going to turn up to this final. It's a huge event. Hang on, here we go. He's on to another one. He's caught this one kind of halfway out. Pig Dog's trying to wash some speed off. Great little barrel on the inside, and did he make it? He didn't. He got clipped.
Wow, Kelly Slater almost made the impossible. It looked like he had it.
He was out.
And he got really, really low at the end, and then he ended up going down. But he was in the tube for such a long time. He checks his elbow right there. He's kind of looking out the back, kind of resetting the gears, letting out a little laugh. And he's just going, what happened on that thing? He probably got rattled on the inside.
Yeah, well, Kelly's days of punching boards when stuff like that happens ended at about 1994. Now he just laughs at it. Laughs it out. This will actually make a really interesting replay. Look, high drive here. That board looks as though it's kind of, it's made for this size surf here. Now, stop the speed. Now, what do we got? This thing bowls out. He's taken these inside. He's tried a doggy door almost.
Look how low he got at the bottom
That's
of
why.
that wave. He got so low right at the end. Here's the tube cam. You see those big pumps. He's covering so much ground. Has the speed maxed out. Now he trims it, slows down, and then he gets really low down here. All of a sudden, he gets down by the lip, and his momentum takes him down to the reef.
Yeah, well, the reason he's done that, you can see it right there, that wave closed out. Because he's caught it so far over towards the boats, he's cutting it really fine when he comes out of these things, because that thing will just go dry. So he's got to find a way out, and he tried to find a way out to a doggy door to bust out the front, and in doing so ended up wearing the lip around the back of the neck.
He sure did. So that's just a 4.07 for the effort, which you got to love at this event. You'll see 4s and even sometimes 5s for tube attempts. So if you travel the length of the tube and just get clipped at the end, sometimes it'll come in as a mid-ranger, but these guys aren't worried about mid-rangers at the moment. Owen Wright needs a 9.17 to get it back from Kelly Slater. Kelly leading with a 9.5 and an 8.93. Still plenty of time to go. Thanks for being with us on Fuel TV in the Middle East, Europe, Africa, or Australia. It's been an amazing event, and this is the final stage here. You're looking at Kelly Slater in the red jersey paddling from the channel. He's got another one.
Yeah, he's dialing him up on this section here. Just stands tall on that frothy little one. Unfortunately, that one's not really going to run off, and KS just kicking out there. But two really different strategies. Kelly's sitting over on the bowl, Owen up the point.
Now with 9 minutes to go, Kelly's staying pretty busy out there. Let's take a moment to compare two rides in this heat. We've got Kelly's 9.5 and Owen Wright's 9.27. Let's go into this and compare. Kelly's on the left, Owen Wright's on the right.
Yeah, well, similar size waves, and both have kind of slid into them. Both have barreled straight away. And you can see Owen highlining. It's a little more crumbly with Owen's, whereas Kelly's is more bowly. And I reckon a lot of Kelly's points have come when the judges have seen the water angle of his. His was probably a harder tube to actually technically ride through, and both guys kicking out there.
Here's the tube cam here as you see Kelly jams it, slammed on the brakes. That position is incredible. He takes that higher line now to exit out. This is where Owens, though, opens up, and he gets a really clean exit.
Yeah, Owen's a little more longer and crumbly. Kelly's more square and bowly, and probably a little tougher to ride, I reckon, Kelly's. And the judges have just seen that and given him, it's a quarter of a point better score for Kelly Slater there.
It's all about that positioning, how he grabs onto the face and slows down, and Kelly able to get the best wave of the heat, that 9.5 over Owen Wright's 9.27. 7 minutes and 55 seconds remaining in the final, Sean.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It's starting to get really tight here now, down under 8 for Owen. So, Owen's at the position where you can see there needs a 9.17, but he paddled out knowing he needed 2 9s. So it really hasn't changed anything. He just had to sit there, be patient, not jump out of the gates early and chase stuff he shouldn't be chasing. But, the one thing, I got faith that kid has got a good contest head, and he'll sit and wait, and he'll do the right thing here. And if the ocean doesn't deliver it, then, c'est la vie. And Kelly wins again, and it's but he knows how to play it.
As we say, Bruce Irons there just got finished with his free surface. He is looking on and watching this final go down. We have Owen Wright needing that 9.17, and this is kind of the atmosphere happening in the channel. Coming off that Bruce free surf, he's got Andy Irons on board, and all of a sudden it looks like Andy is setting us a set right here.
Whoa, here we go. Owen in. Now he's got to drive. This is going really wide. He's not going to get through it.
Whoa. He took a big pump there, Sean. It looked like he had a good read on it, but he ends up going down. That could have been Owen's opportunity to get that 9.17. This guy's been going down hard on the reef over the last couple of weeks out here. We mentioned how he's been breaking a lot of boards, but he even has a scar on his forehead from hitting the reef recently, but he's unfazable. He's out there, he's still taking airdrops, he'll still pull in deep as anyone, and he's going to still try to stick in there and look for that score to come. That'll be a 2-ranger for that attempt. Let's look at the replay.
Oh, if he comes out of this, it's a 10.17, Look at it, just raced off, and he was behind the 8 ball from that first section. No chance of coming out. But, it was a big wave. It had, like we said, it was a final breaker. It was a heat breaker. If he had to come out, it'd probably win him the final,
You see that thing draining through. There's so much scoring potential there. Exactly right, Sean. That could have been his moment to take it back from Kelly. We've had 40 minutes in this lineup, and we're down to 6 minutes remaining. The thing is, Kelly does have priority. That's exactly what Kelly wanted to have him, and he's going to now try to control the last 5 minutes and 42 seconds. I'm not sure if we're going to see Kelly kind of roaming free through the inside anymore.
Yeah, no, he might structure a little bit more, but I think with the final on the line, I think he will kind of become Owen's best friend. I don't think he won't yet, as you guessed. There it is, just sitting in Owen's shadow there. Of course, Kelly with priority now, so it's going to make it a lot tougher for O to find this wave. And Owen's hoping now that this ocean just turns on, and there's so many waves that Kelly can't say no to one of them,
Oh, exactly right there. You see Owen Wright without priority. Everyone always sits deeper when they don't have priority. Owen's going to try to sell Kelly if he can on a wave. I don't know if he can really trick Kelly, though.
No, there's been plenty have tried, and plenty have ended up in a miserable screaming heap. And there's Kelly asking for a time call, working out it's 5 minutes to go. So, Owen Wright, he's given it his all and put himself in with a shot. So I reckon there'd be a few nervous crew at the Wright household up at Lennox. G'day to Rob and Fiona and the kids.
Oh, exactly.
Up there early, should be getting on Tuesday morning back home, watching on Fuel. And, watching their boy here in his first final and giving the 10 times world champ a real nudge.
Oh, he sure is. And, hey, tweet fans out there, hashtag Billabong Pro, can Owen Wright do it? With 4 minutes and 20 seconds, will he turn this thing around? Or is it history for Kelly adding another win to his incredible stats in his career in the last couple of decades? But Owen Wright, though, what a dream win this would be. Chopu, the historic swell, coming through, and he's been out there ripping up the free serves. A definitely worthy opponent in this final, representing the Goofy Footers on tour, as everyone is hoping that Owen Wright can carry that Goofy Foot flag and maybe bring home a world title someday. Look at those numbers, though. That's how you can tell we're in a final, Sean.
Yeah, the boys have stepped it right up here. And with 4 minutes to go, you can see Owen Wright still chasing a 9.17, which, if you looked at that in most heats, you'd generally say, geez, he's had a shocker. He's actually had an amazing heat. It's just not as good as Kelly's at the moment. So here we go. A bit of jockeying here, Joey. Look at this thing swinging wide into the bowl. Now, Owen's trying to sell Kelly on one of these. He needs to get Kelly out of priority.
But it probably will be impossible. Kelly knows the rules. He knows how to hold his position out the back. This is getting to a dangerous time of the heat for Owen Wright fans out there. And Owen Wright himself, he's got to have nerves of steel. And the thing is, when you get to this level, Owen Wright knows. He's like, if I get a wave, I can get a 9.17. He believes that. He's just got a will on the ocean. He's looking at this one, so Kelly might be thinking about it. Kelly goes over the falls, and Owen goes down. He couldn't get around the corner. An interesting situation there. Kelly's like, I got to use my priority, but then he gets sucked on over.
Well, you know who lost his nerve? There was Kelly. And look where he's ended up. Kelly's the one who got washed further in. Owen's going to get priority. Now, I don't think the boys are going to... Here we go. Here's the replay. So Owen takes off. Kelly has priority. And look, Kelly's gone over backwards.
Oh, my goodness. Sucked over the falls because he wanted to get a part of that wave to use priority. He was trying to hold on to the last second. Look at Kelly go ahead, Sean. That is incredible. Oh, my goodness.
That's not how you treat a 10 times world champ. Send him over backwards.
And then he gets sucked all the way in on the reef and now gets out of position. Owen Wright has priority, and he's got to smile.
He's laughing about
it.
He
has to laugh that one off.
Yeah. It's like in most clutch situations like that, people will just be melting. And Kelly's just, he's having a chuckle about it. He's probably thinking of how it looked on the footage. Now, with 2 minutes to go, Owen has priority. Now, can we get something? That's going to be the question.
Well, you couldn't have asked for a better scenario. Owen Wright, he couldn't have dreamed of anything better. Not only did he get priority, but he sent his opponent over the falls doing so. And he got a tour of the reef. Way out of position. As Kelly Slater is kind of regaining his composure and heading out the back, it basically just might be Owen's chance now. He's got the entire ocean, 1 minute, 30 seconds. If he gets a set, he's got to go, and he's got to get a 9.17, Sean.
Oh, hang on. The way this week's gone, mate, that you would expect there would be another little chapter here. It's been the craziest week. There's just been stuff happening. There's drama in the water, out of the water, 30-foot closeouts. It's been all sorts of drama. Can we have one last little chapter? Are these lines here? Am I seeing stuff?
I think you're seeing something.
Oh, hang on.
You're zeroing it on the final minute of this final.
It is. It looks like a maca.
It is coming through.
You can hear the channel.
The channel is erupting. 52 seconds to go.
Whoa.
AI sending a set to close out this final. Owen Wright is going to try to capitalize here. A 9-1-7 would do it, Sean.
It's not a Macca, but it might still kind of ledge up enough here. Where is he? No, he's let it go.
He's not going to go. 37 seconds to go, holding his position, and it's pretty tough to do when it's, the nerves are going like that. Looking at the wave from the channel, there probably wasn't a 9.17 on that, so Owen Wright rolling the dice. He's like, hey, I'm not just going to chase something down. I'm going to wait. 20 seconds remaining in the Billabong Pro Tahiti final. It's Kelly leading, and Owen on his heels, Sean.
Yeah, it's Owen's with Kelly there now. I think that's almost a concede. It's a handshake, and, well, ladies and gents,
it's
there
official.
It is.
3, 2,
Wow.
1. They count it out. Shake hands. Kelly Slater is your 2011 Billabong Pro Tahiti champion, taking his second win on the ASP World Tour this year. He was 6th in the ratings, taking another 10,000. He's going to skyrocket up on the charts. He was sitting far back there after missing Jeffreys Bay. He got a lot of tube practice in the South Pacific, and he proved that he's still the best out here at Chopu.
Oh, it's a seismic shift. For Kelly, it looks like a little bit of hit and giggle there at the moment. He's had such a fun time out in the final. He's just cacking himself when he went over backwards on a 6-footer. But in terms of what it means for the world title and for a lot of other guys, it's ominous.
Oh, it sure
was
is.
for the 5 guys who all went out early, number 1 to 5 in the ratings. This is worst case scenario right here.
Oh, it couldn't have been any worse for them because Jordy, Mick, Jeremy, Taj, all those guys got exit out so early. We have the channel just filling in, little rain squall happening. Let's see what happened in this final. Owen Wright was preparing. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Kelly Slater is the scariest competitor you ever asked for. Here's Owen starting off this final.
Yeah, Owen Wright's first final. Kelly Slater's 64th. And Owen Wright, he got busy early and tried to put a little bit of heat on Kelly. Got a couple of pretty good ones. This is his second one, at which stage you kind of felt Owen had a bit of momentum. And, and you're wondering whether Kelly could answer back. The answer didn't take too long, Joey.
Oh, it didn't. All of a sudden, look at this. Free fall into the tube, pulls that high line and got a 9.5 as he exits out. He knew it was going to be huge. Tried to pull off an 0.5 heroics, locked it in there as we're going to see Kelly take another win laughing. He ended up getting sent over the falls later on in the seat.
Yeah, and this is the one that got Owen back in it. This came in at a 9.27. All of a sudden, it was game back on and left him chasing another 9. But Kelly just kept going, mate. He kept finding a different strategy. He surfed further up, back towards the boats, found these square little ones on the inside, and kept the heat on Owen.
Right there, 8.93. You see him, his technique there in the tube is flawless. This one he got really low on, and he ended up getting lit up on the reef. And a tough fall there for Kelly. We've seen him take a lot of spills throughout this event, but look at him. Every time he laughs about it.
Yeah, and this one, if Owen could have got out of this, he would have won the final, but it was mission impossible. It was way too wide, that thing.
Oh, wow. Owen Wright put on a big effort. It came down to this final exchange. Owen taking off. Kelly trying to use his priority, and he gets sent over the reef, gets sucked in. We're going to take a quick break. Enjoy this Andy Irons iSurf Because award presentation right after this.
He sat deeper than everyone. He rode the wave different than everyone else did, and he really just, rivaled anyone that got a good one. You'd be like, oh, I got a mental one, and then you turn around and he's just on a bigger and better one, and he's deeper than you are, and he's just making it look so easy.
We can sleep on the streets, the kids are coming.
Urana, everybody. The Hananos are out. Kelly Slater has just taken the title. He made the semis last year and then makes the final and takes out Owen Wright just moments ago. There's that big Hanano, and there is that celebration face that we've become pretty accustomed to, Sean.
Yeah, it is, mate. Well, he's not drinking. He's got a bit of blood on his forearm there, but he's not drinking the Hanano in the barrel this year. He's drinking it in the channel. But, mate, well deserved. He is owned today. The 10 times world champ. You don't become this good out here by accident. And he has really put on a class in how to surf this place.
Oh, just the backside tube technique as he is jumping over to the ski.
Miller sisters.
Getting the kiss there from his girlfriend, Kalani, and that'll just seal the deal for him there. His trip to Tahiti complete with the win. He is loving it so far. It has been such a memorable moment for Kelly Slater throughout this week, and everyone reflecting back with what's been happening with the big swell. He was out there in the channel during some of the big tow sessions, and right now he's going to soak it in with this Hinano. Everyone at home, I hope you enjoyed this ride with us on YouTube, on Fuel TV, on BillabongPro.com, wherever you might be. We're starting a bit of a tradition now. We ran the Andy Irons I Surf Because clip last year, and now starting this tradition. We hope you enjoy it right now.
When I was young, when I surfed because Kelly Slater did it. I surfed because it was hyped. I surfed because I got chicks. I surfed because it was the party. I surfed because I got the cool car. And I got all those cool things. And they all just became just stuff. But it's all about the feeling I get from riding that wave.
Kill myself when I was young. Kill myself when I was young.
That first wave is the reason why I think everyone keeps coming back. It's like anything. Like, if you didn't like it the first time, you're not going to go back and do it again. Like, I tried ice skating. I ate it. I didn't go back again ever. Like, that wasn't for me. Ice skating was out. Surfing, if you catch a wave, you're hooked right then and there. I have a lot of inner demons. If I didn't have surfing to get those out of my system, I would self-destruct. Surfing is the only reason that keeps me going in a normal state. It keeps my life at an even keel. Without it, it would just tip into oblivion. For a bit of surfing, like, I swear, I'll be honest, I wasn't having fun. I was going out, putting a jersey on, doing what I was supposed to do, and it was just repetition. And I literally lost my will to compete. And I wouldn't be doing it right now if I didn't have the will. I mean, it's not as strong as it used to be, but I know it's growing. The whole reason I started is I lost so many heats to get to where I was. I lost to a girl my first contest ever, and I quit for a year. I never touched the jersey, and I had to pick up the jersey after that and get back in there. And that's the only reason I got to where I'm at, or I was at 5 years ago and won those titles. And, I haven't won a title in a long time, but getting back in the jersey, and I'm not winning heats yet, but I got to start somewhere. First wave I ever caught, I remember to this day, clear as day. I went left, right, left, and the wave never broke. And I thought right then, I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And from that day on, I told my dad every night, I want to go surfing, I want to go surfing, I want to go surfing. All started with going left, right, left on one wave at the pier. And I literally will never forget that wave. To the day I die, that was like one of the most purest moments of my whole life. I always will be. I surf because I'm always a better person when I come in.
The Andy Irons I Surf Because is becoming a tradition for us here in Tahiti, and talking about his momentum coming back into competition form and then leading up to that win last year in Tahiti, a pretty special one.
Yeah, for sure, mate. Yeah, and it's Andy not being here this year has just added an extra vibe to this event, and it's made the win even more special for Kelly, no doubt.
There's been some big awards being handed out right now in the channel. GT is standing by. GT.
Okay, hi everybody. Well, we just saw a massive Andy Iron set come through. You guys, everybody just got drilled in the lineup. All the free surfers that just headed over there. Notably, Belly just took one on the dome big time. But anyways, okay, as everybody's coming to the boat, Owen's on, Kelly's just getting here. But we have one more award to give out. Let's get the shot first. That right there is a Nixon Magnacon SS. This is the watch that we're giving away for the heaviest wave ridden here during the course of the Chopo event. And, well, he just walked away. This is cast in precious stones in honor of Tahiti. And Jeremy Flores, you are the recipient of a one-of-a-kind Nixon Magnacon watch. And a perfect 20 in this event. The AI Forever kind of memorial award, tribute, a $10,000 watch. Could be worth a little bit more than that because it's one of a kind. I mean, what a hell of a week for you, huh?
Oh, it's been an amazing week, man. That's what happens when you get crazy wave and Mother Nature sending us good conditions. And, we had the best surfers in the world and the best free surfers in the world right here in Tahiti. So, just to get all these award thing, I'm so happy. But, just being out there with all my friends, even better.
Well, congratulations to you, Jeremy. An incredible week of surfing. On that round 2 day when it was so heavy, you kind of opened it up. You backed it up with a perfect 20. You came all the way real close to finaling in this event. I mean, just all the power to you, my friend.
Thanks so much. That was such a fun event. I hope everyone enjoyed watching it, I'm sure. Congrats to Kelly, doing another amazing victory, and so stoked. Thank you very much.
Congrats. Okay, so we're going to let Jeremy revel in his new watch. Why don't you guys just catch us up with everything that's going on up there, and then I'm going to pull in Owen, and then we'll get a word with Kelly as well.
Thank you so much, GT. Such a well-deserving award for Jeremy Flores. The Nixon WTA watch in Tahiti, it always means the heaviest wave. At other events, like at J Bay, they go highest heat totals. In Brazil, it was the biggest punt. But here, want to go for that glory, that big, heavy takeoff. And that round 2 matchup he had with Yari Williams was incredible. He said he was frightened. He was hoping that the entire round was going to see the amount of big bombs coming in, and it kind of slowed down. The brunt of it was on Jeremy, and he took it on.
Yeah, well, the thing was, that heat we just saw and that wave at Jeremy's, that was the first day of the Swell. And we'd talked that Swell up for a week. We knew it was coming. Everyone was frothing about it, lying awake at night thinking about it. That was the first morning we surfed. It was scary as hell, and he had first heat, and he had to paddle out there with Hayari and try and make sense of it. It was ugly. It still had a wobble in it. And it frightened the hell out of everyone, but fortunately it kind of mellowed out a little bit. And, well,
anytime you see a guy like Hayari Williams go over the falls, it's a pretty frightening heat. So getting that award done, Jeremy Flores, but we have our 2 finalists to congratulate. GT.
Hey, thanks, Joe. Well, Owen, your first final on a world title event, going up against a guy who surfed in 64 of them. So you knew you had your work cut out for you. Goofy versus regular. Through the course of the event, you surfed amazingly well in that bottom half of the draw, and it wasn't an easy one. So give us your perspective first of the final.
I thought the final was great. Just both of us had good waves. I was kind of sitting waiting for the bigger ones. Kelly had the kind of longer inside ones, and yeah, we just both played our game, and that's how the result came out. And I had one there that I would have loved to have come out on. It was just a bit too deep, but, man, I was going for it.
Going up against Kelly, it's a tricky bit of business. What were your thoughts going into the lineup? Was it all about sitting on set waves, or what was your game?
I was just doing, basically playing the same game that I played in my heats, just sitting out there and taking a wave that looks good. And I got a few good waves, and it was fun. I mean, Kelly, he's always going to get his scores, and he's always going to get his 9, so there's no use even playing with that. So I just did mine, and I got a 9 and a 7-8, but yeah, just needed that high backup. He definitely got his 2 waves.
Well, congratulations to you, Owen. A lot of fun to watch through the better part of the event. The one heat, I think it was the round 5. No, was it your round 5 heat where you got the 19.77? Was that round 5?
I think it was round 4. But
round 4. But the point was, I thought that was a 20. I think a few other people did too. An exceptional bit of surfing all week long, and like Owen was saying, is his strategy through this whole event was kind of surgical with bravado, and it was a great combination, and I have a feeling this isn't the last final we're going to see you out here.
Well, I hope not, but I'd like to thank all my friends and family at home that are watching and supporting me. Thanks for all the support and all the texts coming through. It's been making me go harder, and yeah, I'll see you all soon, and thanks for everything. Cheers.
Well wishes to you, Owen. Okay, now I'll tell you what, Kelly is being interviewed right now. Let's see if I can yank him from it. Should I yank him from it? Okay, come on over here. Sorry, we're gonna steal Kelly right now. We're live on the web, so. All right. Okay, Kelly, just kind of first things first is I just told Owen, you know, his first final, your 64th.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So give us your thoughts on the final on the day. You know, earlier on in one of our earlier post-heat interviews, you know, there was this kind of, you were just pacing the pack, and it wasn't really until the semis where you kind of lunged into the lead group.
Yeah, I felt like I finally got into my stride, like maybe quarter of the way, half the way through that semifinal, and then in the final, I fell on a couple waves that probably were better than the scores I got. You know, had I come out of, there was 2 waves in particular, had I come out of them, maybe they were going to better my other scores. So, you know, but that kind of kept the pressure on me, and it took the pressure a little bit off Owen, kind of kept the heat open for him, so it probably made for a better heat overall. And, you know, I thought he was going to make that big one at the end, although it was like, it wasn't a real square one, so I was thinking he was going to get somewhere close to the score instead of popping one of those like 9.8s he gets like every heat, it seems like. But, you know, it's just flawless right now. It seems like it's kind of pulsing again. And, I mean, look at this. That's as good a wave as you ever see at Chopo right there.
And now as an unridden one spins through, here we go. But, Kelly, so your thoughts on Tahiti. I mean, we've had a few of these conversations here. You had a perfect 20 on one of them. Tell us your kind of, you know, Kelly Slater bird's eye view of the Tahiti experience.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't processed it at all, you know. I don't know if it's hit me at all yet because just this week's been so intense. You know, I've seen a couple of the craziest waves I've ever seen in my whole life. One of the most intense swells I've ever seen anywhere. If that same swell hit Hawaii, it would have been 30, 40 feet, you know. But out here, it doesn't have enough continental shelf to build up or enough reef outside to launch it up. So it was just all thick. It was like tsunamis coming in. And then, you know, yesterday I kept thinking like, oh, a 20-footer's going to come at some point. You know, you get you a little skitsy. And but it's just been perfect. Yesterday and today, waves have been perfect. And, you know, I didn't feel like I was, you know, the guy most in tune with it for sure. And I knew I was going to have to pace myself and just wait for my opportunities. And you know, there was guys who had flash of brilliance. Obviously, Owen, a few heats in a row. Jeremy, almost every single heat he had. And then, you know, he kind of burned it all out with that 20. And then next heat was just nothing for him, and he just didn't get in the fight. And you know, Kerr had some great waves, and there's a lot of guys that surprised me too. You know, a lot of guys that stood out. That you know, I was you know, probably a lot of people were questioning what were they going to do when a big one came, and guys were just flipping it and going. It was rad.
Okay, now to a bigger perspective, let's talk about the world title race.
Yeah.
You know, the 5 guys ahead of you left out pretty early.
Yeah. They did. Obviously, you know, this is just one of those weird events. You got to scramble through a first heat or two, and every year, you know, a few of the top seeds lose. You can expect almost half the top 10 to lose in the first round, and by the second or third round, because it's just one of those things. You know, like a guy's going to get a barrel, and it's not always going to be the top-rated guy, and you just got to try to squirm through those heats, start to adjust, start reading the waves, know what the tide's doing. You know, I knew in that final I was looking for those more insider ones because it was high tide right in the middle of the day, and obviously with the swell dropping, those outside ones aren't as hollow and they get a little almondy at the end. So I was thinking I don't want the biggest waves. I probably want about the medium-sized sets that just miss that outside and then just corner, and they're really dangerous inside because it's so shallow, but they're super round.
Okay, really quick, as we're going to get back to this world title thing in a minute, but what was the deal with the wave you shared with Owen? And you kind of got pretty well worked, it looked like.
Oh, I got smashed, yeah. I actually got myself in the worst position I could. I was super indecisive, and I ended up getting stuck in the lip. I was going to try and stand up, and then I was like, oh, if I stand up, if Owen goes and I stand up, I'm probably going to chop his head off. And I actually didn't know whether Owen win or not. I just got myself so sort of in the steep part of the face that I couldn't do anything else but to just like flounder and go with the falls on him. But that gave him that opportunity. I mean, if a wave came and he's going to be out there, and either way it would have been exciting if a wave came for him. I'm sure the crowd would have gone crazy, and I'd be sitting there in the channel kind of cringing watching him smash me. But he just didn't get those couple waves in the final. I think he was a little too patient, probably waiting for those big ones that he got earlier.
Okay, so last question on back to the world title race. You're the first person that was always like, GT, you need 3 wins to win a title. You got 2 of them.
Yeah, you got to have, I think if you got 3 wins, you're in such a good position. You can make a couple finals, like, Taj's been in a couple finals already. But those seconds just cost you. That's like 2 or 3 heats extra of points of padding. And, you really want to put those away. If you make the final, it's like a big jump in points right there. So in terms of that and looking at a title, you definitely want to win if you get to the final. I just want to say hi to everyone at home. I was just thinking about that. I want to say hi to my mom and Bruce and Sean and April and Cy and the Millers and my daughter Taylor and her family. And I don't know, everyone else is watching. Terry, hi guys.
Congratulations, Kelly. An exceptional event for Kelly. And quite frankly, such...
He owes me.
Hey, he got it on my jacket. Anyways, we want to thank all the Tahitian families. They're such great hosts. We'd like to thank you for watching online. The surfers, you guys put on such a tremendous show this week. This one's going to go down in the history books. Best evers. That's what I'm going with.
GT, thank you so much. Great job out there in the channel this whole time. GT's been having a blast from sun up to sundown, and just celebrating with Kelly Slater that win that he just took. $75,000 in his pocket for that win. The $10,000 in the ratings is what they were touching on. Maybe one more win. Is it too early to talk number 11?
Well, whenever Kelly's evasive on the subject, it's not too early. It's happening. It's happening right now.
Well, let's check out this final again and kind of get a recap about how Kelly took this thing over. Owen Wright was serious about his game plan. Put on one of the performances of the event, the heat before, as he got waxed up and ready to go. He got the first wave of the final. But Kelly, look at that eye of the tiger, always fierce in the lineup. He wasn't far behind him. This is how it started.
Yeah, for sure. Owen got a little bit of momentum early and got out of the gates with a 6 and a 7, which he kind of knew, even though they were good scores, good waves, they probably wouldn't count at the end. You kind of expect that Kelly's going to go out there and lock 9s in, and you have to kind of surf accordingly.
Oh, exactly. There he goes, kicking out. Owen Wright was pretty determined until this point. Kelly Slater locking into a 9.5, the high-scoring ride of the final. And then here we go. He's trying to pull off a little 05 magic, Sean.
Yeah, he's trying to give his knee surgeon some work as well there. And he had a little laugh about it. It was a good spirit in the final, definitely. And then this thing of Owen's really kind of brought him back into it. At this stage, Owen was way behind. That was game on from there. And this ended up being, this is Kelly's backup score here, Joey.
Oh, definitely. Look at how he can thread the needle on just about anything. He can find scores, and what he does on and back end, it's second to none. He can trim the speed. Look at this one. He's pumping to get down the line. Here he goes. He gets in a little bit of trouble. He goes down at the end of that thing. And thinking about this final, he took a tour of the reef a few times. He actually earned this one, Sean.
Yeah, well, Kelly's ate shit a couple of times, like a couple of times in the final, a couple of times earlier this morning as well. He knows this reef pretty well. That wave would have changed the final if Owen had to come out, but he was no hope. He was way too deep.
Owen Wright making his first final ever. This is where he wanted to throw it on to Kelly. Look at Kelly go over the falls. Kelly had priority there, and he thought about it. He's like, well, I don't want to land on Owen Wright. He ends up getting sucked all the way inside. He got completely smashed, and then the ocean went quiet, and that sealed the deal. Owen Wright finishing runner-up in the Billabong Pro Tahiti, and Kelly Slater adding another win, actually his 67th final, and that is his 4th 47th win in competition history.
I shortchanged him. I only gave him 64 finals. he might feel ripped off.
I know, exactly. He's probably not doing the math, but it's been an incredible week. People on YouTube, on BillabongPro.com, on Fuel TV, these last couple of weeks in Tahiti will always be remembered in surfing history. The legend of Chopu and Andy Irons really came to life, sending us some frightening pits and some glory visions out here at Chopu. It's been amazing. We're always going to remember this event. For now, on behalf of our incredible production team, the whole crew at Billabong, for Sean Doherty, Nick Carroll, Luke Egan, Adam Rapogel, GT, I'm Joe Turpel. For the rest of the crew, thank you so much for watching.
So I think it's the best waves we've had all year. What? Guys are just getting shacked out of everywhere.
I started drifting off long ago. How far I went.
I was like a kid out there, you get perfect waves like this and nobody out, and you just want to, catch everything that comes in sight. So, got a couple fun ones.
Out here today, there's been 10s all day. You just got to find them, and you got to want them.
Look at this monster right here.
No takers there.
No takers. Oh, are you kidding me?
So far away from everything, from everything.
Look at these. Here we go, Jeremy. Oh, and
Incinerated right there.
I'm gonna come around. I'm gonna come around again.
One of my best barrels on my backhand for sure, man, definitely. 10 points barrel in Tahiti, that's gonna be forever, that's amazing.
I never wanted to be a man, but you showed me that I can. Now I'm captured by the notion. So stay